The American West and the Nazi East. A Comparative and Interpretive Perspective. Carroll P. Kakel, 3. Research Historian and Lecturer, the Johns Hopkins University Center for Liberal Arts, USA. To the memory of my father and mother, with love. If the jigsaw puzzle does not work out, the reason may be not that some pieces are missing but that we have set it up wrongly. Jeffrey Barraclough. Remaining faithful to the complexities and contingencies of the past need not entail abandoning the search for patterns and logics. A. Dirk Moses. Preface. Introduction. Part I. Continental Imperialism. 1. Empire, National Projects of Space and Race. 2. Racial Othering, Manufacturing Difference. Part 2. Settler Colonialism. 3. Conquest and Expansion, Obtaining New Living Space. 4. Colonization, Peopling the Empire. 5. Outgroup Policy, Eliminating the Natives. Part 3. Frontier Genocide. 6. War and Genocide, Cleansing the Lebensraum. Conclusion. Notes. Bibliography. Index. Preface. Like most first scholarly books, this book had its origins in research undertaken for a doctoral degree. Unlike most first books, however, it had an unusually long gestation period, spanning almost 40 years. This book is about historical questions framed by more than 4 decades of engagement with the histories and historiographies of early America and Nazi Germany, an engagement recently focused on their respective national expansionist projects in the American West and the Nazi East. It is also informed by the emerging field of genocide studies, a field that encourages us to ask new questions about supposedly familiar historical events and periods. As a lifelong learner, I am indebted to inspiring teachers from some 40 years ago who instilled in me a love for history and historical inquiry, Robert Krigelot of Ohio Wesleyan University and Norman Rich of Brown University. When I decided to go back to school, a new generation of scholars gave me a window onto new trends, themes, and debates in the historiography and provided me with invaluable support and critical guidance during my postgraduate studies. Ron Walters and Paul Kramer of the Johns Hopkins University, and Dan Stone and Robert Eaglestone of Royal Holloway, University of London. My primary academic debt is, of course, to my PhD thesis supervisor, Dan Stone, for agreeing to sponsor my doctoral project, for his support of my topic and proposed research methodology, for his constructive feedback and unceasing encouragement, and, most of all, for his example as a model scholar, teacher, and mentor. Along the way, talks with fellow junior and senior colleagues helped me discover the book I happened to be writing as I was researching and writing my PhD thesis in modern history. My PhD thesis examiners, Jürgen Zimmerer and Gail MacLeach, offered useful suggestions that ultimately helped in the transformation of my manuscript from a thesis to a book. The publishing professionals at Palgrave Macmillan provided a warm and enthusiastic welcome, for a first-time author, to the world of academic publishing. In addition, 2 anonymous readers gave a careful and thoughtful reading to my manuscript and supplied me with insightful comments, which led to important revisions and, in the end, a much better book. Thanks to the following institutions for providing opportunities for me to test my thesis and book arguments in front of a critical audience: Postgraduate Research Forum, Department of History, Royal Holloway, University of London; Workshop on Genocide and Colonialism, Department of German, Royal Holloway, University of London; and the Imperial War Museum, the 12th Annual Postgraduate Students' Conference, German Historical Institute, and the First International Graduate Students' Conference on Holocaust and Genocide Studies, Clark University, Strassler Family Center for Holocaust and Genocide Studies. Thanks also to numerous scholars who willingly and enthusiastically provided me with articles, papers, book chapters, or books in advance of publication. And thanks to the following libraries where I conducted the majority of my research: University of London Library, the Wiener Library, the Library of Congress, and the Sheridan Libraries of the Johns Hopkins University. On the home front, thanks to my former employer, Marsh USA Incorporated, for granting me a sabbatical to read, think, and write about a non-business pursuit, and for allowing me numerous liberal leaves of absence, over 5 years, to do history. Above all, special thanks to my family, especially my wife, Lois, for supporting my obsession with history's unyielding questions, and without whose support this project would have remained a distant and unfulfilled dream. And thanks to my grandchildren for providing me welcome and entertaining distractions from the mostly solitary undertakings of researching and writing a PhD thesis, and then of transforming the thesis into a book. Hopefully, there will be some lovers of history among them. Introduction. In private conversations during the Second World War, German leader Adolf Hitler frequently compared the German war for Lebensraum in the East to the colonial wars waged by the 19th century's Euro-American great powers. The Slavic world, he believed, had to be conquered and colonized and its population vanquished. Completion of this colonizing mission inevitably demanded the destruction of the natives, as a result of methods similar to those used in the conquest of the American West. In a monologue to his close associates, Hitler declared, "There is only one duty, to Germanize by the immigration of Germans, and to look upon the natives as redskins." He also compared the quelling of partisan resistance in the Wild East to the struggle in North America against the Red Indians. 1 According to his understanding, the American Nordics had colonized the West after they had shot down the millions of redskins to a few 100,000. 2 Here in the AST, Hitler predicted, a similar process will repeat itself for a second time as in the conquest of America. 3. These scattered references have allowed numerous scholars to suggest that Hitler modeled his concept of Lebensraum and colonial expansion in the Nazi East, as well as his treatment of indigenous Slavs and Jews, on American westward expansion and U.S. Indian policy. For instance, Norman Rich, a historian of Nazi Germany, has argued that United States policy of westward expansion, in the course of which the white men ruthlessly thrust aside the inferior indigenous population, served as the model for Hitler's entire concept of Lebensraum. 4 Hitler modeled his conquest of the East, political scientist Norman Finkelstein notes, on the American conquest of the West. 5 Native American scholar-activist Ward Churchill argues that Hitler explicitly anchored his concept of Lebensraumpolitik directly upon U.S. practice against American Indians. 6 And genocide scholar Robert Cribb more broadly asserts that there is a clear parallel between the actions of Western settlers in the lands of indigenous peoples and the policies of Nazi Germany in Eastern Europe. 7 Yet despite the highly suggestive nature of Hitler's references, as well as scholarly claims based on these references, there exists no sustained comparison of the American West and the Nazi East in the scholarly literature. This book was written to fill that gap. This project was motivated by a number of specific questions. Was the American campaign of violence against Native American communities equivalent in ideology and/or practice to the Nazi genocides? Or were they similar enough in other dimensions to prompt more comparative research? Can we make valid comparisons between these two cases of extreme political violence? Is there, in fact, more to it than the above scattered references by Hitler? Was the Nazi conquest of the East a consequence of conscious imitation of the American model? Or were these separate efforts to resolve very similar problems? In Hitler's vision, were the Jews and/or the Slavs to become Europe's Indians? In the search for answers, this book will explore the conceptual and historical relations between the early American dispossession and destruction of Native American communities in the American West and the Nazi genocide of European Jews and Slavs in the Nazi East. These two cases of extreme political violence, moreover, will be investigated within the broader contexts of the early American and Nazi German national projects of territorial expansion, racial cleansing, and settler colonization in their respective Western and Eastern empires. Some readers, no doubt, may have difficulty with the notion of any comparison between early America and Nazi Germany, between the actions and policies of a democratic society and a totalitarian regime. As genocide scholar Robert Melson observes, however, the comparison of two or more cases of mass violence do not imply that they are identical or even similar. 8 Comparison, he reminds us, does not imply equivalence. 9 Other readers, adhering to a belief in the Holocaust's uniqueness, may reject the idea that the Holocaust can or should be compared to other cases of mass political violence. Nonetheless, one of the founding fathers of Holocaust studies, Israeli historian Yehuda Bauer, rightly argues that a deeper understanding of the Holocaust obligates us to make comparisons. Point 10 For if the Holocaust is not compared to past and contemporary instances of genocide, its message and significance will wither and fade. Point 11 This book targets a wide audience. Consistent with this broad audience, it seeks to offer meaningful benefits to each category of readers. Undergraduate students, for instance, will find that this book places the national histories of early America and Nazi Germany in a new and, hopefully, enlightening context. Postgraduate history students will find arguments that challenge those of many specialist historians of the respective national periods, as well as counterfactual glimpses that undermine overdetermined historical narratives and return contingency to history. Through a comparative approach, specialists in the history of the early American Republic or in the history of Nazi Germany will discover underlying empirical patterns and insights that a single country analysis often obscures, minimizes, or ignores completely. Students and researchers in the field of Holocaust and genocide studies will find a comparative look at 2 distinct cases of extreme political violence, at parallel histories that shed light on the intimate relations between the larger historical phenomena of imperialism, colonialism, and genocide, as well as on the genocide and colonialism nexus. General readers and history buffs will discover an alternative explanatory and interpretive framework for events previously presented as American Western expansion or the Second World War. In these pages, the reader will find a fresh approach to familiar events, including new ways to read, compare, and connect these 2 historical experiences. By its comparative approach, moreover, the reader will gain important insights into the respective national histories. Rather than an exception to imperialism, colonialism, and genocide, as most historians contend, early American Western expansion and the resulting campaign of extreme political violence against Native American communities are very much a central part of these histories. Violence and American expansion progressed hand in hand across the North American continent. Far from being an inexplicable anomaly, as some Holocaust scholars argue, much Nazi genocidal violence and many of the events we have come to call the Holocaust were a radicalized blend of several forms of mass political violence whose patterns, logics, and pathologies 12 can be located in the early American project, a project which provides a unique window onto the colonial origins, context, and content of Nazi genocide. And finally, the analog of the American West and the Nazi East became, in fact, an obsession for Hitler and other Nazi true believers, an obsession which, as we shall see, exerted a strong influence on planned and actualized Nazi policies and practices in the Wild East. Both the American West and the Nazi East were important regions in the respective histories of the early American Republic and Nazi Germany, regions where major events decisively impacted the historical development of these nation-states, as well as the future of peoples living within and near their borders. In both cases, these regions were the object of obsessive ideological visions held by expansionist political elites who sought to use agricultural settlement to obtain new living space and to achieve enhanced national security. In practice, as political leaders acted on their ideological obsessions, they became the sites of violent national projects of territorial expansion, racial cleansing, and settler colonization, projects with deadly consequences for ethnic and racial outgroups 13 in both metropolitan and colonized living space. Throughout the first 100 years of American history, America's frontiers were transitory Wests. 14 At different periods in American history, moreover, the West has been differently located. Indeed, every part of the United States was once a frontier, every region was once a West. 15 In the popular and cultural imagination, as well as in some early historical representations, the American West is a triumphalist narrative of heroic American pioneers heading westward to find their individual manifest destinies, in support of the collective national manifest destiny. In historical terms, the American West, during the early years of the young American Republic, was largely a colonial construct referring to Indian lands on the constantly moving western frontiers of white American settlement. These indigenous lands were the object of acquisition by the U.S. government for agricultural settlement by its white settler pioneers and for the establishment of a coast-to-coast empire whose destiny, it was claimed, had been made manifest by Providence. The American West was, however, also a series of Indian ancestral homelands, as well as a series of Anglo-American frontiers and borderlands. 16. As frontier myth, the German East was the European equivalent to the 19th century notion of manifest destiny in the American West. 17. In 20th century history and memory, the Nazi East was the scene of brutal fighting between the German army and Soviet military and partisan forces, as well as the site of the Nazi killing centers where Jewish men, women, and children were gassed as part of the final solution to the Jewish question. Within Nazi discourse, the East was an ideologically loaded term 18 used to denote the site of long-held German imperialist designs and Hitler's proposed drive for Lebensraum. Like its American counterpart, the Nazi East was also a colonial construct which, for the purposes of this investigation, refers to the eastern border provinces of Germany itself, Poland, the Baltic states, Ukraine, and Russia. During the Nazi era, these lands were the objects of Hitler's Lebensraumpolitik, a politics that aimed at acquiring an eastern land-based empire stretching from Germany's eastern borderlands to Russia's Ural Mountains. Ideologically driven German National Socialists also referred to the Nazi East as the German East, the East, or the Wild East. As subfields of larger fields of historical inquiry, the American West and the Nazi East have been the subject of massive and rapidly growing historiographies. While the West has attracted the attention of a wide range of political, military, economic, and social historians, the East, as the location of the Second World War's Eastern Front in the European theater and the site of most Nazi genocidal violence, has been largely the purview of historians of military history and the Holocaust. Despite this huge amount of historical attention, however, there remains, in both cases, continuing gaps in our knowledge and understanding about the events that took place in the American West and the Nazi East. Within the historiography of the West, the violence towards Indian peoples that accompanied the settlement of the North American continent is at once the most familiar and overlooked subject in American history, a violent encounter with the indigenous inhabitants whose true magnitude remains unacknowledged even today. 19 Historian Ned Blackhawk is correct when he asserts that despite an outpouring of work over the past decades, those investigating American Indian history and U.S. history more generally have failed to reckon with the violence upon which the continent was built. 20 Regrettably, the history of the North American West, its events and incidents, have too seldom been examined in the context of comparative genocide studies. 21. Today, almost 60 years on from the events themselves, we still know much more about how the Holocaust happened than we do about why it happened, among specialists in the field. Moreover, there is widespread argument about what caused the Holocaust, as well as general disagreement as to its origins and nature. In addition, too many studies of the Holocaust and Nazi genocide have been done in isolation, with little or no reference to, or consideration of, long-term world historical patterns and processes. And finally, many Holocaust historians have resisted studying the Nazi genocide within the context of the broader field of genocide studies, insistent on maintaining a distinction between the Holocaust and genocide. Accordingly, this book has eagerly embraced a new optics, using the theoretical and methodological tools and insights from the emerging and increasingly interdisciplinary subfields of transnational colonialism and comparative genocide studies and then applying them to the two cases under investigation. Explicitly rejecting an approach of simply adding more facts, this book purposefully sets the jigsaw puzzle up differently, with a combination of empirical and theoretical inquiry dedicated to the search for patterns and logics. Broadly speaking, this book asks new questions of supposedly familiar historical events and periods. It proceeds from the notion that large historical processes, in this case, imperialism, colonialism, and genocide, can be traced through space and time, interacting but not necessarily determining one another. it suggests that historians can productively study world historical patterns and processes, without losing sight of the local and contingent. It proposes that it is possible for historians to tie discrete events and national histories to transnational and international processes. Specifically, this is a book about the conceptual and historical relations between the 19th century early American and 20th century Nazi German national projects of territorial expansion, racial cleansing, and settler colonization, along with their associated campaigns of extreme political violence. This study is explicitly comparative in the sense that both historical experiences are placed side by side for the purposes of investigation. As a work of comparative history, this book seeks to preserve the specificity of the individual cases while, at the same time, demonstrating the value of comparative analysis. As one historian has recently suggested, a serious scholarly comparative study of the American West and the German East should address both provocative parallels and contrasts 22, and this book will follow that judicious advice. This comparative study proceeds from the analog of the American West and the Nazi East, a point of relation which, as we shall see, provided an historical model, in Hitler's spatial and racial fantasies, for Nazi expansion and racial engineering. As implied by its title, this investigation is both comparative and interpretive in nature. It does not aim to be a comprehensive history or a complete historical narrative of the two respective national experiences. Instead, it filters specific eras of these national histories through the lenses of imperialism, colonialism, and genocide. This book looks at the expansionist ideologies, actions, and policies of two nation-states, early America and Nazi Germany. Its main chronological focus is on early America from the beginning of its national independence until the closing of the American western frontier, and on Nazi Germany from Hitler's rise to power until its military defeat ended the Second World War in the European theater. Earlier periods in both national histories, however, will be touched on where historical antecedents provide important continuities or legacies to the later historical eras under examination. Drawing primarily upon the findings of recent scholarship, this study aims to illuminate both the specific national histories of the American West and the Nazi East, as well as the intimate relations between the larger historical phenomena of imperialism, colonialism, and genocide. Like all comparative history 23, it is concerned with similarities and differences between the two cases, and it is characterized by a keen interest in causation. It aims to offer insights into each case that may have remained unrevealed, marginalized, or undervalued had the study of these two histories continued in isolation. By changing the angle of vision, and by employing the new optics of transnational colonialism and comparative genocide studies, this book helps us recognize the unexpected and unsettling connections between the American West and the Nazi East, linking histories previously thought of by most readers as totally unrelated. Challenging established explanatory and interpretive frameworks within both national historiographies, it offers a fresh empirically and theoretically based alternative reading of these distinct histories. On one level, the book provides empirical data about the patterns, logics, and pathologies that link these two national projects, and it gives us fresh ways to read, compare, and connect these two national histories. On another level, it offers overarching explanatory frameworks while, at the same time, respecting the individual characteristics and specificities of each case, as well as the complexities and contingencies of the past. It is the central argument of this book that the early American and Nazi German national projects of territorial expansion, racial cleansing, and settler colonization, despite obvious differences in time and place, were strikingly similar projects of space and race, with lethal consequences for alien outgroups in the metropole and for unwanted indigenous peoples in the new colonial living space. The following chapters will show that there are strong continuities and similarities, as well as important differences and crucial links, in both ideology and practice, between the early American national project in the West and the Nazi German national project in the East. In the Nazi East, as we shall see, we find echoes, glimpses, and traces of the American West. This book consists of 3 parts. Together, These parts contain the 6 thematically linked chapters. In addition, there is an introductory note to each part, offering a theoretical grounding for the reader on the analytical tools that provide the book's explanatory and interpretive framework. The book's chapters are similarly structured, that is, each chapter sets up a side-by-side examination of the early American and Nazi German cases, with a focus on the similarities and differences between the two cases under investigation, as well as their historical links to one another. In the book's concluding section, I sum up the two historical experiences, I offer reasons behind the similarities and differences between the two cases, and I reaffirm the surprising links between the two historical experiences. Part I, Continental Imperialism, looks at two key ideological developments in the early American Republic and the Nazi Third Reich, the growth of a national ideology of territorial expansion linked to notions of alleged racial superiority, and the evolution of race thinking within the political culture of the nation-state and the broader popular culture. This part uses political theorist Hannah Arendt's notion of continental imperialism as an analytical tool to help conceptualize and explain the comparable ideological underpinnings for proposed territorial expansion in the American West and the Nazi East. Part 2 of the book, Settler Colonialism, looks at the process and practice of settler colonization, as intended, planned, and actually carried out by the two nation-states in their respective Western and Eastern empires. In this part, I employ the concept of settler colonialism, as formulated by Patrick Wolfe and other scholars of transnational colonialism, as an analytical tool to help conceptualize and explain a method of conquest and expansion, as well as policies and practices towards indigenous peoples in the new living space of the Wild West and the Wild East. Part 3, Frontier Genocide, looks at how continental imperialism and settler colonialism manifested as genocide in the American West and the Nazi East. This part utilizes historical sociologist Martin Shaw's notion of genocidal war 24 to conceptualize and explain how and why distinctive genocidal explosions took place on the frontier colonial peripheries of early America's Western Empire and Nazi Germany's Eastern Empire. My goal in the pages that follow is not simply to narrate the underlying patterns of empirical similarity that led to extreme political violence in the Wild West and the Wild East. It is, rather, to provide fresh insights into familiar events and to suggest a new way to read, interpret, and understand these events. I hope that, in the end, this book, with its explicitly comparative approach, will lead readers towards a deep revisioning of the American West and the Nazi East, based on a balanced and appropriately nuanced understanding of their similarities, differences, and historical links to one another. Part I. Continental Imperialism. Introductory note. In the classic sense, an empire is a form of political organization which expands its control by conquest or coercion in a premeditated, sustained imperial project, a project featuring a territorial agenda as well as the domination or subjugation of other peoples. Point 1 As a transnational structure which rules over territories outside its borders, it often depends on aggressive, coercive, expansionist, hierarchical, and racist forms of power and is typically established and maintained by violence. In the context of empire, imperialism is generally used to mean the actions and attitudes that create or uphold formal empires. It can also refer to an attitude or policy advocating territorial expansion, or it can be used as a descriptive term for an expansionist and aggressive foreign policy. Point 2 As a distinct set of ideas, it refers primarily to a political system based on colonies governed from an imperial metropolitan center for its own direct or indirect economic benefit. In the modern period, imperialism often involves wars of colonial expansion, focused on extending the sovereignty of nation-states beyond their current boundaries. Point 3. In the modern world, imperialism became the organizing principle of world politics. It also became closely linked to race and racial thinking, to a process of racial othering. The process of racial othering is a form of what anthropologist Alexander Laban Hinton has called manufacturing difference. Point 4 Difference, it cannot be stressed enough, is not simply given. It is, as historian Patrick Wolfe notes, the outcome of differentiation, which is an intensely conflictional process. 5. In the modern era, race and racial othering provided the categorical boundaries that led to the construction of hierarchical typologies of human difference, based on a racial scale marked by shades of inferiority and superiority. 6. Race emerged as a socially constructed category of difference. As a social and cultural invention, race became a set of beliefs and attitudes about human differences, as well as a systematic set of coherent beliefs that conveniently served the needs and desires of their creators. 7. As a result of this process of racial othering, certain categories of people became dehumanized outgroups, who constituted an intolerable presence and who, in the majority view, must be, and, indeed, deserve to be, removed. In many historical contexts, this racial otherness came to be bound up with imperialism, providing a convenient legitimizing rationale for policies of expansion, conquest, slavery, removal, and, ultimately, genocide. Within a settler colonial context, racial othering often became an eliminationist discourse, deprecating and disparaging targeted outgroups. In imperial and colonial contexts, there were two principal ways in which dominant groups constructed an understanding of racial difference: dehumanization and demonization. The dehumanization of others asserted that other people inherently lack qualities fundamental to being human in the sense of deserving moral respect, rights, and protection, lacking certain human capacities, therefore, they do not need to be treated as human beings. By contrast, demonization held that these others are literally or figuratively, demonic, morally evil. 8. In our two cases, as we shall see, an eliminationist logic implied an eliminationist solution. In her seminal book, The Origins of Totalitarianism, the German émigré philosopher and political theorist Hannah Arendt posited the notion of continental imperialism as territorial expansion in close geographic continuity to the metropole. As distinguished from overseas imperialism, continental imperialism, she observed, does not allow any geographic distance between the methods and institutions of colony and nation. Continental imperialism, she wrote, truly begins at home. While overseas imperialism was premised on racial superiority and on a national civilizing mission, continental imperialism started with absolute claims to choseness. Continental imperialism, Arendt asserted, therefore, started with a much closer affinity to race concepts, enthusiastically absorbed the tradition of race thinking, and relied very little on specific experiences. Its race concepts, moreover, were completely ideological in basis and developed much more quickly into a convenient political weapon than similar theories expressed by overseas imperialists, which could always claim a certain basis in authentic experience. As a result, race hatred became its central and centralizing issue, and an enlarged tribal consciousness its emotional motor. 9. Arendt's chapter on continental imperialism, however, is a Eurocentric analysis, dealing solely with European colonial imperialism. While Arendt ignored the precedent and model of Anglo-American continental imperialism, Hitler and other so-called blood and soil Nazis would place it center stage, using it as a conscious historical model for Nazi territorial expansion and racial engineering. Like-minded imperialists and expansionists in early America and Nazi Germany viewed the West and the East, respectively, as the source of new living space for colonization and settlement. In specific historical contexts, both the early American national project in the West and the Nazi German national project in the East would become characterized by an explicit imperialism and by an exclusionary nationalism, a convenient fusion of expansionism and racism. Both the early American and Nazi German projects of space and race in the American West and the Nazi East, respectively, were national projects, that is, they were led by the nation-state, they were widely supported by the national political elites, and they required vast institutional and material resources. In the next two chapters, I examine two key ideological developments in the early American Republic and the Nazi Third Reich: the growth of a national ideology of territorial expansion linked to notions of alleged racial superiority, and the evolution of race thinking within the political culture of the nation-state and the broader popular culture. In both cases, These developments provide the crucial ideological underpinning to aggressive policies of continental expansion and brutal treatment of indigenous peoples in the new settler living space. Chapter 1, Empire, looks at the respective continental expansionist ideological discourses of both nation-states, manifest destiny in the early American Republic and Lebensraum in pre-Nazi and Nazi Germany. It sketches the antecedents of both these discourses in earlier historical eras and shows how, in both cases, these prehistories shaped and influenced the resultant continental imperialist discourse. It examines the main components, ideas, and elements of these ideological discourses and discusses the leading proponents of continental expansionism and empire, as well as those who helped popularize their views. And it discusses individuals and institutions who would serve as agents of empire to carry out political elite expansionist visions in the American West and the Nazi East. Chapter 2, Racial Othering, looks at how race thinking became operationalized in the early American and Nazi German political and popular cultures. It sketches the antecedents of racial otherness which formed a background for later racial categories and processes of manufacturing difference, and it examines how early racial prejudices hardened at crucial moments in their national histories. It describes how, in both cases, these notions of difference and otherness further hardened into newly constructed racial ideologies which served as convenient justifications for policies of expansion, conquest, and racial exclusion. And it shows how specific historical circumstances brought about a radicalization of racial othering, as political leaders elected to pursue even more aggressive policies of territorial expansion. 1. Empire, national projects of space and race. Lacking the insatiable appetite for overseas expansion, early America and Nazi Germany both preferred, instead, to establish a contiguous, land-based continental empire, aimed at finding new land for agrarian settlement, providing food for a growing population, and securing the future of the nation-state. As envisioned by their creators, both projects of empire, moreover, entailed internal national consolidation, as well as the external conquest of indigenous peoples. Both the early American and Nazi German expansionist ideologies and projects were informed by the notion of the need for additional living space in concrete, specific geographical areas of expansion and by agreed, general ideological beliefs shared by expansionist political leaders and propagandists. In the early American and Nazi German cases, political leaders were strongly influenced by imperialist discourses founded on strikingly similar notions of space and race. The declared ideological goal of early American political leaders and expansionists was to acquire living space in the American West for white agricultural settlement and to cleanse the new living space for white settlers by the displacement of Native Americans. The declared ideological goal of Hitler and radical Nazis was to acquire Lebensraum in the East for Aryan agricultural settlement and to cleanse the new living space for Aryan settlers by the displacement of Jews and Slavs. In both cases, these ideological discourses reflected strongly held political and intellectual elite preoccupations and obsessions with territorial expansion, racial prejudice/division, and an agrarian idealism. Backed by an agrarian state ideology, a commitment to national expansion and notions of racial superiority would serve to reinforce eliminationist thinking in both the American West and the Nazi East. Throughout its colonial, revolutionary, and early national periods, many leading American political leaders and opinion makers eagerly promoted visions of a land-based, continent-wide American empire. For many of these continental visionaries, the notion of a land empire stretching from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean was based on a national destiny made manifest by Providence. In addition, there were strong ideological and racial motivations behind American continental expansion. Along with enhanced security, empire was, in fact, the chief motivation for the creation of a union of states. Right up to the eve of the American Civil War, an expansionist consensus unified the American nation and supplied an ultimate rationale for its existence. 1 In early American empire building, acquisition of indigenous lands and white settlement on the American continental landmass were the right and left hands of the same imperial organism. 2. Nazi Germany's declared mission, as voiced by Hitler and other Nazi true believers, was racial empire building in the East. In Germany, the idea of territorial expansion was focused eastward, on lands adjacent to the German nation-state, especially in Poland and the Baltic states, in what was viewed historically as Germany's frontier territories. 3 During the Nazi era, a consensus formed within German society, backing territorial expansion into the eastern lands. Broad segments of German society, moreover, supported and promoted the national project to transform the East into Aryan German living space. 4 In the eyes of Nazi expansionists, the East was Germany's manifest destiny. Under their leadership, Eastern Europe would become Nazi Germany's Wild East, a vast expanse, similar to the wide open spaces of the American West, to be transformed by massacre, racial cleansing, and colonial settlement. Antecedents. In both cases, these expansionist ideologies had inherited legacies that would ultimately influence and shape the resultant continental imperialist discourse. In the American case, the development of British colonial North America provided ideas of providential destiny, as well as strong expansionist impulses, which caused the ruling colonial elite to seek independence from the British metropole in order to build an empire of their own on a continental scale. While the early colonial experience produced the idea of a providential right and destiny of Western expansion, the American Revolution provided both the vision and the ideology supporting a continent-wide Western empire. In the German case, Lebensraum Eastern territorial expansion won out over an alternative vision of a maritime-based colonial and commercial empire. In Germany, a prehistory of nationalist, imperialist, and racialist ideas anticipated much of what would become the Nazi worldview, ideas that Hitler would integrate and radicalize into a lethal ideology combining racial purification and territorial expansion. Interestingly, one of Lebensraum's early theorists was part of a transatlantic dialogue with the leading American proponent of the frontier thesis of American history, providing evidence of a shared genealogy between the two expansionist discourses. Early America. British North America was colonized through conquest, with an expansionist justification built on ideas of providential destiny, mission, and chosenness to carry out God's will. In the early 17th century, the New England Puritans considered themselves the chosen founders of a new Israel in the North American wilderness. Indeed, the powerful Puritan theology of chosenness proved decisive for the course of continental expansion. 5 As economic development propelled the first settlements outward, colonial expansionism found a weighting justification in the Puritan theology/ideology. So strong was their notion of providential and historical destiny that New England settlers saw the clearing of Native American communities by disease as evidence that God intended the colonists to possess Indian lands. In addition to religious belief, early settlers created self-serving myths as a rationalization for the invasion and conquest of indigenous peoples. The so-called conquest myth, for instance, proclaimed that America was virgin land, a pristine wilderness, inhabited by non-peoples called savages who were incapable of civilization. Accordingly, European explorers and settlers were commanded by divine sanction or by the necessity of progress to conquer the wilderness and make it a garden, to bring civilization to the savage wilderness. In the early 19th century, manifest destiny would become a catchphrase for the idea of a providentially or historically sanctioned right to continental expansionism. When it was coined in the 1840s, the notion of America's manifest destiny, however, was anything but new. It can be traced back to the earliest moments of English colonization in North America. Already, in 1616, an early agent of British colonization wrote of the colonists as a peculiar people marked and chose by the finger of God to possess the vacant lands of North America. 6 Puritans envisioned that American settlement would be a providential city upon a hill. American ideas of empire date, then, from the first English settlements in Virginia and Massachusetts. The early colonies were no sooner established in the 17th century, writes historian Richard Van Alstyne, than expansionist impulses began to register in each of them. Imperial patterns took shape, he notes, and before the middle of the 18th century the concept of an empire that would take in the whole continent was fully formed. 7. Over time, moreover, many in the ruling colonial elite became convinced that they wanted to rule those territories and indigenous peoples themselves, instead of acting as agents for Great Britain. In the Declaration of Independence, one of the leading Virginian expansionists and land speculators, Thomas Jefferson, charged King George III, among other things, with blocking new appropriation of lands by the colonists. Not surprisingly, many of Virginia's most prominent revolutionary leaders were also major speculators in Western lands. Angered by the direction of British colonial policy, they wanted to break away from the British metropole in order to establish their own empire. As leaders of the newly independent American nation, these men would shape the destiny of the new nation. Indeed, there were no more self-assured imperialists than America's founding fathers, unbridled imperialists reaching out for empire on a continental scale. 8. Inherited from the 17th century was the notion that the entire North American continent belonged, as of right, to the Anglo-American colonists on the Atlantic coast. Besides a war for political independence, the rebellion against British rule was also a continuation of the fight over Indian land and who was to get it. The new American Republic was, thus, created and fought under the spell of an imperial idea. The same American revolutionary leaders who fought for freedom from the British Empire in the East also fought to create an empire of their own in the West. 9. The end of the Revolutionary War opened the way for a renewed assault on native lands by backcountry settlers and sent former American soldiers westward, eager to seize the lush Indian lands promised in return for their service to the new nation. The white settlers would pursue their happiness by the acquisition of Indian lands and by dispossessing the natives. In the post-revolutionary period, the struggle for Indian lands on the frontier became a crucial part of the American national identity. 10. In a dual struggle, then, American revolutionaries fought for an empire in the West as well as for their own freedom in the East, an empire-building project explicitly based on the invasion, conquest, and dispossession of Native American peoples. For Americans, their successful revolution was a powerful, clear sign that Providence had indeed marked them for greatness. In the end, the American Revolution furnished the vision, the ideology, and the methodology for the new nation to construct its own Western Empire. 11. Political independence from Britain, then, only strengthened the notion of a continental destiny for early America's white settler colonists. After achieving its independence, the new American Republic eagerly looked west to build an empire of its own in Indian country. In the American historical experience, independence was, simultaneously, both the engine and the product of expansion. 12. Nazi Germany. During the years 1890 to 1914, there were two main Wilhelmine ideologies of German imperialism, Weltpolitik and Lebensraum. 13. German expansionists used the slogan Weltpolitik to evoke their demand for a colonial and commercial empire to be built largely on German sea power. Alongside Weltpolitik grew ideas of territorial expansion in Eastern Europe, taking territory from the inferior Slavs, and gaining Lebensraum for the German nation. Germany would thus become both a continental and a world power. These ideologues recognized that a major war was a precondition of Lebensraum and saw large-scale annexations in the East as one of the desired outcomes of a general European war. In 1911, the main focus of German foreign policy shifted from Weltpolitik to Kontinentalpolitik, from a policy favoring naval armaments and overseas colonies to one favoring landward expansionism supported by the army. This continental policy of eastward expansionism was based on territorial conquests, new living space, colonial settlement policies, and the creation of what was called a frontier peasantry. By 1914, Lebensraum imperialism was firmly planted in German political culture. The new 20th century, German expansionists argued, should be a German century. Rapid population growth, they claimed, had left Germany a people without space. Furthermore, as a great and expanding power, Germany needed and deserved an empire, and their own place in the sun. In their view, Germany would attain greatness and its rightful place in the world only through expansion and conquest, based on its alleged racial and cultural superiority. These nationalist, imperialist, and racist ideas were quickly taken up by nationalist pressure groups in Wilhelmine Germany. One of these groups, the Pan-German League, became the most important organization in the construction of the Lebensraum imperialist ideology. The Pan-German League considered Lebensraum as its central programmatic element. The League advocated a radical nationalism, supported a sturdy German frontier peasantry, promoted the supremacy of the German race in world politics, and sought to eliminate the Reich's internal enemies. 14 Inspired by radical and social Darwinist ideas, the League aimed to mobilize all those of the German race in Europe with a Germanism cleansed of internal enemies. It advocated dictatorship and the conquest of Lebensraum in the East, it opposed international finance capitalism, and it sought to revoke the citizenship of Jews. To the Pan-Germanists, the demand for living space was the key to combating the Jews and the Poles. 15 According to the Pan-Germanists, the individual settler farmer was the ideal foundation upon which to build a new German national character. In their view, the settlement experience would transform the farmer's innate spirit of independence into an ethics of self-reliance and ethnic superiority, all modeled on the contemporary experience of the American frontier. 16. Lebensraum became an important element of Wilhelmine politics due largely to the influence of Friedrich Ratzel. A well-known geographer, Ratzel invented the term Lebensraum in the context of his own biological theories. He had been one of the founders of the Pan-German League, was instrumental in formulating the demand that Germany acquire new living space, and was a leading advocate of Lebensraum imperialism. Ratzel's concept of Lebensraum became a powerful intellectual construct supporting German imperialism, racial struggle, and the extermination of primitive peoples. In his 1901 book, Lebensraum, Ratzel applied the Darwinian struggle for existence to humans, noting the extermination of the American Indians and other less civilized peoples by Euro-American conquerors. Rather than projects of trade or exploitation of native labor, he favored settler colonization as the most effective way to find new living space for an expanding population, as well as wars of conquest, which quickly and completely displaced the inhabitants, for which North America, southern Brazil, Tasmania, and New Zealand provide the best examples. In his broader work, Ratzel set out to explore the relationship between a state's political history and its relevant geographical conditions, laying the foundation for what would later be called geopolitics. Ratzel suggested that Raum, or, as he called it, Lebensraum, was essential to the growing state. He offered a wide-ranging theory of historical progress in which space was the primary factor. Heavily influenced by social Darwinism, Ratzel interpreted Darwin's concept of the struggle for survival as primarily a struggle for space. 17 His major work, Politisk Geography, was published in 1897, in 1903, and, again, in 1923. For his part, Ratzel brought geopolitical ideas from the realm of academia to broader awareness, helping to shape popular notions about Lebensraum. Interestingly, at the turn of the 20th century, Ratzel was part of a growing transatlantic dialogue about the connection between politics and geography, a dialogue that included American historians Frederick Jackson Turner and Alfred Thayer Mahan, the geographer Halford Mackinder in Great Britain, and a number of European social scientists. 18 For his part, Ratzel had complementary things to say about Turner's recently formulated frontier thesis of American history, a thesis which celebrated the irresistible march of white Anglo-Saxon civilization across the North American continent, the colonization of America's Great West, and the frontier as the incubator for Americanness. In his frontier thesis, Ratzel enthusiastically pointed out, Turner had contrasted the dynamic borders of American westward expansion, to static European borders situated amidst densely populated peoples. 19 Indeed, Turner's thesis and arguments resonated with many contemporary German intellectuals, some of whom explicitly or implicitly compared the German East and the American West in their writings. 20 Crucially, this transatlantic dialogue between Turner and Ratzel confirmed a shared genealogy between the classic American frontier thesis and later Nazi German ideas about Lebensraum. 21. Ideology of empire. In both early America and Nazi Germany, many political leaders possessed a powerful commitment to territorial expansion. These expansionists aspired to expand the domain of Anglo-Saxon and Aryan civilization, respectively, at the expense of the native and allegedly inferior indigenous inhabitants. To justify, explain, and legitimate these desires, both nation-states constructed formal ideologies of empire, that is, American Manifest Destiny and Nazi German Lebensraum, ideologies which, as we shall see, were formulated on markedly similar notions of space and race. The construction of the Manifest Destiny and Lebensraum ideologies of empire, moreover, developed in their own specific historical settings and became deeply embedded in the respective political cultures. Both ideologies were used by their creators and advocates to justify and legitimate aggressive programs of continental territorial expansion. In the American case, some actual westward expansion preceded the formal creation of the Manifest Destiny ideology, while, in the German case, the Nazis reformulated earlier ideas of Lebensraum, in harshly racist terms, into an aggressive racial imperialism. Early America. In the 1840s, a group of politicians, journalists, and intellectuals constructed a formal ideology of American expansionism, based on the young republic's self-proclaimed providential destiny to overspread the entire North American continent. 22 Manifest Destiny, as the ideology came to be called, was not a deeply held American folk belief, as some historians have portrayed it. It was, rather, the self-conscious creation of these political propagandists. 23 The expansionists of the 1840s, like their predecessors, relied on self-serving myths to explain and justify continental expansionism. Above all, they subscribed to the myth of an empty continent, an uninhabited wilderness, which God's chosen people would transform from savagery to civilization during their predestined march from the Atlantic to the Pacific. In the Jacksonian era, these expansionists conducted a sustained campaign to obtain more land for the American people. John O'Sullivan, editor of the New York Morning News and a propagandist for the Democratic Party, composed two of the most famous phrases in American history when he wrote, in 1845, of America's manifest destiny to overspread the continent, and described American abundance as a revelation of the manifest design of Providence. 24. The idea of manifest destiny centered on the early American republic's presumed providentially sanctioned right to continental expansionism. More broadly stated, manifest destiny was a conviction that God intended America to be under the control of the white Americans. It was, in many ways, an early projection of Anglo-Saxon supremacy, with a distinctly racist element to it. There was also, however, an idealist element to it that reflected the new American nation's belief in democratic institutions and self-government. The ideology of manifest destiny, then, was a fusion of expansion with democratic mission. It was, in part, an expression of a genuine ideal on the part of Americans, but it was also a justification or excuse for taking land from indigenous peoples. 25 It provided both retrospective and prospective justification for territorial expansion. The idea of westward expansion also contained another important element. As one scholar has recently pointed out, in a gendered notion of expansion, the masculine frontiersman was to be the empire builder, dispossessing and destroying the feminine savages. By feminizing Native Americans, writes historian Amy Greenberg, white Americans could prove themselves to be the legitimate possessors of American land. This gender dynamic, she notes, would help propel American expansion westward. 26. Permeated by the assumption of white supremacy, manifest destiny functioned as both a label and a justification for policies of American racial imperialism. As noted above, racism became a key component of the early American Republic's notion of manifest destiny, implying a conscious rejection of non-American, non-Anglo-Saxon peoples. Within the settlement culture, native indigenous peoples were defined as non-persons. The American territorial expansionist ideology, therefore, was no benign expansionism. One race was destined to lead, others to serve, one race was to flourish, others to die or disappear. 27. The expansionists' frequent maligning of non-white peoples and their repeated predictions of their demise and extinction were essential components of manifest destiny. 28. Between 1815 and the mid-1850s, a distinctly American Anglo-Saxon ideology was used internally to sustain the power, as well as protect the privileged status, of the white population, and was also used externally to justify aggressive American territorial and economic expansion. 29. Many American expansionists were preoccupied with the new American nation attaining racial homogeneity, and they looked forward to the day when non-white peoples, that is, Indians, Mexicans, and free blacks, would disappear from the entire North American continent and whites would, as destined by Providence, take sole possession. Manifest destiny was a composite of ideas and emotions that provided an intricate justification for both the nation and the empire. Its central assumption was that the American nation and its transcontinental territorial empire were divinely ordained. Overall, no specific policy followed from this discourse of expansionism as such. Although certainly conducive to expansionism, the idea of manifest destiny was not a strategic doctrine. It was, however, of decisive importance in the way in which the United States came to understand itself, an understanding with determinate effects. Like all ideological power, manifest destiny worked in convenient ways and was always institutionally embedded in American political culture. It also fostered a strong sense of national place and direction in a variety of specific, and different, historical settings, carrying the notion of an agreed trajectory of spatial aims made manifest by providential destiny. 30. In the mid-19th century, the expansionist agenda was adopted by popular periodicals, by the press, and by many American politicians. As a political force, however, it was by no means a clearly defined movement, or one that enjoyed wide, bipartisan support. The proponents of manifest destiny were at best a varied collection of interest groups, motivated by a number of differing, and sometimes contradictory, objectives, and expressing a broad range of distinctively American concerns. Echoing the political philosophy of Thomas Jefferson, they viewed an abundance of land as the mainstay of a prosperous republic, providing unlimited economic opportunities for future generations of white Americans. The idea of manifest destiny was central to the thinking of many Americans during the mid-19th century. 31. Indeed, the whole nation seemed consumed by the emotional appeal of manifest destiny, the notion that the expansion of the American Republic and its institutions in the western lands of the North American continent was undeniably divinely ordained. Nazi Germany. Since the 1890s, the notion of Lebensraum had been a prominent strand of the German imperialist ideology. The concept of living space, therefore, was not a Nazi invention. It was simply the German version of a commonplace of European culture at the high tide of imperialism. In Germany, it inspired a policy of conquest and was invoked to justify the stated goals of Pan-Germanism. The actual expression Lebensraum was coined by geographer Friedrich Ratzel in 1901 and became part of the vocabulary of German nationalism well before the advent of Nazism. It resulted from the fusion of social Darwinism and imperialist geopolitics, and it stemmed from a vision of the non-European world as a space to be colonized by allegedly superior groups. Under Adolf Hitler, the idea of Lebensraum would be revised, radicalized, and reformulated into a violent racial imperialism. Like most European imperialist ideologies, Lebensraum imperialism drew heavily from nationalism, from the identification of national survival as the primary foreign policy goal and the major source of legitimation for the proposals advanced by Lebensraum ideologues. German nationalism became what one historian of Imperial Germany has called a huge secular religion, often radical and warlike. 32 Racist and folkish ideas, then widely held on the German right, influenced Wilhelmine notions of Lebensraum, but they did not become central features of Lebensraum ideology until the 1920s. Until the appearance of the Nazis, in fact, antisemitism had relatively little impact on the Lebensraum ideology. While leading advocates of Lebensraum might be personally anti-Semitic, they usually avoided overt antisemitism in their ideological pronouncements. 33. The idea of territorial annexation in Eastern Europe became the central focus of the Lebensraum imperialist ideology. This element focused on the need to acquire lands adjacent to Germany, especially in Poland and the Baltic area, lands, which it was claimed, were historically part of Germany's frontier territories, and to place agricultural settlement colonies on these lands. Another important constituent was a popular, peasant-centered romantic agrarianism, which promoted the virtues of the frontier farmer and a romantic image of the small peasant farm. Unlike advocates of economic imperialism who supported the idea of overseas trading colonies, Lebensraum imperialists advocated colonial expansion and the establishment of settlement colonies. Indeed, the notion of settler colonialism provided the key element of the Lebensraum imperialist ideology. Lebensraum advocates identified various geographies for German settlement colonies, overseas settlement colonies in Africa or South America, so-called internal colonies in Eastern Germany, and /or settlement colonies in Eastern Europe. The settler farmer became, in their eyes, the idyllic foundation for a new German national character. Modeled on the myth of the American frontier, these settler farmers would convert the small farmer's spirit of independence into an ethos of self-reliance and would form communities bound together by genuine feelings of racial and cultural affinity. 34. The imperialist and geopolitical ideas that became Lebensraum were common currency on the Völkisch right in post-First World War Weimar Germany. They were strongly represented, moreover, in the Pan-German League and supported by the publications of press baron Alfred Hugenberg. Most Weimar political leaders were not interested in continental expansion, but they did consider overseas colonies necessary to Germany's resumption of its proper role as an economic world power. On the German radical right, however, the focus was on territorial expansion in Eastern Europe, not on overseas colonies. 35 The idea of Lebensraum was further popularized by Hans Grimm's best-selling novel Volk ohne Raum, which sold over 315,000 copies between 1926 and 1935. In Nazi Germany, the three words Der Deutsche Osten became a magic formula charged with passion and longing. 36 Richard Walther Dahr, head of National Socialist Agricultural Policy, a member of the SS, and a close advisor to SS chief, Heinrich Himmler, wrote that our people must prepare for the struggle and also for this, that in that battle there can be only one outcome for us, absolute victory. The idea of blood and soil, he continued, gives us the moral right to take back as much eastern land as is necessary to achieve harmony between the body of our people and geopolitical space. 37 The German East is our nostalgia and fulfillment, Nazi propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels told Germany's young people. By the end of the 1930s, the idea of living space had become, said the German émigré Hans Weigert, the national obsession of the German people. By 1941, on the eve of the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union, the urge to conquer Lebensraum in the East was firmly embedded in the mainstream of German political culture. In Nazi Germany, Lebensraum imperialism became a frequent topic of political rhetoric as well as a focus of military consideration. For many influential and for many ordinary Germans, its objectives informed their thinking and encouraged their actions. 38 Despite a whole range of views and images of a German East among the political elites, Hitler's vision of the East, as an imperium of living space for large-scale German settlements strictly run according to the dictates of Nazi racial ideology, would form the driving force of Nazi Lebensraumpolitik. Ideologists of empire, political theorists, politicians, and propagandists, in both early America and Nazi Germany, disseminated their expansionist ideas, theories, and visions in political speeches, newspaper articles, and other writings. Within their specific historical contexts, Thomas Jefferson and Adolf Hitler, respectively, became the leading proponents of continental expansionism. While Jefferson constructed his own notion of an empire of liberty, many of Hitler's ideas of living space and a German empire in the East were borrowed from Karl Haushofer, the foremost German geopolitician of the pre-Nazi and Nazi eras. Both Jefferson and Hitler needed others to popularize their ideas, with the further objectives of building a broad, popular consensus for their individual expansionist visions and agendas, as well as for attracting willing agents of empire to carry out their expansionist policies. Crucially, for the purposes of this investigation, based on Hitler's own writings and private conversations, it is abundantly clear that the so-called North American precedent influenced Adolf Hitler's notions of Lebensraum in the Nazi East, and that the United States, what Hitler called the American Union, became for him and other leading Nazis a model for future German expansion. Early America. While the precise term manifest destiny would not be coined for another generation, America's continental destiny was surely manifest to Thomas Jefferson, early America's foremost political philosopher/statesman and the leading proponent of Western territorial expansion. Jefferson cherished and nurtured an imperial and expansionist vision for the new American nation. His vision of vigorous and rapid westward expansion took form in his mind about the time of the American Revolution. For him, the new American empire spreading across the continent had been the whole purpose of the American Revolution. Jefferson insisted that the United States was indeed a chosen country. This rising nation, he noted in 1805, was already advancing rapidly to destinies beyond the reach of the mortal eye. 39 Ultimately, Jefferson's dream of agrarian settlement across the continent meant conveniently ignoring the prior land claims of Native Americans and Hispanics. Thomas Jefferson was not alone in his vision of a new American empire in the West. In his popular 1792 textbook, American Geography, clergyman and geographer Jedediah Morse declared that the American empire would become the largest empire that ever existed and would, in the near future, comprehend millions of souls west of the Mississippi. 40 America's first president, George Washington, also envisaged the new nation as a rising empire. Based on his experiences as a surveyor and land speculator in the pre-revolutionary West, Washington's vision was to build a new, stable imperial order in the Trans-Appalachian West by an orderly expansion of farming settlements. James Madison, a founding father, the father of the U.S. Constitution, and fellow Jeffersonian, called early America one great, respectable, and growing empire. 41 Andrew Jackson, another Jeffersonian, nourished a vision of a populist/nationalist empire with ordinary, white settlers in the vanguard of American continental expansion. Jefferson's geopolitical vision was of a republican empire, that is, an empire without a metropolis and without an aristocratic ruling class, an agrarian empire of virtuous yeoman farmers, an empire of liberty that would continuously expand westward. In proposing continuous westward expansion, Jefferson headed a popular cause. His expansionist vision, moreover, imagined an ocean-to-ocean American empire, as well as the possible annexation of Canada and Cuba. Jefferson's Empire of Liberty was a contiguous landward empire, which would grow as Americans took possession of Indian lands on the vacant continent. There were almost no limits to his dreams of expansion, which saw America, he wrote in 1786, as the nest from which all America, North and South, is to be peopled. He looked forward to distant times when the nation's rapid multiplication would cover the whole northern, if not the southern, continent. 42 Throughout his political career and, indeed, into his retirement, Jefferson's vision of an America empire continued to expand. Less than a decade before his death, he noted that his hope for America's future was built much on the enlargement of the resources of life going hand in hand with the enlargement of territory. 43. Jefferson's worldview was founded on the notion of an agrarian republic. He believed in the virtues of the independent farmer and in the need for an agrarian-based expansionism, leading to a land-based continental empire. In his Notes on the State of Virginia, a promotional tract for westward expansion, Jefferson declared that those who labor in the earth are the chosen people of God. 44 He singled out the white yeoman farmer, his agrarian nobleman, the toilers in the American earth, as the appropriate social foundation for a United States of America. To Jefferson, the yeoman farmer was an heroic, poetic figure, and agriculture was the most natural and worthy of occupations. In the aftermath of the victorious American Revolution, in a letter to American statesman and diplomat John J. dated August 23, 1785, Jefferson wrote that the new nation now have lands enough to employ an infinite number of people in their cultivation. Cultivators of the earth, he declared, are most valuable citizens. They are the most vigorous, the most independent, the most virtuous, he continued, and they are tied to their country, and wedded to its liberty and interests, by the most lasting bonds. 45. Taking up Jefferson's vision, in 1792 the Town and Country Almanac addressed the yeomen of the United States as yet honest sons of the earth, declaring them to be the basis of the Western Empire. 46. As a political leader and later as president, Thomas Jefferson would make certain that there would always be vacant lands for his white yeoman farmers. In his first inauguration address, on March 4, 1801, Jefferson already saw a rising nation, spread over a wise and fruitful land, advancing rapidly to destinies beyond the reach of mortal eye. The newly born American Republic, he told his audience, was a chosen country, with room enough for our descendants to the 100th and 1000th generation. 47. Crucially, Jefferson handed down to his political heirs and fellow Virginians, James Madison and James Monroe, a blueprint for a Republican political economy of westward expansion promoted by the activist agrarian state. 48. Like many early expansionists, Jefferson held the view that the new American Republic's stability depended on steady expansion of the increasing population into new living space. For him, the land was clearly a regenerative force. The key to the continued independence and righteous virtue of Americans, he believed, would be ever more land and, thus, the need for a growing landed empire. America would remain virtuous, he thought, as long as there shall be vacant lands in any part of America and as long as people were not piled up on one another in large cities, as in Europe. 49. In a now famous phrase, America would be, as Jefferson wrote to James Madison following his return to private life in 1809, an empire for liberty, a nation based on extensive empire and self-government. 50. Taken together, Jefferson's notions of an agrarian republic and an empire of liberty became the guiding ideology for the new United States. The future growth of his agrarian republic, he realized, would require an infinite supply of new lands, that is, Indian lands, for settlement and farming, a geographic and demographic reality that obliged the federal government to make more land available for Western settlement, allowed Jefferson to rationalize an infinitely expansive America, and encouraged him to aggressively pursue a national policy of expansionism. Beset by fears of an overcrowded, urbanized, and industrialized East, he looked forward to a nation one day extending from ocean to ocean. In Jefferson's view, more territory meant a safer nation and a more stable political entity, as well as heightened economic opportunity for white Americans to pursue their happiness. Jefferson and his followers became early advocates of the notion of an American continental empire extending from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean. Thanks largely to Presidents Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe, collectively known as the Jeffersonians, the idea of manifest destiny was, even if not in name, certainly a driving force of early American government policy during the first 2 decades following American independence. The Jeffersonians philosophically supported an early notion of manifest destiny and purposefully tried to realize it. In their beliefs, policies, and actions, we see the early impulses and the first whisperings of manifest destiny. Following their lead, in the early years of the Republic, many of their fellow Americans accepted continental expansion as both natural and inevitable. While Thomas Jefferson spoke of an empire for liberty, Andrew Jackson spoke of extending the area for freedom, viewing Western settlers as guarantors of American national existence and the decisive source of American democracy. In the 1830s and 1840s, the Jacksonian expansionists, Andrew Jackson, James Polk, and Sam Houston, followed in the footsteps of their Jeffersonian predecessors. The Jacksonians accepted the basic tenets of Jeffersonian agrarianism, including ever westward expansion by independent, yeoman farmers, and they hoped that, through aggressive territorial expansion in the West, American democratic government and institutions would ultimately spread across the continent. In the 1830s and 1840s, there were, in fact, two rival versions of American imperialism: one, an aggressive version of expansion through violence, conquest, and war, and the other, a more restrained version of economic and cultural imperialism through commerce and missionary activity. Given the growing political dominance of the Jacksonian Democrats, as well as their strength in the South and West, the more aggressive version of American imperialism would prevail. As the primary driving force behind American history between 1815 and 1848, America's imperialist program of Western expansion would be built on the preservation and extension of African American slavery, the dispossession of Native Americans, and the expropriation of Mexicans. 51. Better than anyone else, John O'Sullivan espoused the ideology of Jacksonian expansionism. A propagandist for the Democratic Party, he was editor of the New York Morning News, one of the dozens of cheap newspapers, the so-called penny press, which helped to spread political views to ordinary citizens. After consulting with Jackson himself, O'Sullivan founded a journal, the Democratic Review, to give an intellectual and political voice to the Jacksonian movement, including its ideology of settler imperial territorial expansionism. Certain that God was on the American side, O'Sullivan claimed that American fecundity amounted to nothing less than a revelation of the manifest design of Providence. 52. The United States would not, he asserted, repeat the mistakes of other past empires. In the new American empire, he wrote, the population will be homogeneous, providing an element of power and stability. In his article coining the phrase manifest destiny, O'Sullivan boldly asserted a unique American model for empire building, predicated on what he called peaceful pioneer settlement in frontier regions, formation of their own territorial governments, and, finally, annexation by the United States. Above all, he argued, the United States must acquire more and more land by this population dispersion for the free development of its yearly multiplying millions. 53. O'Sullivan argued that acquisitions of territory in America, even if accomplished by force of arms, are not to be viewed in the same light as the invasions and conquests of the states of the Old World. Our way lies, he wrote, not over trampled nations, but through desert wastes. 54. Unfortunately, O'Sullivan's model of early American empire building bore little relationship to reality for America's indigenous native peoples and their Mexican neighbors to the south. O'Sullivan and the other expansionists of the 1840s provided Americans with a convenient and useful legitimizing myth of American empire. As we shall see in this book, in reality, the American empire was based on patently false notions of American exceptionalism. But by joining the concepts of exceptionalism and empire, the expansionists of the 1840s found a rationale for denying to all other nations and peoples any right to any portion of the entire North American continent. 55. Far from being exceptions to the American past, war, empire, and imperial ambitions were central to the early American Republic. 56. In many ways, America's history would be an imperial one, with the settlement of the country a classic example of imperial hubris. 57. Nazi Germany. Widespread German support for Lebensraum imperialism was due, in large part, to the work and influence of Karl Haushofer, a geography professor at Munich Polytechnic University. A First World War veteran and academic Mandarin, Haushofer, building on Ratzel's work and arguments, reconfigured Ratzel's ideas about geography and history into a new, formalized system of political thought, namely geopolitics. Haushofer spread a message of Germany's mass claustrophobia. 58. For him, the nation-state had the right and duty to provide sufficient living space for its people. In order to acquire adequate Lebensraum, the state, according to Haushofer, could resort to empire, peaceful expansion, or it could opt for what he called just wars. In his view, borders were temporary political boundaries, living organisms, battle zones in the struggle for space. Everywhere, he wrote, we encounter the frontier as battlefield. Haushofer openly called for fluid, dynamic, and ever-changing border regions, seeing borders as breathing spells on the state's eventual march to expansion and conquest. 59. His concept of fluid and dynamic frontiers led him to favor the construction of a greater German empire that included all ethnic Germans. As the prophet of the new geopolitics, Haushofer envisaged geopolitics as the study of Rome for the German nation-state. At the University of Munich, one of his devoted students was Rudolf Hess, an early convert to the fledgling Nazi party who had become party leader Adolf Hitler's private secretary. Through Hess, Haushofer was introduced to Hitler. In 1924, Haushofer visited Hitler and Hess in Landsberg prison numerous times to educate them in the theories of geopolitics and Lebensraum. 60 Privately, he fed the Nazi leader his ideas about living space and just wars of expansion and conquest. In turn, many of Haushofer's ideas found their way into a new book titled Mein Kampf, which Hitler was dictating to Hess while the Nazi leaders were serving time for their participation in the failed beer hall putsch of November 1923. After 1933, Karl Haushofer was at the service of Hitler's New Order, preaching the gospel of geopolitics in countless newspaper articles and radio broadcasts. He provided Nazi slogans and popularized them under the guise of scientific research, and he was hailed by the Nazis as the educator of the Volk. 61 The Nazis, for their part, got much of their terminology and language of expansionism from Haushofer. In addition, they found his ideas useful in offering up ready-made justifications for an aggressive foreign policy as well as in promoting so-called Raum consciousness among the German public. 62 For both Lebensraum ideology propagandists and practitioners, his geopolitical ideas lent a pseudo-scientific character to outright greed and territorial conquest in the East. Under the Nazis, Haushofer saw many of his theoretical geopolitical constructs being translated into reality, a reality not always to his liking. Raisel's leading disciple in the 1920s, Haushofer published a selection of his teachers' selected works during the Third Reich, claiming that Ratzel's ideas were crucial to the formation of National Socialist ideology. 63. For his part, Haushofer made Nazi imperialism and expansionism acceptable to the broad German public, providing a strong endorsement of its course of expansion and conquest. 64 In addition, he laid much of the intellectual framework that underpinned the Nazis' concept of Lebensraum. In the hands of the Nazi regime, these ideas became a justification for brutal policies of race and space. Haushofer also played an important role in popularizing and transmitting ideas of which the Nazis made ready use. The ideas he represented, moreover, were among those factors that did most to justify and legitimate Nazi rule in the popular mind. On the Eastern Front, as well as on the home front, ordinary Germans made repeated use of Haushofer's geopolitical terms and ideas, particularly the idea of Lebensraum, to justify state policy in which they were witnesses, supporters, and/or active participants. 65 In a March 1936 article, Haushofer reminded the German people of their duty to race and Volk, and he told them to trust the Führer and to aspire to Lebensraum by way of the Führer. 66. In Weimar Germany, Lebensraum's most forceful advocate was Adolf Hitler, leader of the small but growing National Socialist German Workers' Party. Born in Austria, the failed artist and social dropout left Vienna for Munich where he joined the German army when Germany declared war in August 1914. In the First World War, Hitler, a conscientious soldier, was wounded on the Western Front and received an Iron Cross, First Class. Returning to Munich after the war veteran and staunch pan-Germanist quickly became active in local radical right-wing politics as a beer hall agitator and effective political speaker for the newly formed NSDAP. In his speeches and writings during the 1920s and early 1930s, Hitler ridiculed as a Grenzpolitiker anyone who merely sought to undo the hated Treaty of Versailles. By contrast, he was a self-described Raumpolitiker who, as leader of a new German Reich, intended to conquer enormous areas in the East and thereby gain much-needed living space for the German nation. 67. The views expressed in the first and second volumes of Mein Kampf, as well as in the unpublished Hitler's Zweite book, formed the ideological guidelines for National Socialist foreign, expansionist, and racial policies. The overarching goal of German policy, Hitler wrote, was the strengthening of our continental power by gaining new soil in Europe. Invoking God and Providence, Hitler called for a sacrifice of blood, to secure for the German people the land and soil to which they are entitled on this earth. 68 In his view, the Lebensraum policy would gain living space for the German Reich for generations to come, and it would, at the same time, provide the underpinning for Germany's renewed position as a world power. In Adolf Hitler's hands, Lebensraum became a convenient tool to explain Germany's past failure in the Great War of 1914-18, its perilous present situation, and its future possibilities. 69. Hitler's Lebensraum doctrine was based on a perceived economic need for population expansion and colonial settlement in new territory, new living space that would allow Germany to achieve the strength and vitality of a great colonial power and to secure its long-term future. The primary goal of his proposed Ostpolitik, Hitler wrote in Mein Kampf, was acquiring the necessary soil for our German people. The coming National Socialist regime, he declared, would turn our gaze toward the land in the East. Under his leadership, the Nazis would finally close the politics of colonialism and trade and go over to the soil policy of the future. Captured in the slogan Blut und Boden, the Nazis, he told his readers, aimed to reclaim a pristine agrarian past of the Teutonic Knights of old and to obtain by the German sword sod for the German plough and daily bread for the nation. As Germany's future political leader, Hitler looked to a German history which profited from the soil which our ancestors acquired by the sword and settled with German peasants. 70 In his unpublished second book, he defined foreign policy as the art of securing for the people the necessary quantity and quality of Lebensraum, and he announced his intention to secure additional living space in the one and only place possible, space in the East. 71. In Mein Kampf, Hitler invoked the American conquest of the West as a model for Nazi continental territorial expansion in the East. In his view, the Nazis must lead the German people from its present restricted living space to new land and soil. This was necessary to free from danger of vanishing from the earth or of serving others as a slave nation. As an example, Hitler looked to the American Union, which possesses its own base in its own continent. From this continental land base, he continued, comes the immense inner strength of the state. As the Aryans of the American continent cleared the wild soil and made a stand against the natives, he noted, more and more settlements sprang up in the land. Germans should look to this historical experience for proof, since its population of largely Germanic elements mixed little with lower-colored peoples. Because they had remained racially pure and unmixed, Hitler argued, the Germanic inhabitants of North America rose to be master of the continent. 72. Like Jefferson's Western Empire, Hitler's Eastern Empire would be built around an essentially agrarian ideology. The German settlers and frontier farmers in the East, the Nazis proclaimed, were to be the source for national renewal and the rejuvenation of German society. For his part, Hitler called the German farmer the most important participant in the National Socialist Revolution. In his view, a healthy peasant class would be the foundation for a whole nation. 73 He saw the hardy settler type as sturdy stock that would prevent the German nation from sinking into softness. 74 The pioneer spirit of earlier German settlers in the 12th century colonization of the East became a staple of Nazi party organizations, disseminated through school lessons, songs, and approved works of literature, history, and race, a spirit to be revived in the Nazi East. 75 In 1934, the Nazi publication Reich Agriculture declared that National Socialism starts out from the fundamental understanding that soil is not a commodity but the living space of the people. 76 In the Nazi East, Hitler envisaged the creation of an agrarian Garden of Eden. 77 Where the German colonist would live on handsome, spacious farms. 78. Hitler had been fascinated, indeed, obsessed, with the American frontier since his youth, and, like many of his fellow Germans in the 1920s, he was enthralled by the United States. His initial awareness of the American assault on native indigenous populations came from his lifelong reading of Karl May, the German cowboy Western novelist. In short, Hitler was fascinated by what a recent historian has termed the North American precedent, and he was captivated by its Nordic settler pioneers who drove early American westward expansion. 79 For the future Nazi Führer and leader of the German government, the Nordics of North America, who had ruthlessly pushed aside the inferior Indian race to secure new land and soil, would be the model for future German expansion. If pushing westward in North America at the expense of native indigenous peoples had been necessary for the Nordic Americans, Hitler reasoned, it was equally logical for German settlers to acquire space for themselves at the expense of indigenous Slavs and Jews in order to create their own Lebensraum in the East. Before and during the Third Reich, the mystique of the American frontier would become an addiction among many other National Socialist true believers. In their view, the Eastern Lebensraum would be to Germany what the frontier was to America, the foundation of future global power. 80. Hitler's notion of Lebensraum was implicitly imperialist as well as social Darwinist and racist, resting on the idea that superior races had the right to conquer and subjugate inferior races. Following Ratzel, Hitler saw the struggle for existence between the races as, first and foremost, a struggle for living space. 81. By regarding Bolshevism as Jewish rule, he combined his pathological antisemitism with Germany's need for land in the East. 82. As party ideologue and propagandist, Hitler offered his listeners/readers a vision of his, and ultimately Germany's, mission. He did not, however, offer concrete policies. On the social question, Hitler offered the German people a national community based on racial purity. On the Jewish question, he advocated getting rid of the Jews, and, on the land question, he sought living space in Eastern Europe to secure Germany's future. 83. Taken collectively, these strands came together in a personalized worldview that would drive Nazi policies of expansion, conquest, and racial purification. In his ideological pronouncements, Hitler blended his obsessive antisemitism with the concept of a war against the Soviet Union for living space. His idea of Lebensraum combined the most brutal tenets of late 19th century imperialism, racism, and antisemitism into a new 20th century imperialist ideology of race and space. As we shall see in subsequent chapters, Adolf Hitler's twin goals of racial purification and continental territorial expansion were interlinked and intimately related to war. 84. In securing support for his notions of race and space, Hitler looked to other historical models and examples. In a January 1932 address to German industrialists, Hitler spoke of the political supremacy of the white race as foundational for past colonial expansion. England, he told his audience, ruled in India with the most brutal ruthlessness. Furthermore, it did not, he argued, acquire India in a lawful and legitimate manner and ruled there without regard to the natives' wishes. In Hitler's view, the settlement of the North American continent was similarly a consequence not of any higher claim in a democratic or international sense, but rather of a consciousness of what is right, an idea he noted which had its sole roots in the conviction of the superiority and thus the right of the white race, to organize the rest of the world. 85. To be sure, 19th century colonial expansionism provided the Nazis with a number of historical models and precedents. In the end, however, the conquest and colonization of the American West provided the closest model for Hitler's Lebensraum project in the East. 86. During 1937, there was a marked increase in the number of references to Lebensraum in Hitler's public speeches. 87. For example, in a November 21, 1937 public speech in Augsburg subsequently reprinted in Volkisker Beobachter, Hitler spoke of the too confined Lebensraum of the German Volk. The National Socialist government faced a new task, he announced to his audience, to procure this vital right of the German Volk. If the whole party and the whole nation would unite behind the leadership, he declared, this vital right would one day be understood by the whole world. 88. Earlier, on November 5, 1937, Hitler addressed his generals in a closed session. According to notes taken by his adjutant, Colonel Friedrich Hossbach, Hitler spoke of the necessity of establishing new colonies in the East to serve as the Lebensraum of the German people. He told his audience that he had made an inalterable decision to solve the problem of living space by the use of force no later than 1943-5. The German racial community, he asserted, had the right to a greater living space. Solving the need for space was crucial to Germany's future, with the security of food situation as the principal question. The only remedy, Hitler declared, and one which might appear to us as visionary, lay in the acquisition of greater living space, a quest which has at all times been the origin of the formation of states and of the migration of peoples. In Hitler's view, space could only be sought in Europe and not in the exploitation of colonies. It is not a matter of acquiring population, he noted, but of gaining space for agricultural use. Hitler told his generals that he was determined to solve the German problem by means of force, it was only the question of when and how. Similar economic issues, he noted, were driving recent Italian and Japanese expansion. We living in an age of economic empires, he concluded, in which the primitive urge to colonization was again manifesting itself. 89. Hitler made no secret of his plans for solving what he called the problem of our Lebensraum. In his May Day speech of May 1, 1939, for instance, he told his audience that the foundations for the life of a people are not to be found in doctrines or theories, but in its Lebensraum. The commandment of the hour, he declared, is the securing of German Lebensraum, for which he was arming Germany with all my might. 90 Likewise, in the run-up to the attack on the Soviet Union, on December 18, 1940, Hitler addressed the annual rally of young officer cadets at the Berlin Sportpalast. As reported by the German News Bureau, Hitler spoke of the relationship between population and living space. The need for expanding Germany's living space, he noted, was a function of the discrepancy between the Volksnumbers and the available Lebensraum. A healthy people, he continued, must enlarge its Lebensraum. Rather than adjusting the Volksnumbers to the available Lebensraum, Germany would, he said, adjust its living space to accommodate the increase in the Volk. Hitler called the adjustment of Germany's living space to its numbers the natural way and the one willed by Providence. The Anglo-Saxon, he reminded his audience, is nothing other than a branch of our German Volk. After all, it was a tiny Anglo-Saxon tribe set out from Europe, conquered England, and later helped to develop the American continent. While the American Union encompassed about 9.5 million square kilometers, the German people, he complained, had less than 600,000 square kilometers of Lebensraum. Celebrating past conquests and hinting at more in the future, Hitler boasted that the National Socialist movement had brought about the creation of a new empire in Europe, and its officers and soldiers must be ready to die in the most decisive battle for our Volk. 91. Hitler's ideology of race and space was very much in tune with widely held views and aspirations in German society concerning the construction of a German empire in Eastern lands, based on racial and social Darwinist principles. The idea of Lebensraum was the most constant ideological current in Hitler's expansionist vision. In a similar sense, the conquest of living space in the East was the fixed, basic tenet underpinning Hitler's foreign policy ideas. For his part, Hitler amalgamated and radicalized previously existing Lebensraum elements into a congruous system of thought that prescribed Eastern spatial expansion as an all-embracing solution to Germany's perceived domestic and international problems. In addition, he popularized the previously marginal and somewhat vague idea of Lebensraum by placing it in the vanguard of the Nazi political program. 92. As Chancellor and Führer of a rearmed German nation, Hitler would act on the pan-Germanist fantasies of his youth and on his later dreams of a German continental imperium and a German-dominated, racially purified Lebensraum in the East. As leader of Germany's Third Reich, from 1933 to 1945, he would mobilize an entire national government, its military, diplomacy, and bureaucracy, behind the realization of his obsessive notions of race and space, as embodied in the Nazi Lebensraum imperialist ideology. At its core, Nazism would become a doctrine of perpetual empire. 93. Adolf Hitler would hold on to his Lebensraum obsession until the very end. In a final message to his followers on April 29, 1945, in the last hours of his life and with his self-proclaimed thousand-year empire crumbling around him, he declared that the efforts and sacrifices of the German Volk in this war were so great that I cannot believe that they were in vain. It must continue to be the objective to gain space for the German Volk in the East. 94. Agents of empire. To realize their respective visions of empire, the early American and Nazi German nation-states would need to employ various agents of empire to carry out specific continental imperialist policies. In both cases, individuals and institutions served this vital function. Both land-based empires clearly needed settler pioneers willing to settle and fight in the new living space. But they also needed the indispensable men of action, to organize and lead military and paramilitary forces for the purposes of opposing potential and actual indigenous resistance to the taking and occupation of their lands. In many ways, Andrew Jackson and Heinrich Himmler were the prototypical Westerner and Easterner, respectively, who would help provide the military and paramilitary means to enable empire building in the American West and the Nazi East by opposing indigenous resistance to the taking of their lands for future settlement. The dynamics of empire building in the early American Republic required corresponding assaults by white settler pioneers and national policymakers, while Nazi empire building called for initial military assaults to clear the way for subsequent settlement by Aryan settler pioneers. Early America. In many ways, the history of American westward expansion is the biography of Andrew Jackson. As a young frontier lawyer seeking financial success and social advance, Jackson acquired land as rapidly as possible. Like all Westerners, he caught the contagion of land fever, which, in turn, determined his negative attitudes towards Indians, Spanish, and English who, in the frontiersman's view, were barriers to American Western expansion. Migrating to the Western frontier in search of a better life, the young Jackson became a fire-breathing frontiersman obsessed with the Indian presence and the need to obliterate it. 95 Like many Western frontiersmen, he demanded a substantial government contribution, but subject to his lead, in eliminating the Indian presence, and he became contemptuous of Congress for, in his view, failing to help protect the settlers against Indian attacks. As a Western land speculator and congressman, Jackson was antagonistic towards both England and Spain who, he claimed, thwarted further American expansion, by encircling the new American nation on the north, south, and west, and who, again in his view, constantly encouraged Indian attacks along the young nation's frontiers. Where other expansionists offered the transcontinental vision, Jackson provided the military means by which that vision could be converted into reality. In short, he provided the rigid determination and essential military conquests to realize America's expansionist dreams. While the Jeffersonian expansionists were men of intellect, Jackson was the crucial man of action, with an absolute will, who made their visions realizable. The politicians in Washington came to rely on Jackson, America's greatest Indian fighter, for the efficient subjugation and dispossession of the natives. More than anyone else, before or after, Andrew Jackson determined the course of American expansion. He was, asserts biographer Robert Remini, the greatest expansionist of them all. Without Jackson the leap across the continent was unlikely if not impossible. 96. In the early American Republic, there were two chief agents of westward expansion, American policymakers who sought to gain title to a continental empire stretching from coast to coast, and pioneers who moved into frontier areas to transform settlement into permanent land ownership and possession. 97 Andrew Jackson was the embodiment of both, an early settler on the frontier, an Indian fighter, a general who fought the English and the Spanish, and a president who made Indian policy. In the early days, frontier settlers were visibly the vanguard of empire. When indigenous peoples sought to resist white encroachment, military and paramilitary forces were needed to protect the settler colonists. Before, during, and after the War for Independence, Americans on the ever-advancing frontier fought as Indian fighters, as members of ad hoc organizations formed for special operations and then disbanded at their conclusion. These specialized units for Indian fighting waged a series of Indian wars on the frontier that only occasionally, and usually reluctantly, saw the participation of the British or American regular armies. 98 Another fundamental institution and agent of empire was the local, state, or territorial militias, the armed citizen soldiers who provided much of the military power on the empire's frontiers from the first colonial settlements to the mid-19th century. In wartime, this armed citizenry was used to form volunteer companies of special forces to support the regular army. All along the advancing western frontier, local militia units defended settler communities and engaged Native Americans in a bloody contest for the land. Owing its existence to the American frontier, the regular army also played a significant role in the westward expansion of America's Empire of Liberty. As instruments of Congress and the President, they were, above all, agents of empire whose chief work was on the Indian frontier as an official and indispensable instrument in the enforcement of Indian policy. In addition, they were also so-called advanced pioneers who opened up the westward moving frontier of the new American empire, serving as policemen, farmers, road builders, scientists, explorers, and lumbermen. By the early 1840s, politicians and propagandists promoting aggressive territorial expansion became the primary agents of empire, although settler pioneers continued to play a significant role in expansion. In the course of early American expansion, frontier settler pioneers alone did not take possession of the entire North American continent, nor did policymakers in the metropole single-handedly acquire it. The particular dynamics of empire building in the early American Republic required two complementary assaults, by national political leaders and individual settler pioneers to ultimately achieve America's continental empire. 99 Indeed, far from being the forceful and lively agent of westward expansion, the poorly armed frontier settler was more often cast in the role of a client who very much depended on the effective exercise of state authority and federal government power to acquire the new white settler living space, to help gain secure land titles, to provide protection from Indians, and to secure slave labor for agriculture. Importantly, as a lightly populated nation seeking to build a continental empire, maximizing women's reproductive capacity was a high policy imperative, with George Washington, the father of his country, urging settlers of the West to fulfill, in his words, the first and great commandment, increase and multiply. In the American experience, fecund women, a high birth rate, continued immigration from Europe, and a fertile continent all combined to provide the foundation for America's Western continental empire. 100. Nazi Germany. Adolf Hitler's most ardent follower was Heinrich Himmler. Himmler became active in the Gestapo from 1925 onward, held a number of different positions within the Nazi Party, and was appointed Reichsführer SS in January 1929. He claimed to be one of the first to buy Hitler's book, Mein Kampf, and found that, in his words, there's an incredible amount of truth in it. 101 Like Hitler, the fight against the Jews and the German conquest of additional living space in the East were two of Himmler's great lifelong causes. And, like his Führer, Himmler dreamed of colonizing eastern lands with racially pure, Aryan German settlers. As a young man, Himmler was drawn to the East and the frontier experience. In 1919, he decided to become a Lebensraum pioneer, and he made plans to work on a farm and study agronomy. That same year, he confided to his diary that I will live my life in the East and fight my battles as a German far from beautiful Germany. 1022 2 years later, after hearing General Graf Rüdiger von der Goltz speak about the recent Freikorps military campaigns in the Baltic, Himmler wrote in his diary, "Now I know more definitely, if there is a campaign in the East again, I will go along. The East is the most important thing for us," he continued, "we must fight and settle in the East." 103 A qualified agriculturalist and former district leader of the Ardeman League, Himmler saw the rural lifestyle as a means of restoring the German nation to health and advocated the farmer-peasant life as a precondition for the nation's renewal and preservation. Adopting these ideas fully, he also embraced the Lebensraum imperialist ideology calling for seizure of land and colonial settlements in conquered eastern lands. In Himmler's vision, the East was to be cleared in order to create a huge settler colonial territory for Nazi Germany. The Nazi strategy for Lebensraum, to him, meant cleansing the eastern lands of the indigenous populations all the way to the Ural Mountains through war, murder, enslavement, and deliberate starvation. This strategy also meant that indigenous peoples in the Nazi East were to be reduced to the lowest level of culture. Himmler aimed at colonizing and taming the Wild East with SS Wehrabauern, who would be charged with defending the Reich from the Asiatic hordes, meaning Slavs and Jews. In his view, his Wehrabauern settlements of SS and German peasant warriors were necessary to assure the existence of Adolf Hitler's proclaimed thousand-year Reich. Himmler's own racial, agrarian utopian schemes were based on romantic notions of the frontier inspired by the North American example. 104 For the Reichsführer SS and like-minded Nazi agrarians, he yeoman on his own acre is, in Himmler's own words, the backbone of the German people's strength and character. 105 Hitler's Lebensraum imperialist ideology was implicitly based on a series of wars to win living space in the East, requiring a large, loyal, and like-minded military force. Like the Nazis, Germany's military elite shared the geopolitical, social Darwinist view that Germany must gain Eastern Lebensraum to make itself blockade-proof and secure its position as a world power. They viewed Slavs as inferior peoples and appropriate objects of colonial exploitation and domination. They were obsessed with anti-communism, and they accepted Hitler's equation of the Bolsheviks with the Jews. 106 The most modern, innovative, and efficient military machine of its time, the German armed forces, was Hitler's armed instrument and the willing tool of the Nazi regime in implementing National Socialist foreign and racial policies. Even more than civilians, the Wehrmacht's ordinary combat soldiers were more likely to be supportive of the regime, its ideology, and its policies, including Hitler's dreams of an aggressive war of expansion and colonial empire in the East. 107 In addition to the military, Hitler had other agents of empire available to him, most notably Heinrich Himmler's SS. Himmler's SS embodied the mixture of racism and expansionism, captured in Hitler's twin goals of race and space. 108 It was to be both a secret police and a warrior elite, an instrument for cleansing the new German Empire of its internal and external enemies, and the agency for settling conquered eastern lands with German soldier farmers. From 1939 onwards, the SS controlled two of the most important areas of Nazi foreign and racial policy, population policy and Lebensraum policy, including the colonization of the conquered territories in the East. Operating behind the lines of regular army troops, Einsatzgruppen sought to maximize territorial coverage in the colonized space, often killing indigenous peoples under the guise of carrying out anti-partisan operations. The Einsatzgruppen also participated in the occupation and pacification of conquered eastern territories, where they promptly assumed responsibility for the fundamental cleansing of unwanted indigenous populations, that is, Jews and Slavs. The military combat wing of the SS, the Waffen-SS, was also available for anti-partisan actions against indigenous peoples. Indeed, in the words of SS Gruppenführer Otto Hoffmann of the Race and Resettlement Office, the East belonged to the SS. 109. Similarities, differences, and links. Anchored by their visions and fantasies of empire in the American West and the Nazi East, respectively, the expansionist ideologies of Manifest Destiny and Lebensraum were founded on strikingly similar notions of space and race, embedded, in both cases, in a broader continental imperialist discourse. In both the early American and Nazi German contexts, continental territorial expansion was driven by these respective racial imperialist discourses. As ideologies of colonial expansion, moreover, both discourses were predicated on the taking of the indigenes' land, the founding of settler colonies, and the removal of the indigenous populations from the settler living space. Both the Manifest Destiny and Lebensraum ideologies were based on a notion of empire, which required extending their frontiers and national space, often by force, in an aggressive agenda of territorial expansion. Both the early American and Nazi German imperial projects, moreover, were colonizing missions to settle the West and the East at the expense of the local indigenous populations. Both political elites shared the conviction that a nation needs to secure adequate space in order to assure its economic and national survival. In constructing these ideologies, both American and German ideologues found a convenient rationale for limitless territorial expansion and for the brutal treatment of indigenous peoples. To be sure, Both ideologies were examples of ideological thinking and propaganda designed to rationalize, legitimize, and justify continental expansion and conquest, and both were models of social engineering and population politics, aimed at the attainment of racial homogeneity, unlimited expansion, and continental empire. A belief in the nation's own righteousness and providential destiny was the common ideological prerequisite. Both ideologies sought to exploit the opportunities provided by territorial expansion into a contiguous landmass, and both aimed to make the most of the potentialities afforded by a dynamic territorial frontier. In both cases, the political leaders whose ideas drove continental expansion relied on powerful agents and instruments of empire to drive their policies, which were founded on like notions of space and race. Despite these numerous similarities, however, there was also a subtle difference between the two ideologies of continental imperialism, a difference which would, as we shall see, ultimately shape the course of expansion and conquest, as well as the evolution of settler colonial and outgroup policy in the colonized space. At the end of the day, American manifest destiny was primarily an ideology of space. Nazi German Lebensraum, on the other hand, was an ideology of race and space, that is, of co-equal elements of racial purification and territorial expansion, which intertwined to form the driving force of Nazi policy in the East. Hitler's goal was to reconstruct Europe as a racial entity, with a blending of the metropole and its colonies into a racially defined empire. 110 In the Nazi Lebensraum project, race and empire became interlocking imperatives. The early American variety of continental imperialism stood at the beginning of the development of the racial imperialist discourse. Heavily influenced by the North American precedent and model, the Nazi German variety of continental imperialism was, I would argue, the logical culmination of the earlier Anglo-American continental imperialist ideology, with a number of prominent, as well as disturbing, points of ideological convergence. The historical lessons and example offered by American westward expansion would not be lost on Hitler and other Nazi true believers. In the Third Reich, Nazi imaginings of the new Aryan paradise in the East, especially those of Hitler, Himmler, and party ideologue Alfred Rosenberg, contained frequent laudatory references to the North American frontier, and Nazi propaganda photos and films featured ethnic German settlers driving covered wagons eastward decorated with portraits of the Führer. 111 Nazi songs glorified settler wagons rolling east into an eastern alien wilderness. Konrad Meyer, a leading Nazi SS planner and author of the notorious General Plan East, wrote that the America of the Germanic peoples lies in Eastern Europe. 112 In der Untermensch, one of Himmler's SS publications, Eastern Lebensraum was described as black earth that could be a paradise, a California of Europe. 113 Echoing the advice given to young men in early America to go west, young man, go west, the headline of a wartime article in a German newspaper carried the title Go East, Young Man. 114 In their pursuit of additional living space in the East, Nazi officials would emulate and exploit the language and practices of the American frontier. In the end, Hitler, Himmler, and other like-minded Nazi leaders were true believers in the mystique of the American frontier and in the evocative link between the American West and the Nazi East. For them, it was a strong ideological obsession underpinning their racial and expansionist fantasies of large-scale Eastern agrarian settlement, an obsession which, as we shall see in subsequent chapters, would exert a strong influence on planned and actualized Nazi policies and practices in the Wild East. 2. Racial othering, manufacturing difference. In both early America and Nazi Germany, each nation-state constructed a hierarchical social structure, using race as the primary organizing principle for society and based on a racial worldview founded on notions of racial difference and otherness. In both cases, specific historical and cultural contexts nourished ideas of racial difference, promoted racial ideologies, and offered up racial worldviews supporting the alleged superiority of the white/Aryan races and their right and duty to subjugate inferior natives in the new living space of the American West and the Nazi East. A race-centered worldview, in both cases, gained increased power and influence from specific political developments. In pre-Civil War early America, the Jeffersonian and Jacksonian political elites occupied the White House and directed the course of American continental imperialism. In Germany, the Nazi ascension to power in 1933 guaranteed that a race-centered worldview would be a driving force behind the empire building and racial cleansing at the heart of the Nazi agenda. The early American Western Empire and the Nazi German Eastern Empire involved the racial remaking of living space, both in the metropole and in the colonial territories. Thanks to this process of racial othering, both ordinary Americans and ordinary Germans developed a deep-seated sense of belonging to a superior and privileged collective, feelings that would render most of them indifferent to the fate of allegedly inferior peoples. In each specific historical context, however, race thinking became operationalized in different ways. In early America, the ideology of race was compatible with the power relationships, political goals, and economic interests of the political elites. 1 Premised on the rights of property, the American Revolution, its causes, motivations, and objectives, would allow the white settlers to pursue their happiness by obtaining Indian lands and black slaves. In the 19th century, the ideology of race became fully operationalized, as American continental imperialists turned to the authority of science to buttress and expand their arguments for continued territorial expansion and extension of slavery. During this century, a racial worldview became firmly entrenched, with the ascendancy of an aggressive racial Anglo-Saxonism. In Nazi Germany, two distinct campaigns served to operationalize race thinking as part of efforts to mobilize popular support for Hitler's racial aims. During the years 1933–9, the Nazis undertook massive public relations campaigns to popularize racial thinking and to create a race culture, playing on emotions of ethnic fear and racial pride among ordinary Germans. These campaigns called for a Germany for the Germans and a living space cleansed of alien others. 2 And during the years 1939–45, Nazi propaganda campaigns effectively legitimized war and genocide to ordinary Germans as necessary preemptive measures against an alleged threat to the existence and survival of the German nation. 3. In tune with America's expansionist consensus, a deepening process of racial othering in American political and popular culture provided both a justification and an ideological rationale for past, current, and future westward territorial expansion, across lands occupied by North America's indigenous peoples. In the 3 centuries of colonial settlement and westward expansion, Indian hating and empire building called for the elimination, one way or the other, of indigenous peoples who stood in the path of Anglo-American expansion. To be sure, American expansionist policy was firmly based on assumptions of racial and cultural superiority, as well as on an insatiable desire for land, expansion, and empire. Rather than their inclusion and integration, it emphasized the exclusion of Indians from the dominant white society as well as from the white settler living space. 4. Thanks to the work of Nazi propagandists and racial theorists, the Jews and other outgroups were not understood as human beings but as, in the chilling words of Nazi ideology, life unworthy of life whose elimination would benefit the Aryan national community. Built on what has been called an ethnic fundamentalism, a racial culture spread throughout the Third Reich, which endorsed Nazi racial beliefs and shaped the worldview of ordinary Germans, allowing them to accept the Nazi-promised future of a greater German Reich and Nazi empire cleansed of racial and ethnic aliens. With the onset of wars for Lebensraum, the Nazi racial culture served as a backdrop for the openly proclaimed race war in the East and prepared ordinary Germans to tolerate, and some to participate in, racial crime. 5. Antecedents. In both the early American and Nazi German cases, racial themes, concepts of race, and notions of racial otherness had important antecedents embedded in their prehistories that formed a background for later racial categories and processes of manufacturing difference. In the American case, notions of otherness were an important part of English colonizing efforts in North America from the very beginning of its settlement. These notions of otherness would lead to the emergence of a harsh racial underpinning to life in British colonial America, along with the creation of the frontier as a racial boundary separating the living space of indigenous peoples and white settler colonists. In the German case, Early notions of otherness focused mainly on Germany's small Jewish population, with antisemitism mostly occupying the fringes of German politics and society. These notions of otherness soon led to the construction of a full-blown antisemitic ideology which, while situated at the peripheries of German life, was fully capable of moving to the center of German political culture at times of economic and political crisis. Early America. In their colonizing efforts, English settlers would encounter other peoples in Ireland, Virginia, and New England, resulting in social constructions of civilization and savagery. Like the Irish, the native peoples of North America were viewed as the other, but this otherness was not yet definitely fixed by race. In British North America, the social construction of race appeared within the economic context of competition for Indian lands. To be sure, to deny the humanity of the Indians, to define them in non-human terms, and to picture them as godless savage beasts made it easy for the Euro-American invaders and settler colonists to argue that these non-peoples were disqualified from the right to possess land. 6 But, as historian Daniel Richter points out, clear-cut racial categories of white and red had to be constructed, and whites and Indians had to learn to hate each other. 7 Euro-American settlers in the New World fashioned different codes of race relations, based on their own needs, prejudices, and attitudes concerning how people should be classified, treated, and separated. For their part, colonizing Englishmen maintained themselves as an ethnic caste, enforcing colonialism upon the subject indigenous peoples of their geographic vicinity. Along with the settler colonists, there were Africans imported as plantation slaves and indigenous peoples in their tribal communities who lived within the claimed territory of a colony. The Indians and the Africans were, as separate castes, excluded from civil society and its legal structures. There was, indeed, a hard racial underside to life in British North America. Distinctions, however, were initially based on religion. The colonists were Christians, while Indians and Africans were heathen. When some of those red and black heathens chose to accept white Christianity, however, race became the basis for necessary distinctions between the privileged conquerors and the so-called inferior races. In the colonies, Indians and Africans were seen as alien others, suitable subjects for convenient conquest and ruthless exploitation. In British North America, then, religion and God were used as justification for both the colonization of North America and the brutally harsh treatment of the Indians. 8. With the British defeat of France in the 7 Years' War, there was a steadily hardening definition of racial categories. Over time, Indian lands had become a bone of contention between colonists and the ruling empire in the London metropole. Tired of costly wars to protect white settlers in the western lands, Britain's King George III specifically prohibited further white settlement west of the Appalachians in his proclamation of 1763. As white settlements continued to expand, white racism followed the moving frontier into Indian country. From the time of the earliest settlements until the eve of the American Revolution, ugly patterns of racial antagonism took root between whites and Indians. Importantly, the proclamation line of 1763 became a racially defined frontier line, a racial boundary extending from Maine to Georgia and roughly following the crest line of the Appalachian Mountains. In ethnic and racial terms, the proclamation line of 1763 signaled the emergence of a racial frontier, which attempted to separate and delineate the living space of indigenous peoples and Anglo-American settler colonists. 9. With this dividing line between savage Indians and civilized whites, Indian and white worlds became increasingly defined, contested, and racial. Although concepts of race remained ill-formed throughout the late 18th century, both whites and Indians on the frontier increasingly viewed and defined each other in racial terms. Among both colonists and Indians, there was an increasingly pervasive view that whites and Indians were different, incompatible, and, therefore, could never peacefully share the North American continent. After 1763, the once shared Euro-Indian transatlantic imperial world, with its middle ground, accommodationist vision of native European coexistence, would disappear, as the newly independent Americans set about constructing a future in which Native American communities and peoples had no place. On the western frontier, white Anglo-Americans envisaged a country cleansed of Indians, who were more and more their enemies. Sadly, the cultural legacy of 1763 was the increasingly powerful belief that the North American continent must become white or Indian. 10 By the early 19th century, the middle ground and the native ground would start to give way to attitudes, practices, and policies of racism, dispossession, and exclusion. 11. Nazi Germany. In Imperial Germany, practicing Jews numbered around 600,000, lived in an overwhelmingly Christian society, and constituted around 1% of the total population. Excluded from owning land, they were also subject to informal social discrimination, which worked to deny them access to positions in such key institutions as the army, the universities, and the top ranks of the civil service. As Jews began to convert and marry into Christian society, religious prejudice was subsumed into racial prejudice, with Jews increasingly denounced as a racial minority. When economic misfortune struck, moreover, Germany's motley collection of political anti-Semites were quick to blame the Jews and to advocate their total exclusion from German society. Due to the influence of anti-Semitic propagandists, the Jewish question was placed on the political agenda, where it became a matter subject to discussion and debate. While there was a lack of overt or violent political anti-Semitism, many of the ideas that would become part of Nazi racial ideology were already part of the German political discourse well before the First World War. 12. Within Germany itself, the onrush of modernization, many conservative Germans believed, threatened the country's social structures, existing hierarchies, and traditional cultural values. Viewed as the main beneficiaries of this modernization, the Jews were thus blamed for all of modernity's evils. On a scale not seen elsewhere, anti-Jewish attitudes spread into the very heart of German society, due to widespread and deep anti-Jewish hostility in economic and professional associations, nationalistic political parties, and widely influential cultural groups. Moreover, an all-embracing anti-Semitic ideology was systematically elaborated in Wilhelmine Germany which, in later years of crisis, would encourage more extreme ideological constructs. 13. During the First World War, racial anti-Semites accused the Jews of not serving in the military to defend the fatherland from its enemies. Instead, they argued, the Jews used wartime conditions to exploit patriotic Germans for their own profit on the black market. Not surprisingly, these accusations led to a noticeable upsurge in anti-Semitic expression and attack. German failure to win a quick victory in the war was due, said anti-Semites, to Jewish shirking and war profiteering. Accused of dodging the draft and avoiding service on the front, the Jews were seen as unpatriotic elements that stood in the way of German victory. These sentiments soon gave rise to a new wave of anti-Semitism which, during the post-war years, would prove more dangerous and durable than its predecessors. In the latter part of the war, German anti-Semitism became a national phenomenon. In the political arena, various anti-Semitic, racial forces united to form the German Fatherland Party, a right-wing party that endorsed a boundless expansionism, an unambiguous biological racism, and an abiding hostility towards Jews. 14. Racial anti-Semitism existed mainly on the fringes of imperial society, while a populist anti-Semitism found a home in the populist radical conservative parties of Wilhelmine Germany. 15. In the late 19th century, German anti-Semitism was very much one of anti-Semitic peripheries, that is, an anti-Semitism of the provinces. There was a socio-economic anti-Semitism among peasants and artisans who suffered from the effects of industrialization and modernization. For its part, the bourgeoisie, in German towns, often adopted anti-Semitism as a cultural code to preserve their social status and prestige against an alleged Jewish cultural threat. At times of economic and political crisis, however, German anti-Semitism quickly moved from the periphery to the center of German politics and society. 16. In addition to anti-Jewish feeling, other prejudices were being constructed. A new science called eugenics grew up in Europe and North America, around the notion that modern society could be engineered to assure reproduction by only its supposedly healthiest elements. A radicalization of eugenic ideas took place after the First World War. In this radicalized environment, people deemed mentally or physically handicapped were called living burdens and completely worthless creatures. Roma were commonly referred to as the Gypsy Plague, as if they were a kind of disease. Within 20th century German society, Slavic peoples, especially Poles and Russians, were considered to be backward, uneducated, unkempt, brutish, and childlike. German anti-Slavic prejudices and suspicions were only intensified by the Russian Revolution of 1917, which linked hatred of the Jews with the Jewish communists now running the Soviet Union. Yet modern anti-Semitism, in both its pre-Nazi and Nazi forms, had a virulence and intensity that set it apart from these other prejudices. 17. Early prejudices. In both the early American and Nazi German cases, long-standing racial prejudices hardened at critical moments in their respective national histories. In the American case, the run-up to the American War of Independence from Great Britain emphasized racial themes and fueled the colonists' racial anxieties, while the war itself displayed elements of a racial war between white settler colonists and native indigenous peoples. As American studies scholar René Bergland writes, the birth of the American nation and the death of the Native American were as closely related as light and shadow. 18 The prediction that all Indians everywhere in America would vanish or disappear became a key component of the nation-forging ideology of the new United States. In the German case, racial prejudices against Jews exploded during the First World War, and in the post-war Weimar Republic many Germans on the radical right called for government action against Jews and other targeted outgroups. In the early Weimar period, national humiliation, defeat, revolution, and hyperinflation led to the rise of German mass antisemitism, a widespread infiltration of antisemitic language and arguments into German political discourse, and an alliance between overt racism and respectability in German society. 19 Along with the Jews, Weimar conservatives also targeted some non-Jewish Germans as dangerous aliens. Early America. The American War for Independence had unleashed a new wave of anti-Indian and anti-Negro sentiment. 20 A rationale for the extermination of the Indians was, in fact, embedded in the Declaration of Independence, America's founding document and the Great Charter of White American Liberties. Among the bill of particulars against King George III was the provocative charge that he has excited domestic insurrections among us, and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers, the merciless Indian savages, whose known rule of warfare, is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. 21 Interestingly, Jefferson was repeating a charge made by revolutionary propagandist Tom Paine in his tract Common Sense that England was a barbarous and hellish power, which hath stirred up the Indians and the Negroes against us. 22 These references by Jefferson and Paine reflected the widespread belief in much of colonial North America that the British were scheming to loose the Indians upon the frontiers back settlements and to incite the slaves in revolt, a disturbing vision, indeed, of a violent racial war to come. Ignoring settler atrocities against peaceable Native Americans, Jefferson's vicious caricature created a generic, colonist-hating Indian ready to unleash extreme violence against defenseless white women and children on the frontier. 23 More and more, white settlers cast the civilization/savage dichotomy in permanent, racialized terms. Racial themes persisted throughout the American War for Independence, with American revolutionaries denouncing Britain's unholy alliance with the Indian enemy. The conventional war fought between the American rebels and the British along the eastern seaboard was paralleled, and at times intersected, by a brutal genocidal war without mercy on the frontier fringes of the 13 rebellious colonies. 24. In the Revolutionary War's aftermath, the notion of the American Revolution as a racial war assumed a dominant place in the national mythology, as periods of Indian, white peace and patterns of interdependency were soon forgotten. In the American national memory, the Indians had sided with the British in an effort to prevent American independence and were, therefore, justly deserving of past, present, and future American assaults on Indian lands, communities, and cultures. 25 At the war's end, Native American communities were left facing an Indian-hating white society on the frontier, which was heavily armed and obsessed with the vision of vacant Indian lands in the West. 26. With American independence won, Native Americans, whether they had sided with the rebels, sided with the British, or remained neutral, became increasingly identified as enemies of the young republic, and Indian resistance was widely seen as a security threat to the new nation. In the early republic, the fiction took hold that all Indians had fought for the British in order to prevent American independence. This new national mythology was used, in turn, to justify dispossession, with Indian land seen as a vital resource for the new nation. For the revolutionary generation, Indian land became the key to national, state, and individual wealth. Meanwhile, white citizens looked forward increasingly to a homeland in the New World without Indians. The new American Republic, it was clear, would be a white man's republic, with its Jeffersonian and Jacksonian political elites committed to supplying good agricultural land to its white settler farmers. 27. The view of the American Revolution as a racial war took on a dominant place in the national mythology of the new nation. The Revolution, in cultural terms, perpetuated the early colonial image of the Indian as a savage. In 1804, John Vanderlyn's famous painting, The Death of Jane McCrae, showed Indians assaulting a young, white female with obvious murderous intent. The painting fueled sexual and racial anxieties among whites, reminding Americans that Indians were merciless savages with genocidal intent against innocent white settlers. Other artistic depictions of Native American people showed them slowly retreating westward, suffused in the heavy imagery of setting suns, as they faded from history. 28. By the end of the American Revolution, the newly independent white Americans had constructed an anti-Indian rhetoric that was genuinely worth calling racist. 29. In 1790 the U.S. Congress, in the Naturalization Act, defined American citizenship solely on the basis of race, limiting the rights of citizenship to all free white persons who have or shall migrate into the United States. The Revolutionary era, then, witnessed an emerging hierarchy of races, based on an inferior status ascribed to Native Americans and African Americans. At the end of the 18th century, as historian Kathleen Duval writes, most white Americans believed that all blacks were naturally and permanently inferior to all whites, and they were rapidly expanding their analysis to Indians. 30. There was, moreover, a growing cultural construction of race, based on the idea of races as separate and exclusive groups, on the notion of a racial determinism in explaining history and culture, and on an Anglo-Saxon myth of innate white superiority. By the end of the 18th century, then, early America's racial ideology, in both political and popular culture, had achieved critical mass. Thanks to the post-revolutionary generation, it would attain full flowering by the middle of the 19th century. 31. Nazi Germany. As leader of the rising Nazi Party, Adolf Hitler was the leading advocate of racial thinking, a race-based ideology, and a racial worldview. Darwinian terminology and rhetoric permeated Hitler's writings and speeches. 32. And he took the social Darwinian myth of superior and inferior races to a logical extreme, calling for the Aryan German master race to rule the world and to eliminate inferior races. In particular, as both a political biography and an ideological tract, Mein Kampf was a clear guide to his thinking on race. In the conclusion to his book, Hitler declared that Germany, if she was led and organized according to principles, would inevitably win her rightful position on this earth. In this age of racial poisoning, he asserted, the German nation-state must someday become lord of the earth, if it dedicated itself to the care of its best racial elements. 33. During the post-First World War Weimar Republic, Hitler and other radical anti-Semites denounced the Jews as an alien element to the German nation and as the cause for all the problems besetting Germany, including defeat in the First World War, the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia, post-war inflation, and the Great Depression. Under the Weimar system, the anti-Semites claimed, German politics, economics, and culture were controlled and dominated by the Jews. In the eyes of many Germans, the Weimar Republic was a Jewish republic, a convenient instrument for the establishment, consolidation, and exercise of Jewish power and influence over the German people. On the radical right, Hitler was the most consistent theorist and practitioner of anti-Semitism. Nazi racial theory demanded, in the words of Nazi propaganda chief Joseph Goebbels, the rigorous weeding out of all alien elements from all areas of public life and, in particular, the destruction of the dung heap of Jewish immorality and racial degeneration. 34 The Nazis had a simple explanation for all of Germany's military, political, and economic catastrophes, captured in their slogan, "The Jews are to blame." While anti-Semitism played a relatively minor role in Hitler's rise to power, an anti-Semitic discourse during the Weimar years poisoned the minds of many Germans. Before the Nazis came to power, eugenic and related ideologies of social engineering spread through the medical, healthcare, criminological, and social policy-making professions. During the Weimar Republic, there was a decided turn towards biological politics where social, cultural, and political issues were increasingly seen in racial terms and as issues of racial hygiene, laying the groundwork for the Third Reich's radicalized racial policies and grandiose population schemes. 35 Ideas about selective breeding and calls for permission for the destruction of worthless life had become widespread during Weimar, under the guise of eugenics. By the early 1930s, the eugenics that emphasized collective health gave way to a eugenics focusing on the dangers of racial and blood pollution. In Weimar Germany, many Germans called for government action against society's outgroups. Many of these outgroups, like the Jews, were blamed by conservative nationalists in the military and elsewhere, for Germany's defeat in the First World War and for the German Revolution of 1918. Roma and Sinti were subjected to police harassment and public hostility. Germans of African descent became easy targets of German racial prejudice. Jehovah's Witnesses were seen as an annoying and offensive cult by mainline Christians, both Protestant and Catholic. Conservative Germans also called for government measures against homosexuals, criminals, and other so-called asocials, supposedly responsible for a wave of criminal activity and deviant behavior which, in their view, characterized liberal and permissive Weimar society. 36 For many Germans on the right, then, Weimar Germany was a society of alien ethnic, racial, and social outgroups, whose very presence was intolerable to self-defined racially pure Germans. Dehumanization. In both early America and Nazi Germany, perceptions of difference and otherness further hardened into newly constructed racial ideologies, ideologies that served as convenient justifications for policies of expansion, conquest, and racial exclusion. In both cases, political leaders opportunistically used these processes of racial othering to build a popular consensus for expansionist policies on the frontier peripheries of empire and for policies of segregation, exclusion, and elimination aimed at targeted outgroups. In British North America and the early American Republic, the concept of race became an invented rationale for the conquest of Indian lands and policies of Indian removal. By classifying them as non-white, the successful American revolutionaries wanted to reduce Indians and African slaves permanently to subhuman status and to deny them a place in the new nation. Nazi racial ideology and political propaganda called for the acquisition of living space and for the removal and destruction of racially alien pests, as life unworthy of life representing a mortal threat to the health and existence of the German nation. As a result of an extreme process of racial othering in Nazi Germany, eliminating inferior peoples became, in the eyes of ordinary Germans, a culture-wide sanitation project. Early America. It took almost 3 centuries for Anglo-American perceptions of Native Americans to gradually evolve from assumptions of profound cultural difference to a belief in their innate racial inferiority. 37 In the late 18th century, perceptions of difference first began to harden into notions of racial categories. In early America, the racialization of Indians and Africans was built on the foundational distinction between land and labor. 38 As slaves, blacks were a labor source that allowed frontier planters to realize the value of vacant Indian lands by converting the wilderness into civilization. To assure continued economic growth, then, the newly independent republic needed both African labor and Indian lands. Conveniently, both enslaved Africans and Indians had been excluded from legal society. They were not viewed as people in the new American Republic. Settler colonists were interested, moreover, in exploiting the Africans' labor and in taking the Indians' land, seeking to increase the black slave population and to reduce the Indian population. Accordingly, black slaves were inoculated against smallpox and given medical treatment in case of sickness or disease. Rum was rationed at holiday time and at weekends. On the other hand, epidemic disease among Native Americans went untreated, and whites often promoted alcohol with the intention of destroying life among the Indians. 39. The emerging hierarchy of races assigned superior status to whites and inferior status to Indians and blacks. In the self-proclaimed New World, the Indian status was that of a conquered and oppressed population possessing few attributes or racial characteristics that would allow them to become civilized. As a slave population, blacks were consigned to a permanent servile status that offered no escape. Racism and notions of difference in early America defined African Americans and Native Americans as non-persons within the white settlement culture. In early America, however, race operated differently in the case of Native Americans and enslaved Africans. For blacks, race became a structure of social control. For Indians, it became a logic for elimination. Dependent upon slaves as a cheap source of labor, white society did not seek to eliminate blacks but aimed, instead, at their exclusion from white society. Eliminatory policies, therefore, were characteristically applied to Indians but not to blacks. Unlike the Red Indians, black Africans were not seen as a dying race, a notion that became the ideological preserve of the Native Americans. 40. The metaphysics of Indian hating, as has been observed, reduced native people to the rest of the fauna and flora to be rooted out by white settlers. 41. Indian hating, unsurprisingly, was strongest among those who stood to most benefit from the obtaining of Indian lands. 42. In the early American Republic, white Americans came increasingly to understand the Native American as an ignoble savage, destined to be destroyed by God, nature, or progress to make way for civilized man. The American settlers' strong desire for Indian lands, as well as settler eliminationist tendencies, were apparent even to foreign visitors. During a visit to the southern states in 1797, Louis Philippe observed that certainly no effort is made to hide plans to strip Indians of everything, and their eagerness to get on with it leads the whites often to paint the Indians in false colors. 43. To be sure, by the mid-19th century, territorial governors and local newspapers in the settler colonies of Texas, Colorado, and California openly called for the extermination of the Indians and for an exterminatory Indian war, echoing a popular sentiment among many white Western settlers. 44. Within the broader political culture, certainly, views were more divided. While a few humanitarians sought eventually to assimilate Indians into Anglo-American society, most settler colonists thought them inferior and inassimilable. Other political theorists offered the possibility of assimilation, as an alternative to extermination. Even the discourse of assimilation, however, was premised on the view that Indian ways of life were inferior and that Indians were an inferior race destined to disappear. As such, the assimilationist discourse was linked to increasingly systematized theories of racial classification and hierarchy that tended to reinforce ontological thinking about race. This discourse also facilitated fatalistic ideas about the inevitability of Indians' disappearance. 45. Even those 19th-century Americans who were somewhat favorably disposed to the Indian believed that, due to divine intervention or the laws of nature, the Indian, in the end, must disappear from the American continent. White settlers, from their perspective, saw Indians at best as a nuisance and at worst as a real danger to the advance of Western settlement. For their part, most intellectuals of the era were convinced of the Indians' racial inferiority. As Thomas Gossett notes, in his classic study, however, differences in views were more apparent than real. While the settler looked forward to, or was indifferent to, the Indians' extinction, most intellectuals were convinced that, because of their racial inferiority, the Indians must ultimately vanish. 46. Within popular culture, the colonial image of native peoples was carried over into the popular culture of the new American nation. To settlers in British North America, Indians were seen either as traditional, fierce, and wild enemies or as exotic, strange savages and unlawful roamers of the North American continent, in either case as formidable foes who stood in the way of settler expansion. In the early republic, the racially constructed Indian provided legitimacy for the conquest of the North American continent, for the eventual sovereignty of the United States over most of the continent, and for the Indian wars of conquest and expansion. In opposition to the white settlers, the image of the wild, uncivilized, and savage Indian was, indeed, a vision of the other. A racial stereotype soon emerged of the Indian as captive to despair and addicted to alcohol, depravity, wildness, and violence, a stereotype that helped to perpetuate the belief that the Indian was inassimilable. Even more ominously, stories and images of Indian atrocities provided a basis and rationale for dispossession or forced removal of Native Americans. In early America, as both a political theorist and a political leader, Thomas Jefferson was central to the formulation and dissemination of attitudes about race. On a personal level, Jefferson fully accepted the newly emerging ideas of Anglo-Saxon racial purity and superiority and found them helpful to assuage occasional doubts about slavery and the dispossession of indigenous peoples. 47 As we have instanced above, Jefferson's political rhetoric towards Native Americans during the American Revolution conjured up images of violence on the western frontier, images of white women and children being slaughtered, captured, and tortured by merciless savages. In these images, Indians became despised objects of a powerful hate and were therefore declared ineligible for citizenship in the new American family. Jefferson's images and views often placed him on the side of Indian-hating Western frontiersmen. As a political theorist, Jefferson had a geopolitical mind, driven by an exacting view of American destiny. His aim was a proper arrangement of the races to be achieved by the creation of a racially homogeneous, ethnic homeland of white yeoman farmers, a nation free from blot or mixture. 48 When it came to the Native Americans, Jefferson was a benevolent zealot who would do almost anything to ensure the survival and growth of his ethnically exclusive white man's republic of Anglo-Saxon yeomen. There was, however, a distinctly darker side to Jefferson's geopolitical vision. In the end, his attitudes and beliefs towards Native American peoples were premised on the disappearance of a doomed red race, a red race destined to cultural extinction. 49. The Native American was commonly thought of as the vanishing American, a trope that became a persistent theme in early American literature, popular culture, and political culture. As an inferior race, the future of the native peoples, many Americans believed, was predetermined. They would simply vanish or disappear. The idea of the Indian as a vanishing American was a constant in early American thinking, achieving the status of a cultural myth. This cultural myth became a convenient explanation for the red man's inevitable fate in what had now become a white man's world. After 1814, with the end of the War of 1812, the idea of the Indian as a vanishing American won wide public acceptance in popular culture, due to the collective efforts of poets, novelists, orators, and artists. This idea of the vanishing red race owed much of its popularity to a simple realization among white Americans that the Indians would have to disappear in order to make their lands available for the white settlers, making it convenient and easy to believe that God truly intended the red man's extinction. In the end, the notion that the Native American peoples were destined to vanish became a chillingly self-fulfilling prophecy. 50. Nazi Germany. In the Third Reich, there was an ever-expanding aggregation of community aliens, all of whom were targeted for maltreatment and violence. Indeed, according to the Nazi Party, the German Reich had many enemies and targets of attack, of whom the Jews were only one. In Nazi Germany, the process of racial othering targeted not only Jews but also Sinti/Roma, Slavs, the physically and mentally disabled, homosexuals, and alleged asocials as racial enemies of the German people. In the Nazi racial view, Sinti and Roma, like the Jews, were carriers of alien blood and, therefore, to be excluded from the national community. In addition to a Jewish question, there was, the Nazis said, a gypsy question, which needed to be resolved on a Reich-wide basis. In accordance with what the Nazis called criminal biological/racist criteria, beggars, vagrants, and the homeless were categorized as disorderly wanderers, while so-called asocials were accused of deviating from the healthy instincts of the Volk. The Nazis declared homosexuality to be a degenerate and racially destructive phenomenon that must be eradicated from German society. 51 Nazi racial prejudices and propaganda against all of the targeted outgroups followed similar patterns, echoing and broadening familiar hatreds and linking them to current anxieties and concerns within broader German society. 52. Before Nazi policy mandated physical death for the Jews, German public culture in the pre-war years made Jews suffer social death every day through racism, discrimination, and social ostracism. 53 Most Germans, in the Nazi era, took cultural antisemitism, or a polite Judeophobia, for granted, even if they did not necessarily share the radical antisemitism of Nazi true believers. In the mid-1930s, there was a dramatic increase in antisemitism in public culture, as Germans were deluged with proof of the Jewish danger and Jewish otherness in books, documentary films, exhibits, and educational programs. These efforts led to the construction of a so-called respectable racism, a deceptively mild form of racism that caused German citizens to expel Jews from the community of moral obligation and to view their Jewish neighbors and colleagues as a racial enemy deserving of expulsion. As a result, a carefully invented race culture spread throughout the Third Reich, serving to prepare ordinary Germans to tolerate decisive, brutal measures against Aryan Germany's declared racial enemies. 54. In the wider public culture, ethnic Germans, members of the supposedly superior Aryan race, were encouraged to reject citizens deemed alien and to ally themselves only with people certified by the state as racially valuable. Nazi Germany's public culture was characterized by an ethnic fundamentalism, based on Nazi racial beliefs and a concept of ethnic virtue that promoted both Aryan ethnic pride and a promised glorious future cleansed of ethnic aliens. In what they called the battle for public opinion, the Nazis relied on precise public relations campaigns to popularize racial thinking and to imbue public culture with not only Aryan racial pride but racial contempt for its targeted enemies. The cumulative effect of these efforts was the creation of a public culture that effectively disabled empathy for these ethnic, racial, and social outgroups. The public culture created by the Nazis was so compelling, moreover, that, even if one disagreed with one or another aspect of Nazism, it became easy to accept the notions of a racial hierarchy and hatred of racial outgroups, as well as the desirability of territorial conquest in the East and subjugation of its inferior indigenous populations. 55. Within the Third Reich, professional elites in science, medicine, and the law were enlisted in the cause of manufacturing difference. By helping to construct a fabricated hierarchy of racial types, anthropologists, for instance, helped bolster Nazi racial ideology and, ultimately, provided a theoretical foundation for euthanasia, racial hygiene, and the annihilation of Jews and other so-called impure racial outgroups. With such scientific legitimation, in the Greater German Reich, as well as in the occupied territories in the East, unwanted groups would be moved, placed, positioned, or eliminated to meet the needs of the Nazi racial state and to support Nazi projects of social and biological engineering. 56 The Jews, in particular, were seen as biological enemies, as a public health menace, and as racial pollutants. The work of the professional elites in medicine, 57, science, and law, led to the construction of a cultural consensus on the need to eliminate Germany's supposed biological and racial enemies. To win the support of the elites and the masses, racial othering needed, above all, both a scientific stamp and a legalistic sanction. The German scientific community gave an academic validation to racism and identified Nazi racial enemies as inferior and unworthy of life, as well as dangerous to the Aryan national community. For its part, the legal profession provided new legal theories to legitimate the Nazi regime's racial policies. In historian Omer Bartov's words, thus, while the doctors sanctioned murder, the lawyers legalized crime. 58. Within the scientific community itself, German scientists in the fields of eugenics, racial hygiene, racial anthropology, psychiatry, human genetics, and population science all contributed to the formation of Nazi racial ideology, helping to mold and legitimate the process of racial othering. Many German racial anthropologists, for instance, participated in the various aspects of Nazi and SS racial policy in the occupied Eastern territories, providing support and inspiration for its murderous racial policies. 59 National Socialism conceptualized and practiced racial hygiene as part and parcel of Nazi racism. 60 Within this framework, Nazi ethnic racism targeted groups considered inferior on ethnic grounds, including Jews, Gypsies, and Slavs. Crucially, doctors and scientists who became Nazi converts believed, like the top Nazi leadership, that a racialized concept of health justified antisemitism as well as plans for territorial expansion. 61 Quickly coming to terms with the Nazi regime, many German racial hygienists eagerly worked to validate Nazi racial theories, and some participated directly in the implementation of Nazi racial policy. 62 With the start of the wars for living space in the East, racial hygienic supporters of Lebensraum initiated and endorsed population policies for replacing Poles, Slavs, and Jews with German settlers. In fact, many racial researchers aimed to be at the forefront of Nazi policy making on depopulating and repopulating the Nazi East. 63 The logic of Nazi racial theory and racial ideology gave them, they believed, the right to displace and annihilate inferior races and peoples in Hitler's empire. In the Third Reich, compulsory studies in Nazi racial science were introduced into German schools. Under the Hitler regime, the schools themselves became sites for the teaching and practice of Nazi ideology and racial policy. In the classroom, German youth were taught the basic principles of Nazi racial ideology, ethnic arrogance in their Aryan superiority, racial contempt for Jewry and all lesser races, and Germany's right to Lebensraum. Outside the classroom, Nazi youth organizations aimed at the total control, education, and indoctrination of the German youth. As young adults, many of these young people would carry these racial ideas and attitudes into the Wehrmacht or other Nazi organizations as fighters, pioneers, or colonizers in the Nazi East. For many biomedical scientists and others in the German medical profession, National Socialism was simply applied biology, a term used by Hitler deputy Rudolf Hess. Many in the medical profession viewed the Jewish question as a medical problem requiring a medical solution. In the East and in the Reich itself, unwanted groups were portrayed as health hazards to the Aryan German population. Crucially, Nazi racial policies were explicitly expressed in biological and medical terms and sold to the German public as public health measures, measures aimed at cleansing the fatherland and the new Eastern Lebensraum of supposed biological threats to the racial health and purity of the Greater German Reich and the Nazi Empire. In the end, these ideas provided Nazi occupation forces with a convenient medical rationale for the concentration and then the extermination of the Jews. 64 In a 1934 book honoring Eugene Fischer, director of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Anthropology, Human Heredity, and Eugenics, two German race scientists made a plea for the application of this biology, declaring that German science has given the politicians the necessary tools to apply the knowledge of the biological foundations of nations, race, heredity, and selection. 65 Within the Reich itself, as well as in the Nazi East, Hitler and the Nazi leadership would ruthlessly apply this knowledge to eliminate Aryan Germany's declared internal and external enemies. During the so-called period of peace, antisemitism was progressively diffused throughout German society. In these years, much of society had internalized the Nazi regime's antisemitism, by accepting the idea that a Jewish question existed, which called for a solution. While radical antisemitism probably influenced no more than a minority of Germans, enough ordinary Germans did become affected by a strong Judeophobia, thus assuring the regime of a sufficiently wide consensus regarding its anti-Jewish policies. In both political and popular culture, the Nazis constructed a veritable culture of resentment against the Jews, a culture that resonated widely among the population generally and that turned a perception of Jewish otherness into a very real sense that the Jews presented a threat to the very existence of the German nation. Tragically, this culture of resentment was to block even a minimum of fleeting compassion for the fate of European Jewry. 66. From the mid-1930s, then, a racist, anti-Semitic tone became a pivotal element of the Nazi regime's ideology and propaganda, as more anti-Jewish measures were taken by the regime. In these years, Nazi ideologues and propagandists mounted radical anti-Semitic propaganda campaigns, aimed at arousing the hatred of the German people against the Jews. Demonizing and denouncing the Jews as racial enemies of the German Volk, these anti-Semitic campaigns were aimed at ethnic Germans on the home front and in the armed forces. In this context, Nazi anti-Jewish policy could be presented as a set of justified protective and defensive measures against an alleged Jewish danger. By 1939, due to these campaigns, an anti-Semitic consensus had become widespread in German and Austrian society, creating an indispensable reservoir of public hatred, contempt, and indifference towards the Jews. By conscious design, Nazi ideologues and propagandists were engaged in the production and diffusion of a radical anti-Semitic discourse whose aim was to so enrage Germans against the Jews, that ordinary Germans would support measures taken against the fundamental racial enemy. 67. Radicalization. In both early America and Nazi Germany, specific historical circumstances brought about an escalation and radicalization in the process of racial othering, as political leaders elected to pursue ever more aggressive policies of territorial expansion. A new racial science, in both cases, reinforced the early American belief in white supremacy and the Nazi German belief in Nordic or Aryan superiority. In early America, race was a social or cultural invention that had been used variously and opportunistically since the 18th century, mainly as a new form of social stratification and a rationalization for inequality in North America. By the 1840s, however, a categorical racism had gained respectability in the early American Republic. In early America, concurrently developing sciences played a key role in legitimizing race thinking, while scholarly and popular writings helped to disseminate and institutionalize a racial worldview. By the end of the 1930s, Germany had become the laboratory of a vast experiment to create a racist and anti-Semitic society. Crucially, it was Hitler's launching of a war for Lebensraum in the East, however, which made it possible to produce the nucleus of a genocidal community from within an apartheid German society. 68. In both cases, this radicalization of racial othering within early American and Nazi German popular and political cultures produced similarly strong notions of the inevitable disappearance of targeted outgroups, thus making ordinary citizens more likely to support even more radical policies designed to hasten the disappearance of those identified as racial and ethnic enemies of the nation-state. In the early American case, an extinction discourse was to be found whenever and wherever white American settler colonists encountered indigenous peoples. Within this discourse, the demise of the Native American populations was seen as inevitable and, like the nation's own expansion, as the design of Providence. 69. In the Nazi German case, long-standing cultural prejudices and inherited feelings against Slavs and Jews, along with Nazi propaganda, helped to persuade many to support Hitler's war of annihilation in the East. Thanks to the success of the process of racial othering, by 1941, Germany and German society had become a veritable reservoir for Daniel Jonah Goldhagen's willing executioners of European Jewry. 70. Early America. Within American political culture, there was a continued racialization of the notion of Indian savagery, due, in large measure, to the influence of Andrew Jackson and his followers. Jackson was viewed by his early American contemporaries as a frontier American and a child of the frontier West, and he was, in fact, the first president to achieve prominence west of the Appalachian Mountains. A brash frontiersman, unapologetic slaveholder, and fierce Indian fighter, his views on, and antagonism towards, Native Americans were representative of most, if not all, of his frontier neighbors. As a fire-breathing frontiersman, Jackson was obsessed with the Indian presence and the need to eradicate it. 71. He saw Indians as a disease which, in his words, was constantly infesting our frontier. 72. The new American Republic, it was fervently believed, had a special racial destiny. A new racial ideology would be used by many of the new nation's political leaders and opinion makers to justify the permanent enslavement of blacks and the expulsion, and possible extermination, of the Indians. In the 1830s, a sense of Anglo-Saxon racial destiny and of irreversible distinctions between the races was beginning to occupy the popular consciousness of ordinary white Americans. 73 The alleged superiority of Anglo-Saxon racial traits became a stimulus for American expansion and for notions that Americans, as God's chosen people, were destined to dominate others. 74 Indeed, by the mid-1840s, the use of the term Anglo-Saxon in a racial sense became commonplace in the political discourse and political arguments of the day. Given the widely held racial and cultural prejudices against Indians, Americans on the western frontier of empire did not want and would not accept the mass assimilation of Indian nations into the dominant white society. Even the most acculturated Indians, the Cherokees, were an unwanted, alien population in the white settler living space. Another catalyst in the creation of a race-based Anglo-Saxon political ideology of expansion was the encounter of white Americans with Mexicans in the Southwest. Like Indians, the Mexicans, according to many white Americans, were unwilling or unable to make proper use of the land, and they were seen as a mixed, inferior race. One of the most fervent believers in the destiny of a superior Anglo-Saxon race was Sam Houston, a Jackson protege and president of the newly independent Texas Republic. In 1844, Houston told a newspaper correspondent that the Mexicans would, like the Indian race, yield to the advance of the North America race. Repeating this opinion in New York, 2 years later, Houston claimed that the Mexicans are no better than Indians, and I see no reason why we should not go in the same course now, and take their land. 75 In the Jacksonian racial hierarchy, Mexicans became lumped together with Indians and black Africans as an inferior race. In expanding their settlements westward, the supposedly superior Anglo-Saxon race would inevitably replace these inferior races. Within popular culture, generally, newspapers and popular books about life on the frontier offered these racial views to a highly literate mass audience. In his 1832 novel, Westward Ho!, James Kirk Paulding, a prominent novelist and chronicler of the frontier West, wrote of the red men receding before the irresistible influence of the wise white man who carries with him his destiny, which is to civilize the world, and rule it afterwards. 76 In pre-Civil War American literature, Indians became comfortable and comforting stereotypes, forming part of an early American national ideology of expansion. As American studies scholar Louise Barnett writes, as noble savages, Indians could be remembered with a vague regret. As good Indians, they could helpfully initiate whites into the wilderness milieu before falling victim to their inherent inferiority, and as bad Indians, they deserved the harsh fate actively meted out to them by the conquering race. Within a new genre of Indian hater fiction, she notes, an underlying racist climate made Indian killing acceptable and even laudatory. 77 While some writers continued the 18th century image of the Indians as a noble savage, on a popular level this view was largely trumped by the depiction of the Indian in so-called atrocity and captivity literature as an inferior and expendable wild beast. While the literary view of the Indian was mixed, both sides shared a commonly held assumption that the Indian was doomed to inevitable disappearance. 78 Beginning in the 1830s, pre-Darwinian American race scientists, in the emerging fields of natural history, economics, and anthropology, contributed to the development of a racial discourse by supporting the notion of a racial hierarchy in which the civilized strong exterminated or enslaved the savage weak. These new scientific theories were seen to justify the enslavement of African Americans, the decimation of Native Americans, the conquest of northern Mexico, and the right of Anglo-Saxons to the entire North American continent. Scientific racialist thinking provided a retroactive justification for policies and practices based on racial difference as well as a future justification for white domination and subordination of inferior races and the expected disappearance of non-white races. 79 The scientific attack on the Indian as inferior and expendable served to give authoritative backing to long-held popular beliefs, and presented the replacement of an inferior by a superior race on the North American continent's living space as fulfillment of the laws of science and nature. During the mid-19th century, the notion of civilization was increasingly seen in racial terms, especially among scientific advocates of race. 80 In the 1840s and 1850s, a debate about race raged between the monogenists and the polygynists. A growing number of American ethnologists embraced polygenism and promoted the existence of race and racial types, channeling ethnological research into the service of racial causes. Not surprisingly, this debate spilled over into U.S. Indian policy, with monogenists generally supporting programs of Indian civilization, education, and Christianization, with some polygynists supporting calls for Indian removal, and with others calling for their outright elimination by war or extermination. 81. In early 1854, 5 years before Darwin's The Origin of the Species appeared, Josiah C. Nott and George R. Glidden published Types of Mankind, one of the first white supremacist narratives in American science. In this book, they saw racial determinism as the driving force behind human history. According to Nott and Glidden, there were different races of mankind, superior types of mankind and inferior types of mankind. Anticipating the notion of racial purity, Nott asserted in 1854 that it is evident that the superior races ought to be kept free from all adulterations, otherwise the world will retrograde, instead of advancing in civilization. 82 Embracing a belief in the innate inferiority of the Indians and of other non-white races, polygynists, such as Nott and Glidden, argued that the Indians were an inferior species of man, incapable of further progress or of being civilized. Racial and biological differences, they argued, were divinely ordained and immutable. Polygynist beliefs were held by many in 19th-century America, with even the prominent historian Francis Parkman ascribing the Indians' inevitable extinction to their biological inferiority. In a passage that justified the ongoing war on the racial frontier and the decimation of Native Americans, Nott himself wrote that, looking back over the world's history, it will have been seen that human progress has arisen mainly from the war of races. All the great impulses which have been given to it from time to time, he noted, have been the results of conquests and colonizations. 83. 19th-century Americans were obsessed by the idea of race and racial difference. 84 Anxious to justify the enslavement of blacks and the displacement of the Indians, many American politicians and writers in the popular press eagerly welcomed the scientific proof provided by the intellectual community, warmly embracing notions of racial difference and America's new racial ideology. By and large, however, it was Americans in direct contact with blacks and Indians who embraced scientific theories of black and Indian inferiority and the new rationales developed by American theorists on race. In this context, these new racial ideas both reflected and influenced popular and political attitudes and opinion. By 1850, the inherent inequality of the races was accepted as a scientific fact by most ordinary Americans. 85. To most Americans, Indians were innately red, racially distinct, and inferior. In the early American Revolutionary, early National, and antebellum periods, the white perception of Indian inferiority was widespread. By the middle of the 19th century, the dominant shift in Anglo-American perception had reached its logical conclusion. The racially inferior Indian, most Americans had concluded, was resistant to civilization, education, or missionary efforts and would never be able to be assimilated into the Anglo-American community. 86 and 1854 article in Debo's Review declared that the doctrine of the unity of the race, so long believed by the world, is ascertained to be false. We are not all descended from one pair of human beings. The Negro till the end of time will still be a Negro, and the Indian still an Indian. Another Debo's essayist, in the same year, asserted that the Indian's race is run, and probably he has performed his earthly mission. He is gradually disappearing, to give place to a higher order of human beings. 87. From the 1860s onwards, the extinction discourse lent support to social Darwinism and its recent offshoot, the eugenics movement. In turn, Darwin and his followers produced new ideas that only served to strengthen the extinction discourse. According to the evolutionists, those races on the lower rungs of the evolutionary ladder were doomed by the inexorable laws of nature, were slated for extinction, and, in fact, deserved their pending demise. With this discourse, the gulf between savage and civilized humans became almost unbridgeable, making the extinction of primitive races highly likely. In short, the elimination of inferior human races had very much become a matter of scientific inevitability. 88. America's new racial ideology was increasingly useful to justify the sufferings or deaths of African Americans, Mexicans, and Native Americans, as well as assuage feelings of guilt about the mass violence that accompanied American expansion. 89. Within American political and popular culture, it should be noted, however, that a subtle distinction in outgroup status was also slowly emerging in this racial ideology. Comparing the Negro with the Indian, an 1854 article in Debo's Review allowed that, while the Negro cannot be made civilized or made a white man, his condition can be ameliorated, and he can indirectly enjoy the benefits of civilization. The Indian, on the other hand, like the savage beasts among whom he lives, was destined to disappear before the new tide of human life now rolling westward across the North American continent. 90. While some Eastern humanitarians hoped to save the Indian, in the eyes of most Westerners the Indians were irredeemable peoples. Nazi Germany. With their accession to power in January 1933, the Nazi regime undertook a program to spread and reshape antisemitism. As a result of their efforts, many more Germans became anti-Semitic, and anti-Jewish prejudice became firmly entrenched in the broader German society. After 1933, anti-Jewish prejudice became a norm in Germany. Under Nazi antisemitism, the otherness of the Jews was exaggerated and exalted into an essential malignancy. 91. But it was during the war years that Hitler and leading Nazi party propagandists and ideologists used radical anti-Semitic propaganda to persuade German citizens that the Jews represented both a political and racial threat to the German nation, an invented threat that conveniently reinforced the need to eliminate European Jewry. Within the plans for a racialized Nazi New Order in Europe, the anti-Semitic driving force remained central, as did the notion of a war against the Jews. Unlike other Nazi racial enemies, the Jews were targeted for planned total physical extinction on a global scale. In Nazi eyes, the Jews were the central enemy. Crucially, the Nazi regime's attitude toward the different groups, murderous though it was in every case, was, as has been suggested, different in the case of the Jews. 92. In the racial fantasies of Nazi true believers, the Jews were seen as an existential threat to the security of the Aryan race. Unlike the Nazi regime's other racial enemies, the Jew was a Satan, an incarnation of the devil, which had to be destroyed root and branch, that is, every man, woman, child, and infant. Up to 1941, the Jews were one target among many, and, indeed, a lot of the Nazi regime's most radical measures had been taken against other targeted outgroups. But with the war for Lebensraum in the East, the Jews would now be positioned center stage. During the war years, a relentless anti-Jewish propaganda made its way into every crevice of German society, a propaganda whose slogans, mainly in the context of the racial war in the East, became partially internalized among hundreds of thousands of ordinary Germans. 93. There was, moreover, an enthusiastic acceptance of Nazi racial beliefs among many segments of German society. As a result of this intensive propaganda campaign, and due to the moderate antisemitism that was so common in German society, the Nazis were able, in a very short time, to advance their brand of radical antisemitism from a quasi-religious belief held by a small minority into a conviction that was accepted by ever larger numbers of ordinary Germans. In a few short years, a murderous consensus developed within German society. Reaching this consensus involved education, preparation, and propaganda based on the radicalization of pre-existing forms of prejudice against segments of the population that now became targeted for murder. With great care, the Nazi regime organized these pre-existing elements and prejudices into a consensual racist, anti-Semitic ideology, based on a radical antisemitism. 94. Under the Nazis, radical antisemitism would be used to justify a policy of continent-wide mass murder. To this end, racial othering became part of the definition of German collective identity in the Third Reich. Defined and shaped by Nazi propagandists and ideologists, there was, throughout the 12 years of Nazi rule, an omnipresent image of the Jew as the fundamental racial enemy. After 1941, the Jew, in both professional and popular literature, took on the position of an impending and major blood threat to the racial health of Aryan peoples. In particular, the texts and images of Nazi wartime ideology and propaganda evidenced a radicalization of Nazi Germany's public language about the Jews, asserting that Jewry was responsible for starting the Second World War and that a Jewish international conspiracy was intent on destroying Germany and the German people. The National Socialist government successfully projected a genocidal policy onto the Jews and international Jewry, arguing that all Jews were at war with Nazi Germany and aimed at destroying the Nazi regime and murdering the German people, thus compelling the Nazis to wage a war of retaliation against European Jewry. 95. Between 1933 and 1945, Nazi Germany sought to construct a racially organized state and society, an effort which ultimately led to the systematic and brutal persecution of the regime's alleged racial enemies. The success of the Nazis' barbarous persecution of its racially determined victims was due, in large measure, to the success of its own aggressive process of racial othering. As we have seen above, Nazi racial othering grew out of a worldview that defined targeted outgroups as life unworthy of life and that targeted alien elements who were deemed a threat to the racial purity and racial health of the Aryan German ethnic collectivity. Unlike its predecessors and imitators, Nazi racism had a comprehensive character. In a 1936 speech to Nazi agrarian functionaries, Dar declared to his audience that the axis of all National Socialist thinking National Socialism's faith in blood, e.g. in race. 96 In Hitler's Third Reich, racialism became the official doctrine and policy of the Nazi state. In Nazi Germany, to be sure, we see the creation of a functioning racial state. Far more than an indifference or apathy to the fate of the victims of Nazi persecution, there was within the broader German society a deliberate unwillingness to see or experience the very visible suffering of the racially defined other. 97. In the Third Reich, Nazi racism also defined attitudes towards inferior groups and subhumans outside of the German metropole, on the frontier peripheries of empire. Depictions of inferior and hostile Slavs, above all, Poles and Russians, had been cultivated by German intellectuals for decades, serving as justification for historic aggressive pre-Nazi designs upon the East. Throughout the 19th century, Prussian politicians equated Slavs with Indians, a familiar stereotype of the day also distinguished between the manly and active Germans and the feminine and passive Slavs. 98 For their part, the Nazis gave these age-old stereotypes and prejudices a new racist edge. Indeed, some Nazis from the borderland regions, like Warthegau leader Arthur Grieser, saw the Slavs as threatening as the Jews. For them, the Nazi project in the East would be more than the destruction of European Jewry. 99 In a similar way to the American Indians, the Slavs were perceived as enemies standing in the way of colonial expansion. Unlike the Jews, there are few signs in Hitler's writings of his intentions towards the Slavs. While Slavic racial inferiority was central to the notion of Lebensraum, prior to 1939 most Nazi leaders held only a vague notion of Slavic lowliness. After the launch of the war against Poland, however, these views hardened as Poles became the declared enemies of the German Reich by blocking the path leading to new German living space in the East. 100 In private, Hitler was more open about his intentions in the Wild East. As he told his close associates, the real frontier is the one that separates the Germanic world from the Slav world. It is our duty to place where we want it. It is inconceivable, he continued, that a higher people should painfully exist on a soil too narrow for it, whilst amorphous masses, which contribute nothing to civilization, occupy infinite tracts of a soil that is one of the richest in the world. Under such circumstances, he concluded, it was Germany's right to extend Germanic space further and further east, by a permanent war in the East as a dike against the Russian flood. 101 In Nazi racial ideology, during the years 1939 to 45, Slavic peoples standing in the trajectory of Hitler's wars for Lebensraum, most notably, all Russians and Poles, were declared inferior races and subhumans and would be the target of a brutal wartime anti-Slavic crusade. In Nazi racial theory and discourse, Reich Jews were never cast as a colonial other. Within the Greater German Reich, the Nazis were fighting off a perceived Jewish penetration and domination of German life. On the frontier colonial peripheries of empire, however, the Slavs and the Ostjuden filled the role of the colonial native. In Nazi eyes, the Ostjuden in the needed Lebensraum incorporated both the native other and the colonizing other. 102 In the Nazi East, both Slavs and Jews were recast as Indians by their Nazi conquerors and occupiers, who frequently expressed the attitude of a settler colonial racist. For instance, in Hitler's words, the East Slavic inhabitants were to be regarded and treated as American Redskins, and Hans Frank, head of the general government of Poland, called Jews in the occupied Eastern territories flat-footed Indians. The East, the Nazis believed, was the reservoir of world Jewry. Nazi theorists classified the indigenous inhabitants of the East as Indians, as historyless peoples, as nomads, as savages, as passive and childlike, and as cunning and cruel. 103 In their colonial fantasies, Nazi leaders would recognize Slavs and Jews as East European Indians, and the Nazis would fight their own Indian wars in an attempt to tame the wild East. When they resisted German encroachment of their living space, the indigenes of the Nazi East, as we shall see, would be subject to similar practices of dispossession, displacement, and violence as visited on indigenous peoples in the American West. In the Nazi racial world, however, the Jew held a unique position. Within the Reich itself, the Jew was the fundamental enemy of the Aryan national community. In the Nazi East, the Ostjuden were seen as the carriers of the Judeo-Bolshevist contamination. In either case, Nazi true believers ultimately decided, the Jews could not be allowed to live. Similarities, differences, and links. Both early America and Nazi Germany hierarchically organized a racist society. In both nation-states, the political leadership encouraged the creation of this hierarchical social structure, similarly constructed on the principles of racial difference and otherness. Racial othering, in both these contexts, became a collection of representations used to negatively define a collective aggregate as a political, economic, racial, cultural, and/or security threat to the nation-state. Thanks to these eliminationist discourses, many ordinary Americans held dehumanized beliefs about Indians. For their part, many ordinary Germans held dehumanized beliefs about Slavs, Sinti, and Roma, the disabled, and dehumanized/demonized beliefs about the Jews. In both cases, science supplied guidelines, data, and arguments to justify racial thinking, providing political elites with scientific rationalizations that conveniently supported their beliefs, political goals, policies, and practices. In both cases, these processes of racial othering led to a cultural and political consensus on the desirability of an America without Indians and a German Reich and Nazi Empire free of racially alien, unwanted peoples. In both societies, this process of racial othering, in both political and popular culture, would render ordinary citizens passive, indifferent, or complicit in the fate of the targeted outgroups. Many willing American and German citizens, in fact, would help these unwanted ethnic and social outgroups disappear, as they faded from history. In both cases, leading voices in the political culture argued that the alien element were supporting a genocidal policy aimed at the majority society. Both political leaderships succeeded in projecting aggressive genocidal intention onto the indigenous other. In both dominant societies, the American West and the Nazi East operated as spatial, racial, cultural, and colonial constructs, defining the frontier as hostile lands inhabited by inferior peoples unworthy to occupy these spaces. Convinced of their own racial superiority, ordinary Americans and ordinary Germans in the new living space were not to be constrained by moral or ethical norms that might guide their behavior towards others higher in the racial hierarchy. In both contexts, race, race thinking, and racial othering acted as necessary conditions for eliminationist assaults, as part of nation-state projects of territorial conquest and racial cleansing. As we shall see below, other factors, in both contexts, would provide the triggers and catalysts for eliminationist violence against indigenous others in the American West and the Nazi East. While race became the organizing principle for both early American and Nazi German societies, there were important differences in their conceptions of racial otherness, differences that would ultimately influence government policy towards the respective indigenes and targeted outgroups. In early America, race was a socially accepted concept. In Nazi Germany, race was proclaimed as a biological fact. From the beginning of the American nation's founding, Indians were denied rights of citizenship and possibilities of assimilation. Nazi Germany, on the other hand, had to formally annul the legal protections of already assimilated Reich citizens on the basis of what the National Socialist government defined as their race, ethnicity, or a social status. In North America, race ideology suggested that human physical and cultural differences need not be tolerated. The extremes of Nazi race ideology, however, declared that these differences, in fact, would not be tolerated. 104 In early America, indigenous peoples could be saved only by ceasing to be Indians in any discernible way, by knowingly choosing a path of non-resistance to white settler colonial expansion, or by attempted assimilation into white society. 105 In the Nazi East, some Slavs would serve as slaves to their Nazi masters, a few deemed racially valuable would be eligible for assimilation, and most would be decimated. The Jews of the Greater German Reich Metropole, of the Nazi East, and of Nazi-controlled Europe, on the other hand, could not be saved. In Holocaust historian Raoul Hilberg's memorable words, the missionaries of Christianity had said in effect, "You have no right to live among us as Jews." The secular rulers who followed had proclaimed, "You have no right to live among us." The Nazis at last decreed, "You have no right to live." 106. Throughout the Third Reich, the National Socialist leadership would display a resolute consistency to the long-term Nazi goal of racial purification. In the end, the Nazis sought a radical reordering of the European continent along racial biological lines. In the process, Hitler's Third Reich became the first state in human history whose dogma and practice was racism. 107 But the Nazi racial state, nonetheless, had important roots in the broader landscape of Western history. In terms of racial theory, Nazism joined together the two paradigmatic figures of otherness in the Western world, the Jewish other of the civilized world and the Slavic subhuman other of the colonized world. 108 In its essentials, the Nazi race ideology, as we have seen above, contained the basic ingredients of the racial worldview of the late 18th century. It was, in many ways, the logical outcome of the race ideology first developed by the 18th century white Anglo-American settler society. 109. Part 2. Settler colonialism. Introductory note. Within an overall imperial project, colonialism is a relationship of domination by which the invader rules the indigenous inhabitants of colonized living space, according to the wishes and dictates of national elites in the imperial metropole. In the literature, as recently noted, most common definitions of colonialism describe a general process in which a nation-state expands its territory as well as its social, cultural, and political structures into extant territories beyond its own national boundaries. As a structure of domination and oppression whereby one group of people benefits from the exploitation and subjugation of another, it is a process in which one power exerts and maintains control over what ultimately becomes a dependent area of people. 1. As a variety of colonialism, settler colonialism denotes a method of conquest and expansion, as well as policies and practices toward indigenous inhabitants in the new settler living space. In different historical contexts, the notions of space and race were the two overriding preoccupations of settler colonialists everywhere. 2 Rather than imperial expansion undertaken for primarily military advantage or trade, settler colonialism involves the presence of a settler population intent on land seizure. 3 The impetus for settlement is the land and the wealth that land could bring. In settler colonialism, the metropolitan country encourages or dispatches colonists to settle the territory of indigenous peoples. As such, it implies displacement and occupation of land. 4 In a settler colonial context, there is a continuing land grab of indigenous space. In this context, moreover, invasion is a structure, the colonizers come to stay. In lands already occupied by indigenous people, settlement is premised on removal and replacement of the indigenous peoples, as well as on what Patrick Wolfe calls a logic of elimination, a logic which ensures that spatial coexistence of invaders and indigenes is highly improbable. Disturbingly, it is characterized by what he terms a sustained institutional tendency to eliminate the indigenous population. 5 The logic of elimination, then, becomes the essential characteristic of the settler colonial project. 6 Caught in the maelstrom of settler colonialism, native indigenous peoples would be subjected to ethnic transformation, spatial displacement, slow death via attrition, and or immediate death by killing. Political scientist Daniel Jonah Goldhagen is correct when he asserts that eliminationist beliefs, desires, ideologies, discourses, acts, and policies have been a central feature of all eras of human history and all sorts of societies. 7 In many cases, the result of settler colonialist practices and policies is the dissolution of indigenous communities and societies, achieved by various modalities of violence, including massacres, selective killings, forced expulsions, coerced labor, destruction of indigene villages and food supplies, disease, malnutrition, and starvation. 8 Driven by its primary logic of elimination, settler colonialism is, to be sure, prone to genocide. 9 In this context, planting settler colonies invariably means supplanting the indigenous inhabitants. This process of supplanting, what is more, has an inherent genocidal imperative, that is, a potential for extreme forms of genocide that is all too often realized. 10 As an historical phenomenon, settler colonialism changed over time. 11 In most past conceptualizations, settler colonialism was seen by historians as a pre-20th century phenomenon informing colonization by Western nation-states, including the English conquests of Ireland and British colonial America, the Anglo-settler democracies of the United States and Australia, and European colonialism in Africa. 12 Reaching across specialization, however, two scholars of colonialism have recently argued of the continued centrality of settler projects to the histories of nations and empires in the 20th century, including the Nazi national project in the East. 13 The next 3 chapters of the book provide an overview of the methods, policies, and practices of settler colonialism, as carried out by the early American and Nazi German nation-states in their respective Western and Eastern empires. On the North American continent, settler colonialism occurred in uneven chronological and geographical phases, in Britain's North American colonies and in post-independence America. 14 For its part, the Nazi Eastern Empire was designed to be run according to the model of settler colonialism. 15 Based primarily on the North American example. Chapter 3, Conquest and Expansion, recounts the acquisition of new living space for the American Western Empire and the Nazi Eastern Empire. It sketches other colonial expansionist episodes which preceded the early American and Nazi German national projects of territorial expansion. It also examines the diplomatic tactics, as well as actual episodes of naked military force, used by political leaders in each nation-state to acquire additional living space for their growing continental empires. And it describes the disturbingly similar ways of war used by the early American and Nazi German nation-states, ruthless ways of war which accepted, legitimized, and encouraged murderous attacks upon enemy non-combatants as well as the intentional destruction of indigene villages and agricultural resources. Chapter 4, Colonization, reviews the proposed colonization plans for, and actual settlement practices in, the American West and the Nazi East. It sketches prior colonization efforts in the earlier histories of early America and Nazi Germany which served as antecedents for later colonization in the Wild West and the Wild East. It describes colonization plans developed to settle, control, and govern the new settler living space in the early American West and the Nazi German East. It also shows how America's Western Empire and Hitler's Eastern Empire were linked to the common notion of a people's empire which would benefit, as well as provide new opportunities for, ordinary Americans and ordinary Germans. And it examines the actualities of settlement in the American West and the Nazi East. Chapter 5, Outgroup Policy, looks at the policies and practices political leaders adopted in dealing with ethnic and racial outgroups in both metropolitan and colonized space. It describes the almost constant wars of pacification to clear indigenes from the land in advance of, or as part of, the actual settlement process in the American West and the Nazi East. It depicts deliberate eliminatory national policies of separation and segregation to cleanse metropolitan and colonized living space of alien and unwanted ethnic and racial outgroups. It also examines totalizing territorial solutions to the outgroup problem which were actively considered by early American and Nazi German policymakers. And, finally, it explores the final solutions ultimately embraced by these policymakers in the metropole after various territorial solutions were no longer feasible or viable. 3. Conquest and expansion, obtaining new living space. In both the early American and Nazi German cases, continental expansionist preoccupations were underpinned and prescribed by comparable expansionist ideologies of space and race. In pursuit of these expansionist ambitions, as well as motivated by similar aspirations, early American and Nazi German political leaders used markedly similar strategies and tactics to pursue continental expansion. Both actual expansionist trajectories were, of course, influenced by specific national developments, as well as aided or constrained by strong historical forces prevailing at the time. In both cases, however, actual policies and actions were strongly influenced and shaped by guiding ideological principles and beliefs embedded in the respective continental imperialist discourses that ultimately influenced American and German policymakers' predispositions, tendencies, options, and priorities. Both the early American and Nazi German nation-states pursued aggressive policies of conquest and expansion, policies driven by racial imperialist ideologies founded on the taking of land from allegedly inferior indigenous peoples to create living space for their settler colonists. In both cases, prior histories of Western and Eastern expansion, respectively, provided important historical antecedents and legacies, which informed and, in the eyes of latter-day expansionists, legitimized their own expansionist visions and agendas. In addition, both early American and Nazi German governing elites used surprisingly similar diplomatic methods, means of military conquest, and ways of war to further their imperialist goals. Diplomatic methods often premised on the threatened use of military force and ways of war and conquest that accepted, legitimized, and encouraged extreme violence and murderous attacks upon enemy non-combatants, as well as the destruction of indigene villages and agricultural resources. In the early American case, aggressive territorial expansion often involved acquiring extensive lands in a single action, as well as in much smaller increments. 1 America's expansionist presidents consistently pursued a cycle of acquisition, often threatening war but then settling by treaty and or purchase or, in the case of Mexico, by provoking and winning a war. 2 In early America's imperial surge, American political leaders, as historian Thomas Hyatala notes, employed a wide range of tactics, including open diplomacy, intrigue by secret agents, economic leverage, intimidation, and offensive war to achieve their expansionist goals. The expansionist policies of both Jeffersonian and Jacksonian presidents, he observes, were based on similar strategies of territorial expansion: subjugate the natives, acquire their land by purchase or conquest, then remove the survivors to remote and poor areas of no interest to the whites. Rather than the visible hand of God, policymakers, politicians, propagandists, soldiers, and settlers guided the nation's territorial expansion and growth. Far from being inevitable, destined, or fated, the continental expansion of the United States was the result of deliberate planning and action. That is, it was a matter of purposeful political, diplomatic, and military policy, the result of manifest design. Earlier scholarly notions about the assumed benevolence and innocence, as well as the supposedly accidental nature of American expansionism, as Hightail rightly argues, tend to minimize or ignore much of the historical evidence. Point 3. It is no longer accurate to say that American expansion was not imperialistic. Racism, aggression, war, and conquest were all essential factors in American westward continental expansion. As recent scholarship convincingly demonstrates, it was the result of deliberate actions by political, diplomatic, and military leaders, that is, a matter of purposeful policy and endeavor. Conscious policy and deliberate actions, not fate or destiny, were its actual driving forces. Far from being benign expansionism, early American Western expansionism was a violent, imperialistic process by which lands were wrested from the indigenous peoples. Both purposeful federal policy and ruthless political and military power were necessary prerequisites to the conquest of the entire North American continent. Point 4. In the Nazi German case, the conquest of Lebensraum was the core of Hitler's policies of conquest and expansion at all times. Point 5. Nazi expansionist aims and policies were not a series of limited diplomatic and/or military actions to revise the territorial provisions of the Treaty of Versailles, but, instead, were aggressive territorial expansions to secure sufficient living space for the German people in the East. Contra the revisionists, Hitler desired Lebensraum, not border revision. As noted above, the German Führer was a self-described Raumpolitiker whose goal was to seize vast areas for German settler colonies, and he had only disdain for the so-called Grenzpolitiker whose aim was merely to undo the territorial arrangements of the Treaty of Versailles and the post-First World War political settlement. Hitler could, in fact, pursue both revisionist and expansionist sets of foreign policy objectives simultaneously, disguising his ultimate objectives from other major European powers. In light of more recent scholarship, it is becoming increasingly difficult to distinguish between a revisionist and expansionist phase of Nazi foreign policy. Instead, we can discern a phase of concealed preparations for aggression until 1937, a period of open and violent expansion from 1938, the unleashing of war in 1939, and the plans for a step-by-step creation of a greater German Reich by way of military and terroristic violence as well as economic exploitation and financial integration. Point 6. Hitler's expansionist policies were characterized by tactical adroitness, the gambler's bluff, the bold leap, elements of surprise, the bold coup, intimidation, and the fait accompli, as well military force. Perpetual, limitless expansion was the very essence of Nazism. Both Hitler's intentions and structural factors shaped the implementation of the Führer's intentions to acquire living space in the East. Point 7. While Hitler was opportunistic in terms of short-term political and diplomatic moves, most of his actions in the run-up to the Second World War were based on long-held policy goals derived from Nazi continental imperialist ideology, as expressed in his writings and speeches. Point 8. In the Nazi German context, ideology largely functioned as general ideas driving Nazi expansionism. Point 9. While there were varying centers of influence in Nazi foreign policy, Adolf Hitler's continental imperialist ideology and intentions were, in the end, the crucial and determinant elements. Antecedents. In both the early American and Nazi German cases, recent historical examples of Western and Eastern trajectories of conquest and expansion provided important precedents, models, and justifications for future continental expansion in the American West and the Nazi East, respectively. Both prehistories, in fact, were replete with numerous historical examples of colonial conquest and expansion predicated on the taking of indigenous lands, the planting of settler colonies by the invaders, the supplanting of the indigenes, and the use of the sword against any indigenous inhabitants standing in the way of, or openly resisting, the expansionist projects. In the American case, the conquest and colonization of Ireland became a model that English metropolitan sponsors and investors consciously sought to employ in their North American settlements and colonization projects. Point 10. Indeed, a number of veterans of the Irish campaign were prominent among those who set out to conquer North America. Military adventurers in the New World brought the brutal tactics of the Irish Wars to the early Indian Wars on the Anglo-American frontier. Point 11. Following from the Irish experience, Early English maritime expansion was part of a broader transatlantic and imperial background, as England and its imperial rivals, the Netherlands, France, and Spain, all looked to plant settler colonies in the New World of the Americas. In the Nazi German case, 13th century and early 20th century antecedents offered the Nazis their main historical examples and justifications for a new German drive to the east. German invaders of the East during the First World War, as well as the post-war German Baltic Free Corps fighters, saw themselves as resurrected 13th century Teutonic Knights, the crusading military order who conquered territory in the eastern Baltic lands during the Middle Ages. In their propaganda and ideology, the Nazis, particularly those top leaders who had fought in the war or the Free Corps, declared that they would follow the path of the Teutonic Knights as they sought new living space for the German people in the East. Early America. Beginning in the 16th century, English imperialists began to advance on their country's borders, peripheries, marchlands, and frontiers. England's first imperial adventures took place in the British Isles, with border adjustments and conquest seen as essential to the nation's security and economic well-being. In the late 16th and early 17th centuries, an expanding Tudor state looked to incorporate the Scottish borderlands, the Welsh Marches, and the western island of Ireland into its growing imperial dominion. In the frontier zones of Scotland, Wales, and Ireland, English and indigenous cultures stood opposed, with the English committed to obtaining native lands and imposing their ways of life on the indigenes. In these contexts, wars of conquest became a constant requirement for English expansion, settlement, and subsequent colonization. The goal of English imperialism in Ireland was to bring the island under English control and make it British. The conquest and colonization of Ireland was based on an agreed plan of action, a plan centered on military conquest, local control by demobilized English soldiers, removal of indigenous Irish populations from forfeited lands, and large-scale colonization by dispatch of British settler colonists. 12 The Irish generally were held to be savages, aliens, enemies of England, and weeds to be eliminated. 13 In the English metropolitan view, the wild Irish were unsettled semi-nomads who did not properly cultivate their land, giving superior English settler farmers the right to take it. The English colonial project in Ireland required the displacement of native indigenous populations, a policy that led to widespread resistance by Irish rebels and extirpative war by the English. In this context, English tactics against the savages included a scorched earth policy aimed at the destruction of native crops and houses, as well as genocidal massacres targeting men, women, children, the sick, and the disabled. 14. The Elizabethan conquest of Ireland was simultaneous with, and ran parallel to, the English colonization of North America. In the eyes of Sir John Davies, the English Attorney General for Ireland, the Ulster Plantation was but the most inland part of Virginia. 15 Ireland and America, to be sure, shared a common ideology of English colonization. 16 On the frontier, the English conceptions of the Irish and the Indians were, in fact, quite similar. In the English view, Indian and Irish indigenous populations were idle, lazy, dirty, and uncivilized, barbarians who did not make proper use of the land. In English eyes, both the Irish and the Indians were heathens and savages, wasteful and, therefore, undeserving of their lands. In both contexts, the English used notions of native inferiority to justify conquest and dispossession of native lands, as well as to establish pretexts for extirpation of native combatants and non-combatants. These notions of native inferiority, in their view, absolved them of any need to use normal ethical restraints in dealing with the natives. 17 Any natives who resisted English settlement and colonization, moreover, would be put to the sword, combatants and non-combatants alike. While metropolitans, in both contexts, claimed to want to civilize the natives, the settler colonists increasingly saw the Irish and the Indians as incapable of being civilized. During the first century of English settlement in North America, roughly the period 1585 to 1685, English settler colonists competed with American Indians in the Chesapeake Bay region and in New England for control of land and resources on the first Anglo-American frontier. Metropolitan Englishmen looked to spread English Christianity and English civility among the New World's native inhabitants. At the same time, the metropolitan English sought to defend their colonial possessions from other European enemies and to establish English dominion in North America by building strategic alliances and establishing intricate trade networks with the indigenes. Locked in competition with natives for control of Indian ancestral lands, English settler colonists on the frontiers of the Anglo-American Empire, however, viewed the Indians as irredeemable savages and often looked to eliminate the very same Indians the metropolitans were hoping to convert and civilize. For their part, most Indians had little interest in adopting English values, religion, and ways of life and openly resisted the English settler conquest of their lands. 18 In early Virginia and early New England, the first successful English North American settlements, conquest and expansion meant the subjugation and dispossession of the natives by force, their segregation and removal from white settlement zones, brutal attacks on warrior combatants and non-combatants, and slavery for the Indian survivors. The Anglo-French contest for North American dominion focused on Indian homelands between the Appalachian Mountains and the Mississippi River. This contest culminated in the French and Indian War, a conflict that became a global war, known to the Europeans as the 7 Years' War, fought on 4 continents and 3 oceans, which resulted in the defeat of France and her Spanish ally. In February 1763, the Treaty of Paris extended Britain's North American possessions from the Atlantic to the Mississippi and from Hudson Bay to the Gulf of Mexico. Parties to the war but not the peace, the Indians were stunned when they received news that their French allies had handed over their homelands to the British, without so much as consulting them. With the French and their Indian allies defeated, Anglo-American settler colonists looked to settle on the newly acquired western lands, serving to intensify the competition between Anglo-American settlers and Indian peoples for Indian homelands. 19 Tired of costly colonial wars, King George III issued a royal proclamation in October 1763, aimed at restricting and regulating further settler expansion onto Indian lands and at creating a so-called reserve for eastern Indians beyond the Appalachian Mountains. Viewed by the Anglo-American colonists as a British attempt to prohibit white settlement west of the Appalachians, the proclamation became a major cause of the American War for Independence from British rule, as the Anglo-Americans looked to build their new nation and Western Empire on lands obtained from Indians. In an atmosphere of escalating racial hatred between white settlers and Indians, the earlier middle grounds on the edges of the Anglo-American frontier, based on relative peace, coexistence, trade, and mutual dependence, were fast disappearing. 20. Everywhere in British North America, conquest and expansion left a legacy of Indian subjugation, dispossession, elimination, enslavement, and the indiscriminate killing of non-combatants. A defining feature of the first Anglo-American frontier, the clash of metropolitan and frontier interests would also be evident in subsequent American frontiers in the West. 21 Like the early Anglo-American metropolitans, the post-revolution metropolitans hoped for an orderly and peaceful settlement of their new Western Empire and looked to a civilizing and Christianizing of the American Indians by offering benevolent metropolitan plans of acculturation. In post-independence America, however, settlers on the frontier cared little about bringing civilization and Christianity to the natives. They wanted immediate settlement and obtaining of Indian lands, even if that meant fighting the occasional Indian war when the natives resisted the taking of their homelands. Constant settler pressure on Indian lands only led to mounting Indian resistance to white conquest, a dynamic featuring mutual and reciprocal genocidal violence against both Indian and settler combatant and non-combatant populations. Fatefully, the early Anglo-American settler colonists of coastal North America bequeathed to post-independence Americans over a century's experience in waging extirpative war against Native Americans, a way of war that would shape the Indian Wars of the late 18th and 19th centuries. 22. Nazi Germany. In Germany, the idea of territorial expansion was focused eastward, on lands adjacent to the German nation-state, especially in Poland and the Baltic states, in what was viewed historically as Germany's frontier territories. The new German imperialist Lebensraum ideology, in its numerous manifestations, signified a return to the pristine, lost past of the Teutonic Order and Frederick the Great, and heralded a paradise to be regained. 23 For many Germans, the turn to the east was a return, a chance to complete the plans started by their 13th century ancestors when crusading Teutonic knights had conquered and Germanized the east by the sword. The example of the Teutonic Knights and their Baltic crusade would provide a powerful historic precedent for 20th century Germans committed to continuing what they saw as the inevitable and timeless German drive to the east and expansion onto Slavic lands. When war broke out in Europe, in August 1914, a debate between Weltpolitiker and Lebensraum imperialists quickly ensued over the question of German war aims in the First World War. The so-called September program of German Chancellor Theobald von Bethmann-Hollweg was centered on the Weltpolitik economic imperialist notion of a Central European Economic Union and extensive acquisitions in Central Africa. On the imperialist right, Heinrich Class, leader of the Pan-German League, drew up his own memorandum on German war aims, advocating a Lebensraum-oriented policy based on extensive additions to German territory on the European continent and the massive settlement of German peasant farmers on large areas of agricultural land to be annexed primarily in Eastern Europe. Class also insisted on the clearing of native populations from German-annexed lands in the Baltic and Poland, with Slavs sent to a Polish state under German control and with Jews sent to a specially designated Jewish state carved out of Russia or part of the Ottoman Turkish Empire. The Lebensraum annexationist war aims position ultimately triumphed in July 1917, when Bethmann resigned and the political vacuum was filled by the Army High Command under General Paul von Hindenburg and General Erich Ludendorff. 24. While the war on the Western Front was effectively stalemated, unexpected military victories on the Eastern Front brought large areas of the Russian Empire under German military control, fueling German imperialist visions of vast territorial gains in the East. The German Eastern victory against the Russian army in 1914 was named the Battle of Tannenberg, redeeming, in the eyes of many German expansionists, the 1410 defeat of the Order of the Teutonic Knights by a combined Lithuanian and Polish force. With assistance from the German Supreme Command, Bolshevik leader Vladimir Lenin returned to Russia and seized power on November 7, 1917, promising to immediately remove Russia from the war. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, signed on March 3, 1918, brought 1/4 of the territory of the Russian Empire under German domination and control. In the occupied territories, beyond Germany's eastern borders, the army established a German military state called Oberost. Reflecting his Lebensraum propensities, Ludendorff envisaged the occupied eastern territories as German colonial land, and plans for settlement were begun. In the fall of 1918, however, these plans were cut short by an Allied victory on the Western Front. While the collapse of the German army on the Western Front brought military defeat and an end to the war, dreams of German expansion in the East continued into the post-war period. In Germany, the newly created Weimar Republican government was forced to use former soldiers and students too young to have fought in the war as paramilitary fighters against a perceived internal and external communist threat. Count Rüdiger von der Goltz, supreme commander of all the Free Corps in the Baltic, saw the Balticum as the place where Germany could continue her self-described Eastern politics, securing land in the East for German expansion and settlement. According to von der Goltz, Germany, defeated in the West but victorious in the East, required German settlers to cultivate fertile soil. 25, and he promised his recruits eastern lands in return for their service fighting Bolshevists in the East. Intoxicated with the East, the Baltic Free Corps, as one of its members later recalled, saw themselves as resurrected Teutonic Knights, as a new race of military farmerhood, a battle-ready chain of colonizers, which believed that it had a Teutonic Knight mission to fulfill. To another Free Corps fighter, their Baltic adventure was a small-scale war of Indian-style wildness, accompanied by a Wild West romanticism. 26 While the Baltic adventure ended in defeat, frustration, and bitter disillusionment, many Freikorps members remained committed to a military politics that acted to the detriment of the Weimar Republic and to the benefit of Hitler and the Nazis. Point 27 Drawn by a Nazi program promising expansion and war in the East, former Freikorps fighters formed a small but important part of Hitler's initial support. Point 28. With the Nazi assumption of power in January 1933, the historical examples of the Teutonic Knights, the First World War's Eastern Front, the Oberost military state, and the Freikorps Baltic adventure would come together, as Hitler's National Socialists made the Lebensraum racial imperialist ideology the focal point of their foreign policy aims. In the East, the Nazis would reenact the First World War with a new ending, a Nazi German Empire to last 1,000 years. Under National Socialism, Hitler wrote in Mein Kampf, his new Reich would march on the road of the Knights of the Teutonic Order of Ur to obtain new living space in the East for the German people. Point 29 In 1921, as instanced above, after hearing a talk by General von der Goltz, leader of the Freikorps Baltic adventure, the young Heinrich Himmler became obsessed with a future in the German East to regain lost German lands. Numerous Freikorps fighters rose to prominent positions in the Nazi regime, and the post-war Freikorps were hailed by Nazi historians and leaders as the first soldiers of the Third Reich. Point 30 Hitler's Second War for Living Space, the assault on the Soviet Union, launched on June 22, 1941, was named Operation Barbarossa after a crusading 12th-century German emperor. In Nazi Germany, the Teutonic Knights became the model for Himmler's SS, and, in their propaganda, the Nazis portrayed the Teutonic Knights crusade as the forerunner of Hitler's wars for living space in the East. Citing historical precedent, the Nazis saw themselves as reconquering land that the German Teutonic Knights had won and settled many centuries before. They were merely taking back land that had once been German and, in Hitler's spatial fantasy, making this land German again. 31. Diplomacy. Both early American and Nazi German political leaders used diplomatic tactics to drive so-called border adjustments and to acquire living space for their growing land-based continental empires. In both cases, diplomatic moves aimed at border adjustments and a reordering of political boundaries, so as to create springboards for further expansion. In both cases, political leaders threatened military action, and both nation-states carried out intimidating military actions and maneuvers in their border areas. Leaders in both early America and Nazi Germany were quite willing to use internal subversion to prepare the way for conquest and expansion. Political leaders, in both cases, were able to exploit weaknesses in their great power opponents, who were unwilling to risk, or go to, war in order to stop continental expansion by early America or Nazi Germany. In the American Republic, both political leaders and propagandists openly proclaimed their true expansionist objectives, seeking to create a national consensus in favor of Western continental expansion. Early American presidents, as well as expansionists in Congress, ran on political platforms favoring the acquisition of lands inhabited by indigenous peoples and claimed by European colonial powers. In Nazi Germany, Hitler used subterfuge and deceit to disguise his purposes, but he revealed his true intentions in secret directives and conversations with subordinates. On a public level, however, the Nazis took steps to cover up their true intentions. The German press were told that Hitler's Mein Kampf was merely an historical source, and they were instructed not to cite those sections pertaining to foreign policy. For their part, German diplomats reassured their foreign counterparts that a reading of Mein Kampf would only lead to erroneous conclusions about Nazi foreign policy, a policy whose publicly declared goals were peace, reconciliation, equal status for Germany, and the restoration of German honor. 32. Early America. Louisiana Purchase. Prompted by perceived fears that European powers sought to limit further American westward expansion, President Thomas Jefferson, in 1803, sought to purchase New Orleans and the province of West Florida from France. America's political leaders were united in the desire to acquire New Orleans and secure navigation rights to the Mississippi. While the Federalists favored immediate conquest, Jefferson preferred an assertive diplomatic campaign to buy the city, using threats, bullying, and explanations of cold realities, mixed with occasional pleas, to close the deal. 33 In Congress, both Federalist and Republican senators proposed war plans calling for the raising of as many as 80,000 state militia. 34 The president was determined to have New Orleans, by whatever means necessary. At the same time he sent negotiators to Paris to discuss purchasing New Orleans. Jefferson also sent regular army troops to the border of the Louisiana Territory, in case it became necessary to use military force to accomplish his goals. Understanding the cold realities of their position, the French surprised the American negotiators by agreeing to sell them all of the Louisiana Territory at a price of about 4 cents per acre. Jefferson took a great gamble by convincing Napoleon that the United States was prepared to go to war, should the French try to retain possession of New Orleans. What has been called the largest real estate deal in history. 35 was, in fact, built on the threat of war. With the purchase, the United States eliminated the French and the Spanish as colonial powers in the lower Mississippi and secured American hegemony in eastern North America, setting the stage for further continental expansion. 36 And, as we shall see below, it was the lands provided by Jefferson's Louisiana Purchase that ultimately, and conveniently for the white settler state, made an official federal policy of Indian removal feasible. 37 Florida. The eastern boundary of the Louisiana Purchase was left deliberately ambiguous. Claimed by Spain but dominated by British agents and merchants, the Floridas were the remaining southeastern center of resistance to American expansion. President Jefferson was intent on acquiring Florida by making a claim that it was included in the Louisiana Purchase and then threatening to seize it. He let it be known to the Spanish that he would forego the use of military force if Spain would agree to sell the territory, and Spain agreed to negotiations. Tired of waiting for the government, so-called filibustering expeditions of private citizens invaded Florida, without the explicit authority or approval of the federal government. While negotiations with the Spanish continued, Andrew Jackson, commander of the Southern U.S. Army, under orders from President James Monroe to protect American interests, invaded the Spanish provinces of East and West Florida in March 1818, supposedly in pursuit of hostile Indians and runaway black slaves. Characterized by supporters as a defensive invasion of Florida, Jackson's campaign won de facto American military control of the region. 38 Denying that the United States had been the aggressor in Florida, Secretary of State John Quincy Adams claimed that the United States had been the victim of a conspiracy of Spaniards, Britons, and Indians, forcing the United States to attack mingled hordes of lawless Indians and Negroes who had visited, renewed outrages and savage war on peace loving American settlers. 39 While almost derailing negotiations, Jackson's invasion ultimately served to demonstrate to Spain that the American Republic could seize Florida if it wished. Deserted by the British and with Jackson occupying East Florida, Spain finally capitulated to the Americans. In the Adams-Onis Treaty of February 1819, Spain formally agreed to sell the region to the United States, ceding all Spanish southeastern lands east of the Mississippi River to the Americans. Oregon. Under the Convention of 1818, the British and Americans agreed certain border adjustments to the U.S. Canadian border and, at the same time, declared the Oregon Territory of the Pacific Northwest to be free and open to both British and American settlement. Suffering from what was called Oregon fever, thousands of American settler colonists flocked to the Oregon Country on the continent's west coast, in order to acquire beautiful, high-quality farmland. As more Americans settled in Oregon, the British and the region's Indian inhabitants looked to block further American expansion. While the British looked for an equitable division of Oregon Country, which, by prior agreement, was jointly occupied by both British and Americans, American expansionists called for all of Oregon, viewing the possession of Oregon as a providential right. Claiming that our title to the country of the Oregon is clear and unquestionable, 40 President James K. Polk moved to confront the British, confident that they would not risk war over the distant territory. While publicly supporting demands for all of Oregon, Polk privately kept open the possibility of compromise, while keeping his eye firmly on further expansion in Texas and California. Fearful of perceived British designs in the Pacific Northwest, he directed Secretary of State James Buchanan to negotiate a treaty with the British minister to the United States, hoping to avoid war. Facing the increasing likelihood of a war with Mexico over Texas and California, Polk held out an olive branch to the British, offering to agree to a boundary at the 49th parallel. 41 The Oregon Treaty established the 49th parallel as the U.S.-Canadian border, running from the Continental Divide to the Pacific Ocean. More importantly, it cleared the way for war with Mexico. Texas. In the case of Texas and Oregon, expansionists used the phrases reoccupation and reannexation, implying that these areas had always been part of America's providential domain. 42 As in Oregon, land-hungry settlers were attracted to Texas by cheap and fertile agricultural lands. Encouraged by the Mexican government, who wanted more white settlement in their northern provinces as a buffer against further U.S. expansionism, emigrants from the United States streamed in, establishing a large colony of Anglo-Americans in the northern Mexican province. In 1836, with unofficial encouragement from the U.S. government, American settler colonists launched a revolt against Mexican rule, declaring their independence. In a clear violation of American neutrality laws, men, money, and supplies for the Anglo-Texan rebels poured across the Louisiana border into Texas in support of the settler colonists in the new Lone Star Republic. In a brief war, American settler colonists defeated Mexican government forces in their own War of Independence, a revolt welcomed by the President and most of the American government. But it did not take long before the white settlers in the self-declared Republic of Texas began to push for annexation by their sister American Republic to the north. For their part, in the early 1840s, American expansionists in Washington cited new dangers from abroad to kickstart the Texas annexation debate. When rumors of a Mexican plot to invade Texas proved false, expansionists cited British commercial ties with the Lone Star Republic and British abolitionist interest in ending slavery in Texas as evidence that Britain would seek to bring the independent republic into its sphere of influence, effectively blocking American expansion to the southwest. 43 While most Democrats supported annexation, most of their Whig opponents opposed it, fearing the creation of another slave state. 44 For the moment, Texas remained outside the American Union, and the Texas question quietly simmered, awaiting a solution acceptable to both the Texas settler colonists and their political allies in Washington. 45 Nazi Germany. Austria. Determined to annex Austria by one means or another, the Nazis aimed at complete Austrian union with Germany, the incorporation of Austria, and the creation of a Greater Germany. The German government was more than willing to use pressure from inside Austria to assist the process, and the Nazis launched a massive pro-Nazi and pro-annexation propaganda campaign in Austria. Following an abortive putsch attempt by Austrian Nazis, Hitler turned to a policy of watchful waiting, as well as making efforts to remove Italian objections to a German, Austrian union. When Mussolini dropped his objections, Hitler began bullying the Austrian government and threatened to invade the country if his demands were not met. Clothing German moves in a mantle of legality, Hitler claimed that German assistance was necessary for the restoration of law and order in Austria. As German troops moved across the Austrian border unopposed, the era of Nazi territorial expansion began. The annexation of Austria by Germany was a watershed for the Third Reich and for Hitler. For Nazi Germany, it was a triumph of enormous political and psychological significance. A country created by the Versailles peace settlement disappeared, but the land taken had not been former German land lost by the Treaty of Versailles, and the threatened use of force had sufficed. 46 It was also a defining moment in the history of the Third Reich. After the Anschluss, Hitler believed that he could take on the world, and win. The Anschluss proved that he could do anything he wanted, that his instincts were right, that the Western democracies were powerless, and that they would not intervene to block his plans. It served to make Hitler impatient for more and set the roller coaster of continental expansion moving. 47 And finally, it drove Hitler's popularity in Germany to new heights, and it bolstered his self-confidence, reinforcing his belief that he had been chosen by Providence to save the fatherland. 48 Sudetenland. After the Anschluss, Hitler's attention quickly shifted to Czechoslovakia. Ethnic Germans in Czechoslovakia were referred to as Sudeten Germans and constituted a German-speaking minority who began to look to Hitler's Third Reich to protect their security and welfare. In their propaganda campaign claiming Czech mistreatment of ethnic Germans, the Nazis would both exploit and invent alleged injustices done to the Sudeten Germans. From Hitler's perspective, he could conveniently use the Sudeten Germans as a pretext for the destruction of Czechoslovakia, with its arms industry, skilled labor, and plentiful raw materials. For now the Sudeten Germans would form a cover for any German attack, an attack that could be made to appear as a defensive measure to protect the Sudeten Germans. 49. To the world, Hitler portrayed his desire to incorporate the German-speaking areas of Czechoslovakia into the Greater German Reich as a justifiable and reasonable border adjustment in line with American President Woodrow Wilson's post-war doctrine of national self-determination. In seeking the Sudetenland, Hitler displayed his willingness to gamble for high stakes, to take go-for-broke risks, and to even risk war, in order to accomplish his expansionist objectives. In this case, a more cautious approach advocated by Nazi leader Hermann Göring led to a diplomatic settlement. While the Munich Agreement of September 1938 detached the Sudetenland from the rest of the Czech state, it thwarted Hitler's primary intention of taking Czechoslovakia by force and temporarily interrupted his drive for the total destruction of the Czech state. But the Munich Accord left the Czech state friendless and, with its border fortifications lost, virtually defenseless as well. After the Munich Agreement, Hitler's drive to war was unabated. The next time, he told himself, he would get his war and would not succumb to last-minute diplomatic maneuvers. 50 Indeed, the Munich Agreement would only cause Hitler to speed up the pace of German expansion. Czechoslovakia. After Munich, Hitler promised that the Sudetenland had been his last territorial demand. Yet the day after the Munich Agreement was signed, Hitler privately revealed his intention to annex the remaining Czech territory at the first opportunity. Within weeks after the Munich settlement, Hitler moved to liquidate the Czech state. Denied the opportunity to obtain the Sudetenland by force, Hitler's aim was a limited war with the Czechs. In the case of the rump Czech state, the Slovaks would play the role that the Sudeten Germans had played earlier, that is, an aggrieved minority who needed Germany's help and protection. 51 While the Czech government was willing to become a German satellite, Hitler was intent on smashing the remnants of the Czech state in a two-stage plan to acquire the whole of Czechoslovakia and then to use it as a platform for further eastern expansion. 52 Hitler's plan to smash Czechoslovakia by military action marked a shift in course. It made clear that Nazi Germany was no longer embarking on a readjustment of what the Germans saw as the unfair and punitive territorial provisions of the Treaty of Versailles of 1919. 53 With the Czech crisis, Hitler demonstrated that he was prepared to go beyond the revisionism and national integration, instanced by the incorporation of the Sudetenland into the German Reich, to the military destruction of the Czech state itself. The conquest of the Czech rump finally destroyed the fiction that Hitler's policies were aimed at uniting German-speaking peoples into a single state. 54 In Hitler's mind, destruction of the Czech state was a subsidiary, short-term goal on the road to his larger aim of the conquest of vast Aryan German living space in the East. 55 Memel. Memel, a seaport on the Baltic with a largely German population, had been taken from Germany by the Treaty of Versailles and given to Lithuania. Employing his usual bullying tactics, Hitler threatened the Lithuanian foreign minister with military force if his demands for the immediate return of Memel were not met. The Lithuanians were quickly pressured into yielding and agreeing to the Nazi takeover of Memel land, Hitler's last annexation without bloodshed. Military conquest. In addition to diplomatic moves, both early America and Nazi Germany used naked force and brutal military conquest to gain living space for their settler colonists. In the American case, far from being exceptions to America's past, imperialism, empire, war, and conquest were central to early American expansionism. Victory against Britain in the War of Independence opened up lands west of the Appalachians to settlement. Often ignored or minimized in the traditional narrative of American history, the War of 1812, the Mexican War, and the 36 or more Indian Wars were all imperial wars that expanded the geographical domain of the new American Republic. As wars for empire, they were, in fact, wars to extend American power and to conquer vast territories for the young nation. 56 As well as a contest of cultures and two distinct ways of life, what historian Colin Calloway has called the Indian settler war for America was primarily a struggle for land and resources. 57 In the German case, to be sure, war had been objective of the Nazi leadership from the moment they came to power in 1933. 58 In defiance of the Treaty of Versailles, Hitler rearmed Germany and then, in early 1936, sent German troops to remilitarize the Rhineland. Between 1937 and 1939, Hitler began preparing for a series of wars whose purpose was to acquire agricultural lands in the East for settlement by German settler colonists. These years would see a radicalization of Nazi foreign policy in accordance with Hitler's foreign policy views outlined in Mein Kampf. Germany's need for living space, he declared, could only be solved by the sword. The attack on Poland, in September 1939, was thus conceived as a necessary first step in acquiring Lebensraum farther east. Early America. The Revolutionary Era. In the Royal Proclamation of 1763, as noted above, the British promised to keep white settlers from encroaching on Indian lands beyond the Appalachian Mountains, alienating both gentry land speculators and Indian-hating backwoodsmen in the American colonies. British attempts to regulate its colonial subjects, whether Indians or colonists, only produced resistance among both groups, igniting wars of independence in both Indian country and in Britain's American colonies. 59 Frustrated by Britain's refusal to open the western lands to white settlement and colonization, many American colonists joined the war for independence from Great Britain to defend their right to expansion, settlement, and colonization west of the Appalachians. In simplest terms, the war for American independence substituted an aggressive American empire for the defeated British colonial empire. 60 Like so many previous wars on the North American continent, it was also a war about Indian land. The end of the war opened the way for a renewed invasion of Indian lands by American settler colonists. Meanwhile, a great smallpox epidemic killed Native American peoples by the thousands in the West, clearing the region for American occupation and settlement. The Treaty of Paris not only recognized the independence of the 13 Anglo-American colonies but also granted America a western boundary along the eastern bank of the Mississippi River, creating a vast western imperial domain for the new American empire and immediately doubling the size of the original 13 colonies. After independence itself, the fertile American midcontinent, from the Appalachians to the Mississippi, was the greatest prize of the Revolution. 61 In the aftermath of the American Revolution, the former colonial subjects became colonizers themselves in their own Western Empire. Despite frequent clashes, as well as recurrent differences of opinion, the early American political elite and ordinary Americans ultimately became allies in the national project of conquest and expansion. 62 The winning of the West, both groups realized, would require the participation of the state. Western settlers looked to the state to secure the West by subjugating the Indians and removing them from white settlement areas. Unlike their former British colonial masters, the new, more powerful American state, the new American Leviathan, would always put the settlers' interests first and would prove quite willing to kill Indians to retain the West. 63 War of 1812 In the years following the War for Independence, the British had not only harassed American ships on the high seas, but had aided and abetted Indian resistance to the continued westward expansion of the American Republic. While these traditional maritime freedom of the seas issues were important, recent scholarship has rightly stressed the desire of settlers in the Old Northwest to stop the British from continuing to support Indian resistance to white settler expansion, as well as the desire of settler colonists in the Old Southwest to expand into Florida and the Gulf Coast regions still held by Spain. 64 Pressured by militant Western House members, the United States declared war against Britain in June 1812. Including the conquest of Canada and Florida in its war aims. Manifest destiny began west of the Appalachians in the War of 1812, not west of the Mississippi in the 1840s. The War of 1812 effectively ended a long series of border wars for control of the vast western territory between the Appalachians and the Mississippi, from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico. In many ways, as historian Mark Joy notes, the fighting in the War of 1812 in the western parts of the United States was basically a continuation of the Indian Wars that had been going on there since American independence 65. In retrospect, the War of 1812, known at the time as the Second American War for Independence, was a war of conquest by which the early American Republic secured control of the eastern half of the North American continent and effectively destroyed the resistance of the American Indians east of the Mississippi River. 66 It helped cement the West to the young American nation. 67 Mexican-American War. Rather than speaking of the conquest of Texas, many American expansionists, like Jackson himself, spoke of adjusting the border between the United States and Mexico. Many militant expansionists, again like Jackson, believed that borders were best defended in the territory of the enemy. 68 While diplomatic recognition was extended to the newly declared Texas Republic, anti-slavery forces in Congress, many of whom also opposed any further territorial expansion, refused to countenance formal annexation, forcing those favoring annexation and an expansion of slavery to look for another solution. In 1844 James K. Polk, a committed expansionist and champion of Andrew Jackson's political agenda, was elected president. Like Jefferson and Jackson, Polk claimed that Texas had been part of the original Louisiana Purchase and advocated reannexation of the region. He also wanted to acquire the California coast and deny its spectacular harbors and ports to the British. The compromise settlement with Britain on Oregon conveniently freed Polk's hand to aggressively pursue American expansion in the southwestern and western lands now owned by Mexico. At a May 30, 1845 White House meeting, Polk declared to his cabinet, "My purpose to acquire for the United States California, New Mexico, and perhaps some others of the northern provinces of Mexico by military possession." 69 In the United States, expansionist voices called for the conquest of all Mexico, envisioning a vast American settler colony to the south. Ignoring Mexican warnings that the annexation of Texas would be equivalent to a declaration of war, the U.S. Congress voted to annex the independent Republic of Texas. In May 1846, seeking a justification for going to war, President Polk used a border incident between American and Mexican forces to declare that American blood has been shed on American soil and to persuade Congress to formally declare war on Mexico. 70 In his war message to Congress and the public, Polk charged that Mexico has invaded our territory. 71 Clearly casting the war as a defensive rather than offensive measure. In reality, however, Polk deliberately provoked a war and then lied, in order to blame Mexico for starting the conflict. 72 Despite Polk's claims and pretensions, the Mexican War was not a defensive struggle but a war of conquest. 73 Ostensibly begun as a limited war for limited objectives, it soon became a far-reaching war of conquest, with principal theaters of operation in northern Mexico, New Mexico, and California. Weakened and exhausted by its own Indian wars in its northern provinces, Mexico was no match for the U.S. Army. Backing Polk, American expansionists pointed to Mexico's inability to control the Indians as justifications for their own actions in Texas, as well as in the whole of the Mexican North. The Anglo-American invaders actually posed as liberators to Mexican inhabitants of the North, offering them protection from future Indian raids. As in prior conquests, Americans invoked their self-proclaimed God-given natural right to seize territory which, like Texas and the Mexican North, they declared, was empty and not properly cultivated. Mexico had, the expansionists argued, surrendered its moral claims to these lands by failing in its own attempts to settle and develop its northern territories. 74. The Mexican War of 1846-8 was a pivotal event in early American westward expansion and, as many expansionists at the time believed, an expression of America's racial destiny. 75 Under the terms of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, Mexico ceded roughly 1 million square miles of its territory to the United States, an area larger than the Louisiana Purchase, and confirmed the annexation of Texas. The United States paid Mexico $15 million and acquired half of Mexico. It also gained recognition of the Rio Grande River as the border between Texas and Mexico. In 1853, additional territory was purchased from Mexico by James Gadsden. The so-called Gadsden Purchase formally ended the continental expansion of the United States. Indian Wars. In the first 100 years of its existence, the newly independent United States waged 36 or more Indian wars by which settler colonists of the early American Republic appropriated lands that native peoples had called home for 1,000 generations. In the settler colonial context, these Indian wars were about who should own and occupy the land. Throughout the period of early American conquest and expansion, Indian homelands became imperial borderlands, as the new nation began to build and expand its own empire. Often with troops at their backs, American negotiators demanded Indian lands by right of conquest, and when the Indians resisted white settler intrusions, they were subjected to what the Americans termed just and lawful wars. 76 Rather than individual wars or distinct incidents, the Indian Wars, spanning almost a century, were part of a single overarching campaign to establish American dominion over the entire North American continent. 77 Nazi Germany. War in the East. On May 23, 1928, as a political outsider, Adolf Hitler announced his intention to lead our people into bloody action, not just for an adjustment of boundaries, but to save it into the most distant future by securing so much land and ground that the future receives back many times the bloodshed. 78 On the evening of February 3, 1933, within days of his appointment as German Chancellor, Hitler suggested to army leaders that he preferred to use his newly acquired political power and his planned build-up of German armed forces for the conquest of new living space in the East and its ruthless Germanization. 79 Even during the so-called peace years, Hitler remained totally committed to launching a war of conquest and expansion in the East at the first opportunity. Hitler sought war in the East to acquire Lebensraum at Poland's and Russia's expense. War for territorial gain was, to be sure, intrinsic to the notion of Lebensraum. 80 During the war, in a speech to his army commanders, Hitler described the war in the East as a fight for Lebensraum. Without this Lebensraum, he declared, the German Reich and the German nation cannot endure. For in the end man lives from the earth and the earth is the prize Providence gives to those people who fight for it. 81. The Nazi vision of protracted war aimed at military conquest extending across the entire European continent. On November 5, 1937, Hitler presented his program for war to the supreme military commanders and foreign minister, a program founded on his broad ideological vision. While not a war plan, it was, nonetheless, a clear statement of Hitler's intention to launch a European war inspired by racial ideology. The aim of German policy, Hitler declared, was the safeguarding and maintenance of the racial group and its propagation. It was, in his view, a problem of space. Therefore, Germany's future, he asserted, was wholly conditional upon the solving of the need for space. 82 In a speech on February 10, 1939, Hitler told his army commanders that I have taken it upon myself to solve the German question, i.e. to solve the German problem of space. Convinced that this question must be settled one way or the other, he told his audience that I thereby would never shrink from the most extreme measures. The next great war, he boldly announced, would be a pure war of ideology, that is consciously a war of peoples and races. 83 Hitler's wars for Lebensraum in the East were very much a product of his plans and intentions. 84 And were inextricably entangled with Nazi racial goals. 85 Genocidal in their implications, Nazi military and imperial conquests in the years 1939 to 42 were premised on the relocation, deportation, and murder of millions of civilian non-combatants in the new Eastern Lebensraum. Poland. Hitler's first territorial demands in the East were the return of lands lost to Poland after the First World War. In the Nazi view, Poland was the racially backward, bastard child of the post-war peace settlement and an important source of living space for Germany's settler colonists. In the case of Poland, Hitler vowed, there would be no diplomatic settlement, no new Munich, he would not be cheated once again of the war he had always intended. Having been deprived of war in 1938, he was all the more determined to have it in 1939.86. In the early stages, there was no plan for invasion and conquest, with even Hitler more interested in a negotiated settlement that would bring Poland into the German orbit, that would allow for the return of Danzig to the Reich, and that would permit road and railway access through the Polish corridor. Hitler expected the Poles to yield after the usual bullying, with Poland becoming a German satellite and then an ally against the Soviet Union. Unlike the Sudeten crisis, some generals favored military measures and an aggressive war against Poland. When Poland refused to make any concessions, backed by assurances from England and France, Hitler's approach to Poland changed markedly. On May 23, 1939, Hitler told his generals that the coming war against Poland was not about Danzig or Access Point 87 for us, he declared, it is a matter of the expansion of living space in the East and the securing of our food supply 88. In a real sense, Poland was a dress rehearsal for the final drive for Lebensraum, a dress rehearsal for the war of conquest, plunder, subjugation, and mass violence in the Soviet Union. On the eve of the invasion of Poland, claiming frightful persecution of ethnic Germans in the ancient German lands given Poland by the Treaty of Versailles, one German general exhorted his troops to take back this living space of the German people for the honor and existence of the fatherland. 89 Identifying with Nazi ideological goals, one Wehrmacht soldier wrote home from Poland, saying that German troops carry the borders of German Lebensraum even farther to the east with every step they take. 90. Russia. As early as December 1922, Hitler called for the destruction of Russia in order to give Germany sufficient land for German settlers. 91 Hitler's racially based need for Lebensraum became the impetus for the decision to attack the Soviet Union in 1941, fed by Hitler's desire to radicalize the war. A war of conquest, enslavement, and annihilation, the Russian campaign aimed at the conquest of Lebensraum and colonies for the Third Reich, liquidation of Jewish Bolshevik elites and the Jews, slaughter and enslavement of the Slavic masses, and the creation of a vast colonial empire in Eastern Europe providing security and food for the Greater German Reich. The acquisition of living space in Eastern Europe at the expense of the Soviet Union was to be achieved by the sword, as Hitler had repeatedly reminded his readers and audiences since the late 1920s. The fate of Russia was determined, in the minds of Hitler and the Nazi elites, by the ideological and economic imperatives of Nazi imperialism. In Nazi eyes, Russia was the cradle of Germany's ancient racial enemies and now new racial and political enemies. Facing a numerically superior enemy, the war in the Soviet Union would, of necessity, be a war of annihilation against the Reich's political and racial enemies. Germany aimed not only to defeat armed enemies on the field of combat but also to conquer, subjugate, and exploit the indigenous peoples. Barbarossa envisioned the physical destruction of Soviet state, the deliberate starvation of tens of millions of Slavs, enslavement of the surviving remnant, extermination of the Jews, and a struggle to the death between two opposing worldviews, National Socialism and Jewish Bolshevism. Accordingly, German troops and security forces would be given free rein to defend themselves ruthlessly against every threat by the hostile civilian population. 92 Violent acts against civilian populations, it was mutually understood, would go unpunished. Soviet political commissars and all perpetrators of resistance would be finished off with weapons immediately as a matter of principle. 93 And, it should be noted, without regard for international law. In Poland, between 1939 and mid-1941, the Nazis fought a war that they limited territorially and that its propagandists described as a defensive, preventive war. The attack on the Soviet Union, however, signaled a growing radicalization of Nazi foreign and racial policy. From now on, foreign and racial policy would be pursued in strict accordance with the demands of the Nazi Weltanschauung. A war instigated and relentlessly pursued by Hitler, it was, above all, a war for racially reconstituted living space for Germans in the East. For the Nazis, the Soviet Union was the Wild East, a savage region ripe for conquest and expansion, its subhuman indigenous inhabitants destined for extermination or helotry. For Nazi expansionists, Russia promised land and resources on a far greater scale than Poland had provided. It would also provide a far greater scale of mass death as well. Indeed, violence towards the civilian populations in the Soviet Union would be far more systematic and wholesale than in Poland. 94 In a pre-invasion directive to his troops, General Erich Hoebner called the war against the Soviets a war for the existence of the German nation, a battle of the Germanic against the Slavic peoples to defend European culture and repel Jewish Bolshevism, and a battle in which German troops must possess an iron will to exterminate the enemy mercilessly and totally. 95 With the invasion of the Soviet Union, the center of Hitler's continental empire moved farther and farther eastward. Way of war. Historians of both America and Germany discern an unambiguous continuity in the nature of military campaigns and operational warfare over different historical eras in the respective national histories. In the colonial, revolutionary, and early national periods, American war-making on the frontier was waged against indigenous enemy non-combatant populations and their agricultural resources, as well as against armed combatants. Significantly for this investigation, successive generations of Anglo-American settler colonists, both soldiers and civilians, made the killing of Indian men, women, and children an important part of a shared American identity. 96 In the Wild East, the German National Socialists and their military forces waged a self-described war of annihilation, fought against civilian populations, and not just against enemy armies and their war-making capability. On the Eastern Front, entire peoples were to be disposed of during or after the phase of military conquest. Waging war against civilian populations was part of a German historical tendency, one that had been given a 20th century update by the Wehrmacht, and ultimately perfected by Nazi ideological warfare. 97. Early America. The American War for Independence from Great Britain was not limited to the military confrontation between Patriot armies and the British and their hired forces. Indeed, a series of small but brutal wars between frontiersmen and Indians ran concurrently with the War of Independence in the Trans-Appalachian West and along the New York frontier. These Indian wars on the southern, western, and New York frontiers focused on destroying Indian fields, food supplies, and civilian populations and were characterized by horrific violence. 98 During the American War for Independence, American patriot military leaders embraced a philosophy of total war. This embrace of total war by American patriots was not new, having been used by early settler colonists, as noted above, in their attacks on Indian villages in areas coveted by white settlers in the New World. Unlike the colonial precedents, however, the intent of the American patriots was not to punish the Indians or force them to sue for peace but, rather, to drive them off lands coveted by white settlers. The way of war practiced by American patriots against Native Americans who had taken up the hatchet as British allies, was the modern equivalent of murderous ethnic cleansing, built around an ideology of political and ethnic solidarity among white settler colonists on the frontier. 99. In their inexorable march across the North American continent, Anglo-American military, paramilitary, and settler colonist militia formations embraced warfare shaped by extreme violence and focused on conquest of Indian lands. On the frontier of empire, warfare against the indigenous other was characterized by face-to-face shootings, random atrocities, and reprisal killings. The first American way of war, as historian John Grenier convincingly demonstrates, accepted, legitimized, and encouraged attacks upon non-combatants, the destruction of villages, and agricultural resources, in shockingly violent campaigns to achieve goals of conquest. When the U.S. Army proved unable or unwilling to drive Indians from western lands, he notes, white settler colonists frequently took matters into their own hands, unleashing spasm of extreme violence against indigenous native peoples, including enemy non-combatants. 100. In the mid-19th century, the Mexican-American War involved U.S. military campaigns against Mexican armed forces and the civilian population, using methods similar to America's first wave of war in the brutal campaigns against Native Americans. Behind the battle against regular Mexican army forces, a hidden dirty war was waged against Mexican civilians in the countryside. Although formal military resistance by the Mexican army and government collapsed within a year of the commencement of hostilities, fighting continued against Mexican civilians. U.S. state-sponsored murder, moreover, was committed against Mexican civilian populations by American forces, with many instances of unprovoked racial and sexual depredations upon the Mexican people. In particular, the Texas Ranger companies were notorious for establishing a reign of terror in the Mexican countryside. Any military resistance to American occupation by Mexican civilians or guerrillas brought swift reprisal attacks in which wholesale massacres were carried out to avenge the death of even one murdered Ranger. The nature of warfare and occupation in Mexico was often characterized by a racist brutality, involving the looting of the Mexican countryside by American regular army and volunteer militia soldiers and the commission of racial and sexual atrocities against Mexican civilians by the occupation forces. 101. Throughout the 19th century, waging war against Indian non-combatants on the frontier continued to define American war-making, with the U.S. taking war straight to the enemy's civilian populations in the brutal military conquest of the Trans-Mississippi West. 102. Anglo-American military leaders quickly discovered that destruction of supplies and infrastructure was as effective in conquering the Indian enemy as defeating his troops in battle. Throughout the so-called Indian Wars, the U.S. Army found small mobile special operations units more successful against Indian warriors than pitched battles against large formations. Having to transport their own supplies, as well as protect their women and children, Indian warriors were susceptible to economic warfare. For its part, the U.S. Army used economic warfare aimed at destroying the Indians' ability to wage war, including destruction of Indian crops and stored supplies, as well as mounted attacks against Indian villages and Indian encampments. 103. In the American West, regular military forces and settler paramilitary forces adopted a strategy of murdering chiefs, burning villages and crops, and killing non-combatants. As practiced against indigenous peoples who stood in the path of Anglo-American expansion, the early American way of war, then, in the colonial, revolutionary, and early national periods, condoned the use of extreme violence against enemy non-combatants, including women, children, and the elderly. It also entailed destroying enemy villages, fields, and crops, as well as intimidating and or killing enemy non-combatant populations. In short, America's first way of war was the primary engine of early American conquest and expansion in the settler, state drive to gain dominion over the entire North American continent. 104. Nazi Germany. The Nazi-German War in the East was, above all, a racial war, prosecuted by the Nazis with the utmost ruthlessness and brutality. As a political movement and ideology, German National Socialism was inseparable from war and violence. In the Nazi worldview, war and racial struggle were the same. Racial war lay at the core of Nazism. It was also the essence of the Nazi settler colonial project. 105 For Nazi leaders, the war of annihilation in the East was a struggle of ideologies, a battle to the death against the Jewish Bolshevist enemy. The Nazis were prepared to wage war against any groups who, in their view, stood in the way of their often stated goals of a racially pure Germany and the colonization of the Nazi East with racially superior Aryan settler colonists. In the East, the Nazis waged ideological war, aimed at removing entire peoples and cultures from the designated German living space and redrawing the racial map of the European continent. Far from being the product of defeat or desperation, waging war against civilians was part of the German strategy from the beginning in Poland, throughout the years of victory, and, indeed, to the bitter end. 106 While less systematic than the destruction of Jews, Outrages against non-Jewish civilians rivaled the Nazi genocide in the degree of death and suffering they produced. 107 While some historians see the genocide of the Jews as a separate theater of war, others more rightly note a symbiotic relationship between the Nazi genocide and the war in the East. 108 Here kenning back to Frederick the Great's harrowing of Saxony in the 30 Years' War, the Germans prosecuted the war in the East with a high degree of ruthlessness towards the civilian population, as well as towards enemy armed forces. In the Wild East, terrorizing the civilian population wherever possible was a vital tool in the Wehrmacht's arsenal. In prosecuting the war in the East, the Nazis aimed not at mere military victory but at the destruction of indigenous peoples and their way of life. Unleashed by Hitler, with the willing complicity of higher military echelons, the war in the East was a ruthless, ideologically charged war, a destructive war aimed at entire civilian populations and seeking the total annihilation of some and the decimation or enslavement of others. It was, moreover, a multifaceted war, a war of annihilation against certain enemy populations, a war of extermination against the Jews, a war of enslavement against Slavic peoples, and a ruthless war of subjugation and occupation against indigenous peoples who survived the initial onslaught. 109 Bolstered by a strong sense of superiority, as well as the imagined bestiality and inhumanity of the racial and ideological enemy, the German army, special mobile killing units, and security forces committed acts of extreme violence against civilian populations frequently and on a massive scale. Unarmed men, women, and children were shot and killed at murder sites on the outskirts of a village or town, many civilians were executed as partisans, and many others were left to die of starvation. In short, the German way of war in the East was marked by systematic murder. From the start, the war launched against Poland was a war of racial conquest, subjugation, and extermination. But Poland was, as noted above, merely a dress rehearsal for the attack on the Soviet Union. Before the campaign against the Soviet Union began, the Wehrmacht High Command annulled any possibility of international law protection for the civilian populations in any occupied territory. In effect, they declared war against the civilian population. Under certain conditions, civilians who exercised armed resistance were to be dealt with as soldier combatants. These so-called irregulars could be shot in battle or while escaping. Unarmed civilians, if suspected, counted as irregulars, as suspected perpetrators of resistance subject to collective reprisal measures. The Nazi war in the Wild East also countenanced the shooting of hostages and the burning of entire villages. 110 The Wehrmacht leadership, in an order dated July 23, 1941, called upon German troops in Russia to spread the kind of terror which is the only suitable means of suppressing any inclination towards resistance in the population. 111 Throughout the Russian campaign, the German army increasingly institutionalized the ruthless treatment of civilians in the occupied territories. 112 In Nazi eyes, the Jews were seen as supporters of the partisan movement, that is, every Jew was a partisan or a supporter of the partisans, subject to immediate execution. To the very end, the Nazis were committed to effecting a racist war of annihilation in the East, a campaign of extraordinary devastation and brutality. Similarities, differences, and links. Both early American and Nazi German territorial expansion were intended and planned projects of settler colonialism, that is, their respective drives for conquest and expansion similarly aimed at placing indigenous lands and resources at the disposal of their settler colonists. In both cases, policies of territorial expansion and conquest were preparatory steps for American and German population expansion. The aim of early American and Nazi German colonizers, in fact, was to remove and slash or decimate the allegedly inferior indigenous populations in the areas to be colonized, in order to seize land and resources for their settler colonists. In both cases, successful expansion and military conquest only added more indigenous peoples to the colonial empire, requiring, as we shall see below, further measures to preserve the racial purity of the new living space. In both cases, the respective trajectories of conquest and expansion displayed disquieting parallels, as similar projects of settler colonialism. The dynamic of both early American and Nazi German expansionism meant that there was no fixed frontier but rather a political border to be continually expanded outward. In both cases, then, the process of territorial expansion was intended as a continuous process. With other powers reluctant to take firm action against American and German expansion, both nation-states accomplished a great deal of expansion via annexation, without resorting to military conflict or without immediate bloodshed. In both cases, treaties were at most temporary instruments that could, and would, be quickly broken when they had lost their usefulness in the struggle for living space or when they no longer met the requirements of space policy. Outside the national borders, Americans in Oregon, Texas, and California, and Germans in Austria and Czechoslovakia were used as a pretext for aggression, in order to protect alleged rights of self-determination. Where necessary, incidents were encouraged or staged by early American and Nazi German political leaders in order to provide a pretext for war. Drawing no distinction between soldiers and civilians, both the early American and the Nazi German ways of war backed aggressive expansionist policies of territorial aggrandizement and racial purity, as both nation-states became engaged in brutal enterprises of settler colonization and subjugation of indigenous peoples. In both cases, prior histories of conquest and expansion in the West and the East, respectively, legitimized brutal military conquest and extreme violence against combatant and non-combatant populations, as justifiable methods of obtaining indigenous lands and resources. Differences between the actuality of conquest, expansion, and settlement in these two cases mainly involved timing and sequence. In the American case, crucially, disease acted as an invisible army, decimating Native American communities and often allowing settler colonists to swarm over Indian lands in advance of formal expansion and/or actual military conquest. In the German case, by contrast, military conquest for Lebensraum preceded actual settlement, due to the very large numbers of indigenous peoples in the desired living space who had to be pacified before actual settlement could begin. Despite these differences, the early American and Nazi German cases of settler colonialism shared markedly similar trajectories, policies, and practices. Moreover, the legacies of the early American settler project served as an example and model for the planned Nazi German settler project in the East, with numerous Nazi policies in the Eastern Lebensraum versions of those practiced in the American West. For some expansionists in pre-Nazi Germany, the analog of the German East and the American West was used as an argument for overturning the Treaty of Versailles and for establishing German influence in the East. The Nazis, as usual, thought in more radical terms. Casting the indigenous inhabitants of the Nazi East, Slavs and Jews, as Indians, many Nazi leaders were fascinated by the opportunities in the Wild East and by the idea of heroic settlers on the frontier. The mystique of the Wild East was for some an irrelevance, for others a useful fiction, and for others a legitimizing ideology with definite propaganda potential. 113 For Hitler and other true believers, however, it was a true driving force of belief and action. German military conquest and expansion in the East would proceed, in Hitler's words, as in the conquest of America. In August 1942, Hitler equated the struggle with partisans in the East with the Indian Wars in North America. 3 weeks later, he returned to this theme, calling the partisan struggle in the East a real Indian War. 114 These links, to be sure, can work both ways. As historian Michael Geyer rightly suggests, the Nazi way of war in the East is beyond the American imagination. However, it is not, he sadly notes, beyond the collective ethnic memory of quite a significant group of North Americans, the indigenous Native American peoples, who stood directly in the path of Anglo-American expansion. 115. 4. Colonization, peopling the empire. Early American plans for a Western Empire and Nazi plans for an Eastern Empire were both predicated on peopling the empire with settler colonists and removing indigenous peoples who stood in the way of their national expansionist projects. In both cases, legacies of prior settlement episodes provided useful legacies and convenient justifications for future settlement schemes. In the American West and the Nazi East, political leaders envisaged a people's empire that would benefit ordinary citizens, as well as, of course, the political elites, which, in turn, would provide economic security for the nation-state. In both cases, the settlers' pursuit of happiness was to be achieved at the expense of inferior peoples who would be required to disappear from the new settler living space. Political leaders, in both early America and Nazi Germany, developed colonization plans that outlined general settlement goals in the West and the East. And, finally, both nation-states shared a similar settlement model, based on settler self-interest in striving for prosperity and material security for themselves and their children. In the early American case, the expectation of land in the West proved more powerful than military might in settling Western lands. 1 As early as 1837, Eastern newspaper editor and spokesman for the Western movement Horace Greeley advised, "Go west, young man, go forth into the country." Too many an American settler would head west with Greeley's words "Go west, young man" ringing in their ears. By the 1830s, however, there were two completing and conflicting agrarian visions, one of an American society composed of white yeoman farmers, and the other of a plantation slave system as practiced in the older slave states of the Atlantic seaboard. The Northern victory over the South in the American Civil War would transport the Jeffersonian ideal of the idealized Western yeoman and the vision of a Western utopia of white yeoman farmers into the Trans-Mississippi West and all the way to the Pacific Ocean. 3. In the Nazi German case, military might and force were a necessary condition for settlement given the vast numbers of natives in the Nazi East. In Hitler's view, our colonizing penetration must be constantly progressive, until it reaches the stage where our own colonists far outnumber the local inhabitants. The German colonist, in his mind, was the soldier peasant. After 12 years of military service, the professional soldier would be provided a completely equipped farm in the East, with his own patch of ground. In a conversation with dinner guests, on May 12, 1942, Hitler declared that his long-term policy aim was to eventually have 100 million Germans settled in territories. In a decade, his hope was that 20 million Germans would have settled in eastern territories either already annexed to the Reich or occupied by German troops. 4 Under Hitler's National Socialists, the opening up of space in the East for German settlers would take colonization and settlement to new extremes in a radical new kind of colonial empire. Antecedents. The histories of early America and Nazi Germany both contained a prehistory of actualized and/or intended settler colonization and settlement episodes in colonized living space. In British colonial North America, the first settler colonial projects were targeted for Atlantic coastal areas, coastal regions neglected by the French and Spanish in their own colonization efforts. Pre-Nazi German colonial projects, both on the African continent and in Central and Eastern Europe, were predicated on agricultural settlement and the founding of settler colonies, as well as on the vision of the soldier-farmer. In both cases, these prehistories left important legacies and histories to be exploited by later advocates of national projects of territorial expansion and settler colonization in the American West and the Nazi East, respectively. Early America. During the mid-16th century, English imperialists were preoccupied with the conquest and colonization of Ireland. Many potential investors and settler colonists, in fact, viewed colonizing the nearby island as more desirable than colonizing North America. 5 From the 1580s to the 1640s, British investors from England and Scotland established numerous settler colonies in Ulster and Munster, attracting more than 100,000 immigrants who proved unwilling to move to the distant North American settlements. Irish native resistance and rebellion was finally broken by Oliver Cromwell and his New Model Army, who defeated the natives, confiscated millions of acres of their lands, and expelled, deported, or enslaved the tens of thousands of survivors. Emboldened by the success of colonization efforts in Ireland, English imperialists looked to extend their colonial ambitions across the Atlantic to the North America continent. 6 The colonial plantations of Ireland served as the model for very similar plantations in England's original settlements in North America. In the thrall of Ireland's example, the English rejected strategies of accommodation and adopted aggressive attitudes and actions as part of a colonization model aimed at planting settler colonies on indigene lands cleared of the native inhabitants. 7. The Spanish, British, and French empires in North America were all empires of conquest, based largely on territorial expansion through subjugation of the natives. But unlike its imperial competitors in North America, an insatiable settler colonist hunger for land became the defining feature of English colonization. Given this insatiable land hunger, the settlement and colonization of British North America depended upon subjugating and dispossessing the American Indians. With regard to the natives, the Spanish aimed to make them a pliant labor force, the French sought to incorporate them as trading partners, and the English sought to exclude them from their North America colonies. 8. Unlike its French counterpart, the English North American Empire was built largely in opposition to, rather than in cooperation with, native peoples, as the English settlers shunned cultural engagement in favor of separation. As long as Spain, Britain, and France competed for dominance in North America, Indians were needed as trading partners and allies in imperial wars, fostering attitudes of mutual dependency between white settler colonists and the natives. Over time, British North America became the most populous, prosperous, and powerful colonial presence on the continent, eventually overpowering its competitors. 9. During the 17th century, English settler colonists secured a foothold on the Atlantic coast. Initially, colonial promoters looked to a region they called Virginia and a region to the north they named New England. English settler colonists in Virginia and New England viewed Indian land use as unproductive and, therefore, felt free to confiscate native lands. At the same time, colonist notions of Indian savagery justified, in their view, brutal wars of expiation and land dispossession. In Virginia and New England, Indians who resisted settlement and colonization of their lands would be treated, as in Ireland, like wild and dangerous beasts. The success of the Virginia and New England settlements soon provided a base for further expansion and settler colonization. A new colony, called Maryland, was founded at the northern head of Chesapeake Bay. In the mid-17th century, the English settled and colonized the so-called Middle Colonies, lying between Chesapeake Bay and New England. In New England, settler colonists from Massachusetts Bay founded adjoining colonies in Connecticut and Rhode Island. South of Virginia, West Indian planters, under the sponsorship of English aristocrats, founded a new colony called Carolina to honor King Charles II. By the end of the 17th century, white settler colonists had conquered, stolen, or bought Indian tribal coastal lands and had built densely populated settlements from Massachusetts to the Carolinas. With a large and growing colonial population on the Atlantic seaboard, English settler colonists would soon break through the Appalachian Mountains into Indian country. English metropolitans in London and in the colonies eagerly promoted colonization of the western borderlands, in order to establish a buffer zone, running from Nova Scotia to the Carolinas, to protect English settlements from the French, from the Spanish, and from Indians living west of the Appalachians. 10. During the 18th century, colonists began to settle the vast backcountry that stretched from northern New England to Georgia, building farming settlements in the foothills and across the Appalachian Mountains. In the eyes of the English settler colonists, the original royal and colonial charters gave them rights not only to lands on the Atlantic coast but also to almost limitless western territory. Soon the attraction of cheap frontier land further west, coupled with growing land scarcity and high land prices near the Atlantic coast, attracted some colonists to settle the western borderlands. But dreams of frontier settlement were dealt a severe blow when the British, in the Royal Proclamation of 1763, declared that no settlement should occur west of the Appalachians, and then, in the Quebec Act of 1774, placed the limits of Canada's southern boundary at the Ohio River. Prominent and influential Western land speculators in Trans-Appalachia and the Ohio Country, as well as ordinary Anglo-Americans anxious for Western lands, were greatly angered by these British actions that bolstered the arguments of those favoring independence from the mother country. During the War for Independence itself, brutal warfare in the West temporarily ended frontier migration and depopulated the westernmost Anglo-America settlements, driving settlers eastward. After the war, however, settler colonization of the western frontiers and western farm-making resumed and intensified. 11. British North America and the experience of its settler colonists left powerful legacies for the new United States, legacies that would empower its 19th-century conquest and colonization of the entire North American continent. By the time of the American War for Independence, Anglo-American settler colonists, both native-born farmers and European immigrants alike, came to believe that the ownership of Indian lands was their birthright. 12. Like their colonial counterparts, post-independence Americans denied that Indians had any right to the soil. In times of war, moreover, Anglo-American settler colonists tended to attack all Indians, both hostile and friendly. In the end, the former British colonists and their descendants would become the American colonizers of the indigenes who stood in the path of their Western Empire. 13. Following the example of their ancestors, children, grandchildren, and later descendants of the original settler colonists, as well as hordes of landless immigrants and their descendants, would move west to obtain frontier lands newly wrested from the American Indians. Nazi Germany. Following the 1772 partition of Poland between Russia, Austria, and Prussia, Frederick II, King of Prussia, sought to plant colonists on reclaimed land in what was called the East, specifically on the marshlands of the North German Plain, lands that had once been conquered and settled by the Teutonic Knights. 14. Under his auspices, recruitment stations advertised Prussia as a promised land for hard-working immigrants. As part of what has been called Populierungspolitik, peasant settlers and craftsmen were solicited from Germany, as well as from German-speaking Europe. Frederick's agents recruited German farmers with the promise of free land, and Frederick himself looked to replace Polish nobles with Prussian ones. He also sought to gradually get rid of all the Poles, and aimed to expel the 25,000 Jews living in West Prussia at the time. 15. During the course of his reign, some 300,000 emigrants settled on new lands won for Prussia, establishing 1,200 new villages and rural settlements. These colonists were one of Frederick's driving passions. He followed their journeys with intense personal interest, and he visited his new eastern colonies often. As the man who had transformed Prussia into a major European power and had colonized the East, Frederick the Great, not surprisingly, was one of Adolf Hitler's heroes, and the Führer's study had a picture of Frederick on the wall. Modern Germans first put the idea of Lebensraum into practice during Wilhelmine-era conquest and colonization in Africa. In the fantasies of German colonial enthusiasts, colonization by white German settlers would lead to a new Germany in Africa. Both German Southwest Africa and German East Africa were settler colonies, areas designated for extensive future settlement by late 19th century Germans. 16. In both GSWA and GI, lands seized from the local indigenous populations would be given to German settlers and colonial land companies, while the indigenes would be confined to restricted reservations and kept alive as laborers for the colonial economy. Both settler colonies were predicated on a white settler community dominating an African Helot class. Indigene fear of settler intentions and colonizer fear of indigenous uprisings, however, led to the outbreak of colonial wars in both GSWA and GI in the early 20th century, genocidal wars that led to mass death among indigenous populations due to outright killing, starvation, and disease. In both wars, settler campaigns against the natives also featured the burning of villages and destruction of food supplies. In these conflicts, some 60,000 Herero and 10,000 Nama in GSWA and up to 250,000 Africans in GI lost their lives. In many ways, the Nazi blueprint for the East broadly replicated the earlier colonization of Africa, planting settler colonies, supplanting the indigenes, destroying those who resisted German settlement, and enslaving the survivors. 17. During the First World War, German planners in Berlin, in 1915, called for Germany to assume, under the cover of the present war, a colonization mission in the East that would involve a resettlement of large masses of people 18 as part of a wartime scheme to push the German Slav racial frontier further eastwards and settle German farmers on Polish land. While actual settlement would have to wait until after the war, plans for settlement were begun during it. These settlement plans called for the depopulation of indigenous ethnic populations, permanent possession of their lands by new German settlers, and exploitation of these territories as German colonial land. In the East, settler colonists would be soldiers turned into farmers, on the model of the medieval Wehrbauern, that is, fighting farmers, taking, holding, and cultivating the land with sword and plough. The new colonial land, in General Erich Ludendorff's vision, offered ground for large-scale German settlement activity, new food supply possibilities, and new manpower sources for Germany's military and economic security. 19 Baltic barons of German ancestry in the region agreed to cede a third of their collective lands for German settlement. German military defeat on the Western Front, however, ended the First World War, as well as Ludendorff's proposed settler colonial project. The Ober-Ost vision of Eastern colonization, however, was later revived, harnessed, built upon, exploited, and radicalized by Hitler and the Nazis, who made the acquisition of new living space in the East an integral part of their ideology and foreign policy aims in the 1920s and 1930s. 20. Following the end of the First World War, some German soldiers, as well as men too young to have fought in the war, were recruited into so-called Freikorps, volunteer paramilitary units, each owing allegiance only to its commander, used by the post-war German government to fight communists within Germany, as well as Bolshevists in the Baltic lands of the East. Elaborate recruitment campaigns in the Reich carried advertisements promising volunteers a wonderful settlement opportunity to own estate in the beautiful Baltic, as well as excellent colonization opportunities. 21 While some went to the Baltic to fight Bolshevism, others like the Rossbach Freikorps, according to their leader's biographer, fought for nothing else than for German land, for German conquest and for German colonization on the Baltic Sea. 22 Older so-called homesteader volunteers went to the Baltic to fulfill lifelong dreams of owning their own land. Baltic Freikorps commander von der Goltz established the Drum, a soldier's newspaper, to discuss colonization opportunities in the East. For their part, the local German landholders in the Baltic offered Freikorps fighters lectures and courses on agriculture. According to its participants, the Baltic fighting was a stereotypical colonial war, which some compared to an Indian war, while others insisted it was much more comparable to an expedition in the interior of Africa. 23 Nonetheless, the colonial war in the Baltic was a pivotal experience for many freebooters who went on to join the Nazis. 24 In the 1930s, the Nazis would use and exploit these actual and intended episodes of past German colonization as examples and justifications for their proposed drive to the East. The Nazi Revolution, said Hitler and Nazi propagandists, meant the restoration of German greatness in the tradition of Frederick the Great. During the Nazi era, books and films glorified prior conquest and colonization in German Africa. 25 Nazi propaganda also recalled Ober-Ost's wartime rule in the East and its intended colonization efforts, identifying the then attempted German ordering of the East space as the German task of the future for an Aryan race united in National Socialism. 26 In many respects, Nazi intentions in the East also mirrored the earlier Baltic Freikorps aims of conquest, expansion, settlement, and colonization, a fact that motivated many former Freikorps fighters to join the Nazi movement. In the eyes of Hitler, Himmler, and other true believers, the Nazis would make good on the failure of wartime and immediate post-war Eastern plans with their own terrible new plan for the East. A people's empire. Over the centuries, the main purpose of European imperialism was to provide wealth to the mother country. In early America and Nazi Germany, however, many of the benefits of the respective Western and Eastern empires were designed to accrue to ordinary Americans and ordinary Germans whose settlement would, in turn, provide economic and national security for the nation-state. In both cases, there were immediate economic gains for ordinary people from nation-state policies of territorial expansion, dispossession, racial war, and extreme political violence. To this extent, both the early American Western Empire and Hitler's Nazi Empire were linked to the promised notion of a people's empire, that is, to policies of territorial expansion and subjugation of inferior peoples that would benefit, as well as provide new opportunities for, ordinary Americans and ordinary Germans. Given these benefits and opportunities, it would be much easier for ordinary American and ordinary German citizens, both in the metropole and on the frontier edges of empire, to ignore, turn away from, be indifferent to, or participate in the extreme violence being visited on the natives in the new settler living space. Early America. In early America, empire building involved the occupation and settlement of the American continental landmass. Early on in the new nation, politicians, land speculators, and grassroots settlers set their gaze westward, to ancestral lands occupied by Native Americans. On the frontier peripheries of America's Western Empire, the prospect of owning land and thus securing a measure of economic security attracted both native-born and foreign-born migrants to the West. 27 Initially, small groups of pioneers, encouraged by politicians, promoters, and propagandists, moved westward to lands outside the nation's political boundaries, motivated by self-interest and hopes of a better livelihood. Faced with hostile Indians resisting their invasion, these settler colonists quickly sought the protection of the U.S. government and, ultimately, annexation of their former settler colonies and territories by the United States. As we have seen, Jefferson's vision for the new American Republic was one of extensive empire, an empire of liberty built by his beloved white yeoman farmers, the chosen people of God. 28 Rather than a country of wealthy landlords and poor tenants, the United States would be a nation of small freeholders eager to own their own land, a nation of small commercial farmers. 29 The Jeffersonian vision was of a nation of independent, self-subsisting small farmers whose own prosperity would feed the new nation's progress, growth, and national destiny. Writing in 1786, Jefferson's vision was that the Atlantic settlements would serve as the original nest from which the entire North American continent would be peopled. Whenever a certain population density is obtained, Americans, he observed, become uneasy, as too much compressed, and go off in great numbers to search for vacant country. Within 40 years, he estimated, the territory east of the Mississippi would be settled and occupied by his yeoman farmers. Eventually, settler colonists would settle beyond the Mississippi and, ultimately, spread into South America as well. 30 Andrew Jackson built on Jefferson's vision and created his own vision of a populist, nationalist empire benefiting ordinary, white settlers. 31 Viewing himself as champion of the common man, Andrew Jackson believed that the federal government's first obligation was to expand opportunities for white Americans to improve their situation in life, most especially through owning and developing land. 32 Promotional tracts, like that written by schoolmaster John Filson in 1784, spoke of the West as a new land of promise, flowing with milk and honey where you shall eat bread without scarceness and not lack anything, inspiring thousands of native-born settler colonists to head west over the Appalachians. In a later book, early pioneer Daniel Boone was celebrated by Filson as a pathfinder, as an instrument ordained to settle the wilderness, and as an example to future settlers. 33 European immigrants to Britain's North American colonies came hoping to glean opportunities on American frontiers that they thought would be greater than those in Europe itself. In a best-selling book, Letters from an American Farmer, J. Hector St. John de Crèvecoeur, a French immigrant writing in the guise of a simple American farmer of the 1770s, declared that the new American nation would find its destiny and immigrants would find happiness in the West. Abundant American lands, Crèvecoeur wrote, had enticed so many Europeans who have never been able to say that such a portion of land was theirs to cross the Atlantic to realize that happiness. After building his first farm, the small and middling farmer, he noted, determined to improve his fortunes by removing and sought to buy as much land as will afford substantial farms to every one of his children. 34 In letters, speeches, and pamphlets, potential Western settler colonists heard stories of unlimited opportunities in the West. Land speculators advertised their Western land holdings with handbills, pamphlets, and newspaper stories. In addition, mass circulation newspapers and magazines advertised Western lands available for settlement, and traveling exhibitions at state and country fairs, as well as specially hired traveling agents, spread the word about the land and opportunities available in the West. A report by John Charles Fremont, the Great Pathfinder, promoting Western expansion and empire became a national bestseller. Letters from those in the West were passed from hand to hand within families, and Western family members or neighbors promoted the West on visits back east. Early in the 19th century, travel accounts and guidebooks were available to prospective emigrants to the West. In the last half of the 19th century, railroads, states, and territories actively promoted Western migration. State and territorial agencies hired representatives who distributed pamphlets, trumpeting the abundance of cheap farm lands. Some sent emissaries abroad to recruit settler colonists. Railroads also enthusiastically promoted settlement along their western routes, luring prospective settlers with pictures of bountiful fields, prosperous farmers, and easy rewards. 35. Embedded in the American Declaration of Independence was a Jeffersonian promise that the new Americans would be free to pursue their own happiness. Believers in the Jeffersonian promise, many ordinary Americans looked to move west, acquire fertile and cheap land, and achieve personal betterment. For most colonists, individual decisions to go west were personal ones, largely contingent on circumstances. 36 Some, like the Mormons, sought a religious utopia and economic security. Others believed themselves to be agents of imperial republicanism, apostles of republican institutions in the Jeffersonian tradition. For most Westering Americans, however, land was the attraction, the vision of a lush farm and a prosperous family. Hoping for success and happiness in the West, Western settlers also desired to improve themselves materially and spiritually. In the simplest terms, common folks craved a patch of land. Most ordinary Americans saw the West as a land of opportunity where the promise of free, inexpensive, or more fertile land offered hopes of material gain and doing better. For ordinary American settlers, the West was a world of great economic possibilities. In the American West lay cheap land and precious metals. In the West, settlers would better their economic possibilities and improve their lives. Although pursuing their own individual manifest destinies, Westering Americans were also fulfilling Jefferson's vision of an agrarian Western empire peopled by his white yeoman farmers. Unlike Europe, Jefferson told French philosopher Jean-Baptiste Say, America has an immense extent of uncultivated and fertile lands, which enables everyone who will labor, to marry young, and to raise a family of any size. 37 In the 19th century, a familiar pattern developed, which would do much to assure the populating of the people's empire in the West. Ordinary Americans married early and had large families. Soon the oldest children also married and had their own children, and the new families headed off to settle their own lands and live as independent landowners in the West. In turn, their children repeated the process, leaving for a still farther west. By the end of the 19th century, British Foreign Secretary Viscount Castlereagh's prediction that the Americans would win new lands in your bedchambers, rather than on battlefields, had largely come true. Driven by a high fertility rate, as well as sizable European immigration, the U.S. non-Indian population had grown from about 250,000 in 1700, to over 4 million in 1790, and to some 63 million in 1890, a population explosion unprecedented in human history. 38. Nazi Germany. The Nazi Lebensraum project promised future prosperity and material well-being for the Aryan Germans. Under National Socialism, ordinary Germans were promised equality within the national racial community, a community to be cleansed of its alien and inferior elements in both the metropolitan and colonized space. The Nazi goal of leveling out class differences found its clearest expression in Nazi settlement plans in the East, plans designed to provide ordinary Germans with more and better opportunities for self-advancement. The Nazi project in the East aspired to create new opportunities of upward mobility for ordinary Germans. Nazi ideology promised that the East would be conquered for the benefit of ordinary Germans, not for the benefit of landed Prussian Junkers or rich industrialists. 39 Nazi plans for Eastern Empire offered to satisfy the material interests of millions of ordinary Germans, by offering desirable lands for settlement, cheaper food, new opportunities, and cheap labor. In return, millions of ordinary Germans served their Nazi leaders with all their strength and supported the Nazi national project in the East. 40 The expulsion of Poles and Jews meant farms, houses, and businesses for the newly arrived German settlers. In the Nazi East, in fact, the dispossession of inferior peoples had the euphoria of a gold rush. 41 Crafted largely by Hitler and Himmler, the Nazi vision of a new East was based on a German peasant culture, on resettlement of ethnic Germans to conquered territories, and on the displacement of alien Slavs and Jews. Hitler believed that rural settlement could solve the problem of urban unemployment, an idea that gained momentum during the Depression of the early 1930s. Himmler's vision was based on a system of Wehrabauern and SS settlements in eastern Poland and in western Russia, military strongpoints in the midst of alien and unwanted peoples. Hitler and Himmler aimed to attract precisely those types of people who, in an earlier period of Germany history, migrated to the American West in search of freedom, opportunity, and land. On the surface, Nazi dreams of small yeoman farmers in the East were at odds with the interests of the Junkers, aristocratic large landowners with estates near Germany's frontier borderlands. However, such conflicts did not really bother radical Nazi true believers. Hitler looked to the younger generation for the repopulation of our eastern territories. Accordingly, said the Führer, we must imbue them with a feeling of pride in being invited to go to a country where we expect them to build up something truly magnificent. By emigrating in this fashion, he argued, they will find opportunities for promotion infinitely more rapid than those of their less enterprising comrades who remain quietly at home, content to follow the beaten track. 42 Hitler told his close associates that, under the Nazi New Order, Europe, rather than America, would be the new country of boundless possibilities. 43 Among many in the Nazi Party, in the SS, and in the planning organizations, there was already a strong Austroch. 44 Hitler realized that ordinary Germans would have to acquire this Austroch. Accordingly, he suggested tourist trips be organized for Reich Germans to visit the Crimea and the Caucasus, in order for them, in his words, to acquire the feeling for the great, open spaces of the Nazi East. 45 Under the sponsorship of Strength Through Joy, the giant Nazi leisure and tourism agency, Nazi tourists acquired a taste of the prosperous future promised by the regime once Lebensraum in the East had been acquired and secured. 46 Nazi propaganda depicted the East as an exciting land of opportunity for German settler colonists. The freedom and opportunities of the East were promoted in school books, popular histories, and Nazi party propaganda. The pioneer spirit of the wide open spaces of the German East was also celebrated in fictional settler novels of the 1930s. 47 Magazine articles were used to popularize the resettlement program in the Reich Metropole, and, in late 1940, the regime even introduced tax breaks in order to attract Reich Germans to settle in the East. 48 Nazi propagandists proclaimed that our destiny calls us to make the land in the East bloom for us as it did for our forefathers. 49 German recruiting agents and propaganda articles painted a rosy picture of peasant life in the Nazi East, of uninhabited farmhouses awaiting the resettlers. For their part, Nazi organizations promoted the East as a land of opportunity where its activists could advance their careers and make long-term homes. A tourism advertisement for East Prussia used a Teutonic night as a marketing tool to entice tourists to visit the East, and recruitment adverts for settlement advisors proclaimed the East needs you. 50 While Himmler wanted to hold Eastern lands in trust for war veterans, Göring publicly decreed that all Polish farms in Nazi-occupied territory were subject to confiscation. The Nazis hoped that so-called land hunters from the Reich would be attracted by a sense of self-interest and by the prospects of participating in an old-fashioned land grab on a massive scale. 51 In the Germanized Eastern territories, Settlers attracted to the East by party propaganda expected to receive the keys to a Polish farm or to a Jewish apartment. Nazi activists and organizations began recruiting women and students as settlement advisors, teachers, and nurses to help make the Nazi East into a German homeland, by performing education and welfare tasks aimed at fostering community building among ethnic German settlers. A sense of patriotic duty and ideological commitment to support the German mission to colonize the East drove many genuine volunteers. Others less ideologically inclined were induced to join by organizational or peer pressures. 52 For many party functionaries especially, the Nazi East became a frontier of unlimited possibilities, promising a level of prosperity few could have imagined possible. 53 The Nazi vision of settler colonies in the East appealed to many ordinary Germans, including soldiers fighting in the Eastern Campaign. Many soldiers, in fact, welcomed the Nazi colonial project, envisioning settlements of armed German farmers, who would exploit the labor of Slavic helots and imagine themselves as the landowner settlers of the future. 54 Writing to his mother from a military hospital at the end of 1943, the young Heinrich Boll opined that, while he longed for the German homeland, he often thought about the possibility of a colonial existence here in the East after a victorious war. 55 At the beginning of the 1940s, many Germans dreamed of a country estate in the East and of a future life as militia farmers in what was popularly called the Black Earth Country. 56 By 1942, soldiers' wives could dream of spacious farms and estates in the East, while children of German settlers were staging imaginary cowboy and Indian gunfights in the Eastern Lebensraum. 57 Within the Reich itself, children played a board game in which armed farmers competed for the fertile black earth of Ukraine. 58 Meanwhile, two German authors of children's books mulled over a primer for beginning readers that would acquaint small children with the ideas behind the settlement plan and transfer the cowboys and Indians' romanticism to Eastern Europe. 59 A primary goal of Hitler's Lebensraumpolitik was to increase the Aryan population by obtaining land for German settlers and providing sufficient food for Germany's growing population. The highest aim of foreign policy, Hitler announced in Mein Kampf, will be to bring the soil into harmony with the population. 60 He clearly recognized the link between the conquest of living space and the ability and willingness of Germans to reproduce, to multiply enough to populate the new Lebensraum. By gaining the inexhaustibly fertile soil in the East, Hitler told his closest advisors, the Nazis would help create conditions for our people that favor its multiplication. In Hitler's view, population expansion was both necessary and beneficial. The essential thing for the future, he declared, is to have lots of children. Hitler thought that increasing the birth rate in Germany, and thereby gaining more future soldiers, was crucial to achieving his foreign policy goals. German war losses, moreover, would be paid for several times over by our colonization in the East. The population of German blood, he claimed, will multiply itself richly. 61 Not only would increasing the birth rate improve the biological quality of the Volk, he believed, it would also allow Germany to expand eastward at the expense of inferior indigenous peoples. 62 Colonization plans. Both early America and Nazi Germany developed plans to control and govern the new living space they planned to conquer in the American West and the Nazi German East. In the American case, these plans for colonizing what used to be called Indian Country were put forth by two of the nation's founding fathers, George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, and called for the administration of much of the American West as a colony of the United States. In the German case, much more detailed plans were developed by Nazi bureaucrats, based on the vast numbers of indigenous peoples who would have to be cleared from the settlement areas. In early America, colonization involved vast but thinly populated regions called territories, which, after being sufficiently populated by white settlers, would eventually become states of the new Union. In Nazi Germany, colonization involved vast but highly populated regions, which were to be administered as either incorporated or unincorporated territories. Both early American and Nazi German colonization plans were viewed as long-term projects of settler colonialism that required the depopulation of the indigenous inhabitants. In the American case, the settlement of the Trans-Appalachian and Trans-Mississippi Wests was a repeating cycle of frontier migration, Indian warfare, Indian removal, and farm making. As long as lands could be obtained from the Indians, it was a process that could be repeated continuously for more than a century. 63 While influenced by prior instances of frontier or colonial settlement, the Nazi experiment in colonization was, at once, radical and modern. 64 This new German living space was to be populated, in the decades after the war, by ethnic Germans living abroad and repatriated to the Reich and by settlers from the Greater German Reich itself. Looking forward to a mass migration of settler colonists, the Nazis intended to colonize the conquered territories in the east and make these areas thriving Germanic provinces. Early America. In his 1893 famous lecture on the frontier thesis of American history, American historian Frederick Jackson Turner used the phrase "the colonization of the Great West" to describe the early American process of conquest, expansion, and settlement. 65 The colonization of the American West was a state-sponsored process of white settler expansion and Indian dispossession that operated on several levels. On the one hand, it was a migration of thousands of ordinary people; on the other hand, it was an intentional and planned process, which required the participation and active promotion of the national government. In short, after the American Revolution, the former colonial subjects became colonizers themselves, as ordinary Americans and policymakers became allies in a deliberate process of conquest and settler colonization. 66. Even before the War for Independence was won, the Americans began planning for the future settlement of the West. Early in 1783, before the formal end of the war, General George Washington described his own plan of colonization for the lands between the Appalachians and the Mississippi. In his plan, Washington proposed to use disbanded officers and soldiers of the army, a brave, a hardy, and respectable race of people, as our advanced post, to connect our government with the frontiers and to extend our settlements progressively. These men would be always ready and willing to combat the savages and check their incursions. These advanced posts would, he continued, give security to the frontiers; the very name of it would awe the Indians, and more than probably prevent the murder of many innocent families. 67 In this vision, the coveted western lands, denied to the rebellious colonists by the French and then the British, would finally belong to the new American nation, who would use violence to take and keep them. But the post-independence settlement of the Old Northwest was not, as Washington had hoped, a peaceful settlement of unclaimed and vacant land, but rather a costly and prolonged 5-year war of conquest. 68. At the end of the Revolution, Thomas Jefferson outlined his own vision for westward expansion and colonization, in his plan of government for the Western Territory, which called for the formation of 16 new states in the Trans-Appalachian West. His plan for the new Western Territories, in his envisaged Empire for Liberty, called for settler colonization on both sides of the Mississippi River. "When we shall be full on this side," he wrote, "we may lay off a range of states on the western bank, and so, range after ranger, advancing compactly as we multiply." 69 Jefferson's views influenced subsequent colonization plans, outlined in the so-called Northwest Ordinances, which detailed how the Old Northwest would be organized for territorial government and eventual statehood. According to the plan, Indian lands in the West were to be formed in the image of the original 13 colonies, excepting that the new western colonies of the United States were to be called territories. As it grew, the new and rapidly expanding American empire would be colonized and administered under the provisions of these Northwest Ordinances. The final Northwest Ordinance of 1787 stipulated that, after passing through territorial status with their own territorial governments and reaching a population of 60,000 inhabitants, the regions would become states of the American Union. 70 These new states were, the ordinances said, to be equal in all respects to the original 13 states, with equal citizenship rights for citizens and with no class of colonial dependence. 71 The ordinances, as two recent scholars have noted, provided a Robust institutional framework for the American colonization of Indian lands north and west of the Ohio River and established an empire capable of indefinite expansion. 72 On paper, at least, the Northwest Ordinance of 1787 promised that Indian lands and property shall never be taken from them without their consent and that the Indians shall never be invaded or disturbed, unless in just and lawful wars authorized by Congresses. 73 Unfortunately for American Indians, such authorization would not prove difficult to obtain. 74 For Jefferson, the settlement process seemed quite simple. As he wrote in an February 18, 1803 letter to a friend, "While our learning to do better on less land, our increasing numbers will be calling for more land, and thus a coincidence of interests will be produced between those who have lands to spare, and want other necessaries, and those who have necessaries to spare, and want lands." 75 Settler, state notions of the Indians' willingness to give up long inhabited ancestral lands proved false, in many cases, leading to wars of resistance to white settlement and to settler, state policies of ethnic cleansing. Rather than a seemingly benign process of territorial expansion based on voluntary Indian land sales, American settlement was predicated on the active and intended dispossession, subjugation, and control of Indian peoples who were treated as colonial subjects without citizenship rights or legal status. 76 In the early America settler colonial model, treaties would be negotiated with the Indians to retroactively validate the taking of Indian lands by white settler incursions or by just and lawful wars. In colonial America and early America, they served, as one scholar has recently noted, as a legal procedure to acquire lands and remove Indians, both backed by force. 77 In pre-independence British North America, however, the Anglo-Indian treaty system of the early 1760s was largely based on accommodation, mutual compromise, and coexistence. Post-independence, however, it became very much a colonial treaty system which, between 1796 and 1871, served to secure the domination of the Indians by the American white settler state, by transferring land from Indian ownership to ownership by the United States. In the hands of the new American government, this new treaty system functioned for the new United States as a license for empire. 78 For the white settlers, as well as for the federal government, these treaties gave an aura of legality to the forced dispossession of Native Americans and their removal further west onto reservations. For their part, American treaty negotiators, as a recent scholar notes, operated from the premise that the question was not whether the Indians would be removed but how and when they would be moved and confined to their own reserves. 79 In the 19th century, the status of the Indian tribes evolved from independent nations capable of making treaties to powerless colonial subjects. 80 While sharing similar aims, the nation's governing elites and its settler colonists engaged in differing discourses. Government officials usually masked their desires and actions in rhetoric. Frontier people spoke plainly about their land hunger and took a harder stance against the Indians. The people on the frontier, after all, were engaged in the dirty work of empire on behalf of those who stayed behind. 81 While settler colonists on the frontier and high government officials in early America were certainly of one mind on their desire for expansion, conquest, and settlement of fertile Indian lands, they often differed on means. The nation's founding fathers, for the most part, envisaged settler colonization of the West as a gradual and largely peaceful process. While some early political leaders advocated for eventual Indian inclusion into the American Republic, based on notions of a civilization policy, white settlers and their political supporters in the East had very different ideas. In the West, white settlers rejected any notion of land sharing, labeled all Indians as savages, and defined all Indians as the enemy. 82 Rather than the hope for gradual settlement founded on peaceful change, the reality quickly became explosive, chaotic, and rapid settlement, resulting in almost constant Indian, settler violence. Cultural contacts and negotiation, as historian Douglas Hurt rightly concludes, gave way to territorial conquest achieved by violence that escalated to total war before the 19th century ended. As a result, the American frontier was no longer an inclusive, intercultural borderland but an area of conquest, subjugation, and exclusion. On the edges of American empire, the intercultural borderland of the middle ground ceased to exist. 83. Nazi Germany. As Adolf Hitler said, and blood and soil Nazi ideologues like SS leader Heinrich Himmler and agricultural minister Richard Walther Dahr often repeated, the Third Reich will either be a realm of farmers or it will perish. 84. Although both shared an essentially agrarian-based ideology, Dahr and Himmler, two of the Nazis' foremost Easterners, had very different visions of Nazi expansion and colonization in the East. Dreaming of a Jeffersonian republic of small farmers, and inviting explicit comparison with American colonization of the West, Dahr's vision was deeply Jeffersonian in tone, stressing the ideal of a self-sufficient, racially homogeneous yeoman peasantry. Dahr did not support the invasion of Russia. Opposing what he called foreign adventurism, he favored, instead, a limited war in the East focused on the acquisition of the Baltic lands. Dahr would confine settlement projects, he said, to German territory, as well as the settlement of German farmers in East Prussia and the Baltic. In his view, the East was to become a substitute for Germany's lost colonies after the First World War. He strongly opposed Himmler's Wehrbauern concept, which the SS leader based on the notion of an armed frontier peasantry living in fortified model villages of some 30 families each, governed by 2 or 3 SS men. According to Dahr, settlement questions were to be considered solely on the basis of agrarian realities, rather than matters of inspiration or romance. For his part, Himmler declared Dahr too theoretical. 85 While Dahr looked to settlement taking place within an enlarged German border, Himmler looked to armed conquest, SS-dominated expansion, and an SS-ruled empire in Poland and Russia. Like his Führer, Himmler was an imperialist with strong racial overtones, dreaming of a pan-European Greater Germanic Empire organized on strict Nazi racial principles. 86. Rather than follow Dahr's plan for more limited colonization and settlement, Hitler, on October 7, 1939, appointed Himmler to the additional position of Reich Commissar for the strengthening of Germandom, granting the SS and its Race and Settlement Office a leading role in the deportation and resettlement schemes for conquered Polish territory. With Himmler's appointment, Dahr became increasingly more marginalized, viewed as a pessimist by Himmler. He was finally sidelined from any position of influence. 87 Himmler's successful fight to gain control of Nazi German resettlement policy ultimately meant that his much more radical and brutal view of colonization would be carried out in the Nazi East. In the late 19th and early 20th century, much European overseas colonization was predicated on the notion of a civilizing mission to bring order, cleanliness, and culture to the dirty and ignorant native populations of Africa and Asia. Rather than a civilizing mission, however, the Nazi German mission in Eastern Europe would be a radical colonizing one, where, Hitler said, land, but not peoples, would be Germanized. In the Nazi East, spaces would be taken by military force, and unwanted, alien, and inferior races would be cleared and eliminated, via deportation and murder, to make way for superior, Aryan German settlers. 88 SS Oberführer Konrad Meyer, Himmler's planning chief, summarized the totalizing and radical nature of the Nazi colonizing mission in the East. It is not enough, he declared, to settle our race in those areas and eliminate people of an alien race. Rather, these spaces have to take on a character that corresponds to the nature of our being. 89. Nazi colonization plans were built on a decidedly settler colonial model. Hitler defined the task in the East as Germanize this by the emigration of Germans, and to look upon the natives as redskins. He defined his long-term policy aim as having eventually 100 million Germans settled in these territories. In 10 years' time, he continued, we must be in a position to announce that 20 million Germans have been settled in the territories already incorporated in the Reich and in those which our troops are at present occupying. 90 Nazi deputy leader Hermann Göring proclaimed that the newly occupied eastern regions will be exploited economically from colonial points of view and with colonial methods. 91 In the East itself, Gauleiter Arthur Grieser of Warthegau enthusiastically asserted that in 10 years' time, there will be no patch of land which will not be German, every homestead will belong to German colonists. 92 According to fellow Gauleiter Hans Frank, the territory of the general government would also be totally Germanized. It would become, Frank announced, the site of great settlements and major military centers. Unwanted ethnic aliens, he stressed, would be transported to the east, immigrant Reich and ethnic Germans would put down roots while ethnically alien elements would be squeezed out. 93. In his views on the indigenous populations of the East, Hitler expressed the typical attitudes of a settler colonial racist. Anyone who talks about cherishing the local inhabitant and civilizing him, he declared, goes straight off to a concentration camp. 94 Compulsory vaccination will be confined to Germans alone, Hitler told close associates, and the doctors in the German colonies will be there solely for the purpose of looking after the German colonists. Health services, it was clear, would not be available to the subject races. 95 We must take all necessary measures to ensure that the non-German population does not increase at an excessive rate, he said, including the use of contraceptives and denial of health services and inoculations or other preventative measures. It would be the task of local Nazi officials to persuade the natives that vaccinations are really most dangerous. 96. As the most literal advocate of Hitler's racial, population, and settlement policies in the East, as well as the Nazi leader most responsible for the attainment of Nazi Eastern racial and territorial goals, Himmler spoke of a settlement ground in the East which gives enough air and space to live, describing the East as a plantation of pure Germanic blood, the melting pot of all German and Germanic tribes. 97 After the war, Himmler told SS colleagues in October 1943, we'll be ready to proceed with the great work of the future, we will colonize the Eastern Lebensraum. He called on the SS, together with the farmers, to colonize the East, in bold strokes, without inhibition, not inquiring about traditional methods, with revolutionary drive and impetus. 98 Himmler's colonization and settlement vision was even more expansive than his Führer's. In 1942, he told SS and police leaders in the Ukraine that this German East as far as the Urals has to be the nursery of German blood so that in 400 to 500 years there will live 500 to 600 million Germans and Germanic people instead of 120 million. 99 Nazi settlement plans for the East were succinctly captured in Himmler's own slogan, today colony, tomorrow settlement area, the day after tomorrow part of the Reich, 100. The Nazi agenda for further Germanization of the East was outlined in various wartime drafts of what was called the General Plan Ost 101 produced by Himmler's Reich Security Main Office. In the GPO, Nazi planners put forth far-reaching proposals for what they called the opening up of the East, built around planned colonization by German settler colonists, the expulsion of alien ethnic groups, and the Germanization of some selected portions of the primitive indigenous populations. In the initial draft of the GPO, Konrad Meyer wrote that the Reich now views as its most noble task the building up of these areas in the shortest possible time into full-fledged Reich Gauss. For this purpose the first precondition is rural colonization and the creation of a healthy peasantry. 102 The GPO, an SS design for a blood and soil utopia in the East, was a ruthless vision of a radicalized 20th century settler colonialism. 103 In addition, as historian Elizabeth Harvey correctly points out, the GPO linked, both ideologically and practically, the Nazi drive to Germanize Eastern Europe with the Nazi goal to destroy the Jews. The murder of the Jews, in turn, provided an important precedent for the eventual displacement and destruction of other unwanted, native populations. 104 While the GPO was a long-term settlement plan for the Nazi East, Himmler began to implement its first stages during the war. In Himmler's hands, the GPO was a grand design for exterminatory colonization. 105. Settlement. In both the American West and the Nazi East, situational factors influenced the outcome of the settlement and colonization of the new living space. In the early American case, the pace and extent of actualized settlement exceeded even the most optimistic expectations of the nation's founding fathers. In early America, settlement was the key to America's conquest of the continent. 106 The process of turning Western Indian lands into early America's agrarian empire was, moreover, a continuous process of occupation and settlement. Land-hungry settler colonists accomplished the settlement of the nation's coast-to-coast continental empire in less than a century, a pace that would have astounded even Jefferson. In the Nazi German case, there was a wide gap between Nazi settlement plans and actualized accomplishments. In the Nazi East, the realities on the ground proved very different to Hitler's and Himmler's Eastern settlement fantasies. In the end, grandiose Nazi projects for German Aryan settlements in the East collapsed in the wake of Germany's defeat at the hands of the Red Army on the Eastern Front. Plagued by Nazi jurisdictional rivalries and ideological disagreements, Nazi German colonization and settlement of the East was a goal that would be only partially attained. Early America. In the nation's first 100 years, American settlement was occupation of Indian lands, the dispossession of the indigenous inhabitants, and their displacement further west. As noted earlier, early America acquired legal sovereignty to Western lands by diplomacy/purchase, annexation, or outright war. They had the right and duty to take the land, they believed, because they would make it more productive than inferior Indian American peoples had done. America's success in settling the West rested largely on four situational factors that combined to assure the success of the national expansionist project: Indian removal from metropolitan and colonized living space, benevolent federal land laws, high frontier birth rates and immigration rates, and a self-serving expansionist ideology, fortified by racist assumptions of Anglo-Saxon superiority. 107. The history of early American frontier settlement involved settling the nation's successive Wests, a process which in less than a century extended the nation's national boundaries from coast to coast. In the American imagination, the West was settled by independent and self-reliant pioneers and settlers. The actuality of American settlement, however, reveals the significant role of the federal government in the peopling of the nation's Western Empire. 108 For the most part, white native-born Americans dominated Western migration, but foreign-born immigrants, mostly Northern Europeans and Canadians, formed a large but important minority of Western settler colonists. In the 19th century, colony was a term used by contemporaries to describe both highly organized settlement ventures as well as clustered family settlements. Colonizing families included members of a family line, often in conjunction with a larger group of relatives or kin. Formal colonization schemes, then, were a feature of virtually every newly developing Western region throughout the century, whether organized by land or transportation companies, by religious groups, by voluntary organizations, or by a group of colonizing families. 109. Settlement patterns in the American West followed what, over the next century, would become a familiar and similar pattern of settler incursions, Indian resistance, military pacification to protect the settlers, an Indian war resulting in Indian land cessions to the whites, a treaty conveying land title to the United States, subsequent Indian removal further west, and a flood of white settlement to the new national living space. Taken together, this repeating pattern of acquisition, dispossession, settlement, and displacement, in the new nation's successive Wests, was a continental imperialism that allowed the United States to complete its coast-to-coast expansion, from the Atlantic seaboard all the way to the Pacific, in an astoundingly short 7 decades. In the new nation's successive Wests, then, the overall pattern was the same: white settler incursions would spawn Indian resistance, the U.S. military would be dispatched to protect the settlers, eventually, the Indians would fall back, sign a treaty ceding their lands to the federal government, and be removed further west. 110 The acquired lands would officially become a U.S. territory, ready for the mass migration of settler colonists. In the American West, settlement assumed the metaphor of a constant migratory stream of native-born and foreign-born settler colonists flooding the West. 111 In the early 18th century, Britain's North American colonies were expanding rapidly. Between 1700 and 1750, the number of settler colonists, clustered in settlements dispersed along the Atlantic coast, grew from 250,000 to more than 1.3 million. Over time, these isolated coastal settlements became connected colonies. As the amount of land available for purchase or inheritance diminished, the prospect of greater opportunities beckoned on the frontiers, causing many small and middling farmers to head west, seeking cheap land and better prospects. Besides a high birth rate among native-born Americans, large numbers of immigrant German and Scots, Irish settlers moved to the western fringes of English settlement, pushing into the back country. The combination of growing land shortages and high land prices near the coastal settlements, coupled with an abundance of cheap land on the frontier, led to increased settler migration west. In the vast back country stretching from Maine to Georgia, squatters trespassed on Indian lands, cleared the lands, and began to farm, squatting on lands for which they had no title and creating settler communities strong enough to withstand Indian warfare and to attract more settlers. 112 In the sparsely colonized borderlands between the coastal settlements and the Appalachians, frontier land seemed free for the taking. At the end of the War for Independence, fewer than 25,000 settlers, or about 1% of the total U.S. population, lived in Indian lands between the Appalachian Mountains' western slope and the banks of the Mississippi, an area that was an Indian homeland for between 200,000 and 250,000 Native Americans. Fully 70% of the new nation's land area created by the Treaty of Paris formally ending the War for Independence was west of the Proclamation Line of 1763 in what was called the Trans-Appalachian West. 113 During and after the war, white settlers surged into the settlement area. At the end of the American War for Independence, native-born farmers and European immigrants caught the fever for American frontier land and rushed to these northeastern and western frontiers to obtain Indian lands. After vicious Indian, settler warfare, a settler land grab was followed by acquisition by land developers, states, and the federal government. Land-poor or landless families dreamed of making farms on fertile Indian lands they believed were empty. As historian Alan Kulikoff writes, as long as unimproved land could be stolen from the Indians, the cycle of land development and land scarcity in older areas, Indian removal from their farms and hunting grounds, migration to new frontiers, pioneer squatting, followed by purchase and development of land, could be repeated endlessly. 114 In the space of 2 or 3 decades, white settlers greatly outnumbered Indians. In the 18th century, white settlement became a repeated cycle of Indian warfare, Indian removal, frontier migration, and farm making. This Western empire of white yeoman farmers continued the same cycle for another century in the American West, making the young American Republic into a farmer's nation. 115 In the lands west of the Mississippi River, the so-called Trans-Mississippi West, rapid settlement was driven by what Congressman Andrew Kennedy of Indiana called in 1846 the American multiplication table. Go to the west and see a young man with his mate of 18, and a lapse of 30 years, visit him again, and instead of 2, you will find 22, he asserted. 116 American settlement west of the Mississippi drew native-born and foreign-born immigrants. Western settlers in the American Trans-Mississippi West included pioneer farmers, cattle and sheep herders, and gold seekers. In the post-Civil War period, Eastern journalist Horace Greeley and other Western promoters advised young men to go west in search of opportunity. Contra the national mythology, the federal government led pioneers westward, guiding and molding their settlement. 117 After 1863, land was free under the terms of the Homestead Act, which granted 160 acres of land to citizens and non-citizens alike who agreed to reside on and improve the land for a period of 5 years. On the eve of the American Civil War, in 1860, nearly 1.4 million Americans lived west of the Mississippi, as compared to about 360,000 Indians. By the end of the 19th century, though, some 8.5 million Americans lived in the far west, while the Indian population had been reduced to less than 250,000. 118. Actualized settlement in the West constituted of nothing short of a white American demographic onslaught, as white Americans quickly outnumbered the natives. Indian removal had cleansed much of the metropolitan and colonized space, leaving many states Indian free. According to the Office of Indian Affairs, in 1855, some 315,000 Indians lived within the nation's borders. Of this total, however, only 8,500 lived east of the Mississippi River. In addition, benevolent federal land laws had made cheap lands available to Westering Americans, allowing for an efficient distribution of the public domain and greatly facilitating the national expansionist project. Between 1790 and 1890, high birth and immigration rates caused a nearly 16-fold increase in the non-Indian population, from 4 million to 63 million. And the self-serving expansionist ideology of manifest destiny, in the eyes of white Americans, provided an ideological justification for the occupation, dispossession, and settlement of non-white lands in the West. Nazi Germany. If Russia goes under in this war, Hitler predicted, will stretch eastwards to the limits of German colonization. 119 While they fought over nuance, tactics, and jurisdiction, the multiple German agencies with a stake in the East shared the policy goal that the Nazi East would provide the Greater German Reich with food, land for settlement, resources, and forced labor. 120 In the Nazi East, Hitler favored the creation of purely and exclusively German settlements. 121 Claiming to take back lands that once had been German, the Nazis called their settler colonists resettlers. Hitler and Himmler hoped that many ethnic Germans, as well as citizens of the Greater German Reich, would answer the call to the East. The Eastern European colonial territories were viewed by radical Nazis as an organic expression of Germany's racial core. In the East, the Nazi Empire was to be erected around the Jewish Pale of Settlement, an area which, not coincidentally, as we shall see in later chapters, became the core of genocide and its main object. 122. In the Nazi East, the SS was to be the motor and driving force of Germanization and settlement of the East. Accordingly, a newly created Reich Commissariat for the Strengthening of Germandom was placed under Himmler's control, and the SS was given primary responsibility for the colonization and settlement of the Nazi East. In his Führer decree of October 7, 1939, Hitler assigned three primary tasks to Himmler as settlement commissioner and head of the RKFDV, to repatriate Germans resident abroad deemed suitable for permanent return to the Reich, to eliminate the harmful influence of alien populations who constitute a danger to the Reich and to the German national community, and to form new German settlements by the transfer of population and, in particular, by settling persons of German race or nationality returning from abroad. 123 Given this sweeping brief, Himmler's RKFDV would be the bearers of the German mission in the East. In his new capacity, Himmler's racial and spatial fantasies would run wild. 124. In the Nazi East, Hitler and Himmler looked to Germanize the newly acquired living space through a massive program of native expulsions and resettlement by repatriated and local ethnic Germans and Reich Germans. Nazi colonization and settlement plans called for the removal of much of Eastern Europe's non-German populations in order to free up lands for Himmler's yeoman farmers. All ethnic Germans were subject to a screening and processing procedure in their place of origin, on arrival in the Reich, or at reception camps in the Eastern territories, in order to determine who was suitable for Eastern settlement. It was the job of Nazi screeners to match right settler with right opportunity at the right time and to make sure that settlers were early contributors to the war effort as well as to the Germanness of the region. 125 In the Nazi East, the settlement process involved screening and separating, on the basis of blood and racial quality, the population into Germans and aliens, the displacement of non-Germans, the appropriation of non-German lands and property for the benefit of those German resettlers who met Nazi racial criteria, and the deportation of Poles and Jews further east. Those refused permission to settle in the East due to lack of racial and/or political fitness were sent to the Altreich as laborers. Those deemed settlement material were sent to resettlement camps to await the confiscation of indigenous land and resources for their use. In Polish towns, resettlement specialists requisitioned Polish and Jewish homes and businesses for the new settlers. In the countryside, they confiscated Polish farms for the Nazi German settler colonists. In Hitler's view, the immense spaces of the Nazi East encompassed a vast Russian desert waiting to be populated by German settler colonists. The Nazis envisaged a number of different sources of so-called settlement material. In their visions and plans, the Nazi East was to be settled by a combination of Reich Germans, Nordic peoples from Northern Europe, and local Volksdeutsche. Ethnic Germans brought home to the Reich were to be a major source of settlers for newly acquired lands in western Poland. Germans living beyond the Reich's borders would no longer serve, in Hitler's words, as a cultural fertilizer for foreign states. Instead, this valuable German blood would be returned in order to strengthen the Reich. 126 Hitler also looked to attract other Nordic peoples, Norwegians, Swedes, Danes, and Dutch, to Nazi Germany's eastern territories as settler colonists. The 2 or 3 million men needed to colonize the East, Hitler declared, would come from Germany, Scandinavia, the Western countries and America. In German-occupied territory, he indicated, natives would be screened and the Jews driven out. 127 In a larger sense, Hitler wanted to redirect European emigration from America to the Nazi East. Aryan Germans, Hitler declared, would not be allowed to emigrate to America. Himmler, too, hoped to recall Germans whose ancestors had emigrated to North and South America. In the aftermath of the military victory over Poland, former Polish territory won by the Nazi Germans, up to the agreed border with the Soviet Union, was divided into 2 areas, the incorporated territories, and the non-incorporated territories. According to a decree by Hitler, large areas of western Poland were formally incorporated and annexed into the Greater German Reich. These so-called incorporated territories included 2 new provinces formed and annexed to Germany, West Prussia and Posen. Within the incorporated territories, the Nazis pursued a radical program of Germanization, a program that met with some measure of success. That part of German-occupied Poland not annexed to Germany was given the name General Government. Originally viewed as a reservoir for Reich labor and a dumping ground for unwanted populations of Poles and Jews evicted from the annexed territories, the General Government also emerged as an area for German settlement as German armies and the Reich's borders drove further eastward. Radical Nazi true believers, however, would never be satisfied with limited territorial gains in areas contiguous to Germany. Their colonial ambitions compelled them to seek additional settlement territory in Russia, drawn by past dreams of the Balticum and the Ukraine as German colonial territories. Both Hitler and Himmler were consumed with the idea of turning European Russia into a German colonial settlement area. 128 With the onset of the war for Lebensraum in Russia, SS planners, drawing deeply from a geographical imagination that was stimulated for decades by visions of the American frontier. 129 Drew up schemes for new German colonies in the Baltic provinces, in the Ukraine, and in the Crimea. For Nazi true believers, Russia was the promised land. In the occupied eastern territories acquired subsequent to the June 1941 attack on the Soviet Union, 4 new settler colonies were envisaged by radical Nazis. In the newly conquered areas, the Nazis created 2 new provinces, the Reich Commissariat Ostland and the Reich Commissariat Ukraine. The Reich Commissariat Ostland was comprised of the 3 Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania and the northern parts of Belarus. The Reich Commissariat Ukraine was projected to be Germany's largest settler colony, incorporating Ukraine, parts of eastern Poland, and southern Belarus. Hitler's plans for the Crimea envisaged the region, in his words, to be cleared of all foreign elements and colonized by Germans. 132 Additional provinces, 1 for the Caucasus and 1 for the region around Moscow, were planned, but these provinces were never established, due to insufficient German military control in these areas. In the Nazi East, the settlement process proved to be painfully slow and the results meager. Changing wartime security and economic needs foiled many colonization and settlement plans. According to RKFVD statistics, almost 500,000 ethnic Germans had been repatriated to the Old Reich or to the newly incorporated Eastern Territories by December 1940. Subsequent to the attack on the Soviet Union, an additional 300,000 ethnic Germans were added to the pool of potential settler colonists, bringing the total to some 800,000. Of these, 408,000 were successfully resettled in the newly annexed Eastern Territories during the war, while another 74,000 were settled in the Altaic. The remaining 316,000 were awaiting settlement or had been judged not suitable settler material. 131 For the most part, radical National Socialist fantasies of Eastern settlement remained largely unfulfilled. Nazi colonization efforts in the East were disrupted by mounting partisan warfare in the new living space, including increased partisan attacks on German settlers. Nazi settlement plans, in fact, often had to be repeatedly changed or divided into short and long-term plans. 132 German fortunes of war cut off the GPO settlement and depopulation schemes in embryo. After the German defeat at Stalingrad, Hitler put settlement planning on hold, and many of Himmler's settlement schemes were put on ice. By the end of 1942, Nazi resettlement schemes in Western Poland had come to a halt. In the Ukraine, ethnic German settlers were driven out by Ukrainian militias and partisans. By mid-1944, as the Red Army continued its advances on the Eastern Front, German settler colonies were abandoned from the Baltic to the Crimea. While frustrated in his settlement efforts, Himmler would achieve much more success as respects the Jews, as we shall see in subsequent chapters. To be sure, the Jews and the final solution of the Jewish question now became his top priority. Crucially, conquest and colonization in the East would provide both the opportunity and the context for ridding German living space of the Jewish enemy. 133. Similarities, differences, and links. In both early America and Nazi Germany, prior colonization and settlement efforts, both actualized and intended, provided historical legacies that informed and drove the respective national expansionist projects in the American West and the Nazi East. In both cases, dreams of a new life in the American West and the Nazi East were motivated by settlers' self-interest in striving for prosperity and material security for themselves and their children. Ultimately, plans for the colonization of the American West and the Nazi East were based on the collective aggregate of the individual settler manifest destinies. Top political leaders, in both cases, promoted visions of a people's empire offering boundless opportunities and promised economic benefits to ordinary American and ordinary German settlers. Thus, many ordinary citizens, in both cases, became invested in their respective national projects of territorial expansion and settler colonization, projects which, as we shall see in subsequent chapters, unleashed violent eliminatory campaigns against the natives in the American West and in the Nazi East. Given the potential and actual economic gains, it was easy, therefore, for ordinary citizens of early America and Nazi Germany to become complicit in government-sponsored projects of conquest, dispossession, and settlement. Indeed, both groups of settlers would profit from their eager participation in the elimination of useless inferiors in the American West and the Nazi East, respectively. While early American and Nazi German settlement visions shared very similar goals and objectives, the outcome was quite different. While both early American and Nazi German political leaderships crafted visions and plans to guide the colonization of their respective Western and Eastern empires, situational factors, in both cases, determined the very different outcomes. In the American West, these situational factors worked to assure the success of American colonization plans. In the Nazi East, on the other hand, the on-the-ground realities worked against Nazi settlement schemes. Efforts at German colonization were hindered by wartime exigencies, resource limitations, few eligible and willing ethnic Germans, and political opposition from within Alfred Rosenberg's Ministry for the Occupied Eastern Territories. As historian Donald Bloxham rightly notes, however, the most important limit put on German colonial plans was that the empire was constructed at war. 134 Unlike its early American counterpart, Nazi German settler colonialism, in the end, would prove a goal more anticipated than achieved. 135 There would be no history of the winning of the East, nor any movie of how the East was won. 136 While the actualities of settlement in the Nazi East fell well short of Nazi fantasies of future settlement, Hitler's and Himmler's partially realized visions for the Nazi East, and their future intentions as revealed in SS colonization plans, confirm the fundamentally settler colonial nature of the Nazi project in their Eastern Empire, a project modeled firmly on the USA settlement model. 50 years ago, two early historians of the Nazi East hinted at its essentially colonial nature. While seeing Nazi practice in the East as unabashed colonialism, Alexander Dahlen, however, believed that Hitler's favorite analogy was the German East and British India, with Russia as Germany's India. 137 The Nazi East, according to Robert Cole, was a cross between the American Wild West and British India. 138 Nonetheless, much recent historiography, in a view which I share, sees the USA settlement model as primary and determinant, in both theory and practice, for Hitler and Himmler and other like-minded Nazis. In private conversations, for instance, Hitler's utterances about America and the West are even more common than analogies with British India when talks about Eastern Europe. 139 As the world's leading example of modern colonial settlement, the United States of America clearly provided the settlement model and foremost historical example for Hitler and Himmler in the Nazi East. 140 As understood by the Führer and his most devoted follower, successful settler colonization in the East would give Germany a continental land empire fit to rival the United States, another hardy frontier state based upon exterminatory colonialism and slave labor. 141. 5. Outgroup policy, eliminating the natives. In both the early American and Nazi German cases, settler colonial projects were premised on obtaining needed living space by taking the indigenes' land and on the elimination of the indigenous owners of that territory. In both cases, moreover, continuing wars of racial imperialist conquest served only to enlarge the size and scale of the outgroup question, by increasing the number of Indians, Slavs, and Jews under colonial control. Underpinned by similar ideologies of continental imperialism, the long-term goal that all Indians, all Slavs, and all Jews would disappear, either immediately or eventually, from the metropole and from the new settler living space was widely accepted by the expansionist political elites. Therefore, it remained only for policymakers to decide the timing, policies, and methods for accomplishing their disappearance. While both nation-states sought to eliminate the indigenous populations, elimination was not, in either case, necessarily premised on any particular method or strategy. In both contexts, policymakers and planners always considered a wide range of eliminationist strategies for solving their outgroup problem. Both early American and Nazi German political elites favored totalizing solutions for solving the Indian question, the Slav question, and the Jewish question. In both cases, as we shall see, early American and Nazi German policymakers would use strikingly similar policies and practices for dealing with alien peoples in the metropole and with unwanted peoples on the frontiers of empire. In the early American case, as the numbers of white settlers, as well as their political power, grew, they continually pressured Congress and the federal government to remove the natives further west, freeing more land for white settlement. 1 The fundamental nature of early American settler colonialism was the depopulation of Indian lands for settlement, which involved clearing the former inhabitants and replacing them with white settler colonists in a continuous process of dispossession. The only questions, as historian Reginald Horseman has suggested, were how, when, and under what terms actual Indian dispossession would be arranged. 2 The U.S. government, as an editor of the Army and Navy Journal observed, when facing the Indians has one hand holding the rifle and the other holding the peace pipe, and we blaze away with both instruments at the same time. While many in the East favored the peace pipe, settler colonists in the West overwhelmingly preferred the rifle. 3 Thus, while policymakers in Washington developed paternalistic policies that relegated the Indians to the status of colonial subjects, settlers on the frontier treated them as enemies to be eliminated. Often the Western states and territories took matters into their own hands, forcing the federal government to react to locally initiated directives. 4. In the Nazi German case, Hitler's vision of space and race was a colonial one, imperialistic and exclusionary, with strong genocidal tendencies. 5 In the East, Nazi outgroup policy called for Germanization of locals found to be racially suitable, for colonization by ethnic German settler colonists, and for the resettlement of all racially unwanted elements. In the Nazi view, this was a process that might take decades. Under the cover of war, however, the Nazis would further the long-term colonization goal by killing or deporting the natives. Nazi outgroup policy was closely linked to the acquisition of living space and to its colonization. In late December 1941, for instance, the Training Journal of the Order Police told its readers that the gigantic spaces of the East would not only be the site of German colonization but would also serve to facilitate the definitive solution of the Jewish problem in the near future. 6 At the Metropolitan Center, Nazi elites and policy planners formulated ambitious resettlement schemes, which required the removal of the East's indigenous inhabitants from the newly conquered Lebensraum. While in the wild East itself, Nazi administrators were left to deal with the on-the-ground realities as well as the inconsistencies of Nazi racial and settlement policy. 7. Pacification. In both early America and Nazi Germany, settler colonial expansionist projects meant that indigenous populations would have to be cleared from the land in advance of, or as part of, the actual settlement process. As a result, wars of pacification against the indigenes were a constant requirement of outgroup policy in both the American West and the Nazi East. Armed resistance to the invaders often led to mass shootings of indigenous populations, as well as to the destruction of their villages and crops. Wars of pacification against indigenous peoples typically made no distinctions between armed enemy soldiers and unarmed civilian populations. On the frontier, pacification involved physical violence, intimidation, and destruction of indigenes' property and agricultural resources. In both cases, these wars of pacification frequently involved organized killing actions directed at largely unarmed, civilian non-combatant populations. Early American and Nazi German strategies of total war subjected non-combatants, women, children, infants, and old people, to death or cruel suffering. In both cases, pacification of the indigenes was part of long-term plans for resettlement and the shifting of ethnic populations. In early America, the Indian Wars were a series of more than 36 wars to pacify the new living space and clear the way for the onslaught of more white settler colonists, while the Nazis used pacification to reduce native numbers and cleanse settlement areas in advance of actual colonization by ethnic German settlers. While occupational terror in the American West and the Nazi East sought to discourage indigenous peoples to take up arms to defend their homelands, it had, in both cases, the opposite effect. Early America. Devastating wars against the North American continent's indigenous populations in America's successive Wests, known in the master American historical narrative as the Indian Wars, were a constant feature of the first 100 years of the nation's national history. During the Indian Wars of the late 18th and 19th centuries, pacifying the frontier involved extirpative war aimed at driving the Indians from their lands. While most American leaders hoped for an orderly and peaceful advance of the frontier boundary, they nonetheless proved willing to use military force to pacify the American West. As conditions on the frontier got out of hand, the U.S. government used both militia and standing army troops as a striking force to overawe and pacify the Indians. 8 As noted earlier, the first wave of war against Indian non-combatants was a defining feature of American conquest and pacification of the West, from the First Indian War in Virginia to the last military engagement between Indians and whites at Wounded Knee. 9. A carryover from the colonial period, extirpative war-making accompanied settler colonial expansion into Indian country and was characterized by the killing of enemy non-combatants and destruction of Indian villages, homes, and agricultural resources. In addition, specialized units for Indian fighting, called Rangers, were specifically created to pacify the hinterlands of the American frontier and pave the way for further expansion and settlement by settler colonists. As instanced above, extirpative wars against indigenous peoples on the American frontier paralleled, and ran concurrent with, the American War of Independence. In the words of one scholar, murder gradually became the dominant American Indian policy in the American West, both during and after the American Revolution. 10 During the Federalist era of the 1790s, the U.S. Army fought wars of pacification in the upper Ohio Valley and on the Tennessee and western Georgia frontiers. When they failed in efforts to secure the frontier, backcountry settlers took matters into their own hands, focusing on destroying Indian villages and food supplies. Again, in the 1810s, American settler colonists, frustrated by the U.S. Army's inability or unwillingness to solve the Indian question, unleashed a spasm of extreme violence to complete the subjugation of the Indians in the Trans-Appalachian West, laying these lands open to further American settlement. During the Second Seminole War, an early version of search and destroy missions was carried out by U.S. forces, during which Seminole villages and crops were put to the torch. And during the American Civil War, when federal troops were needed to fight Southern rebels, state and territorial militias continued the pacification campaigns against Indians in the West. 11. American Indian conflict in the years 1783 to 1890 contains many examples of total war, that is, waging war on entire enemy populations, including unarmed civilians. It was U.S. Army Generals William Tecumseh Sherman and Phil Sheridan, however, who ultimately sanctified it as deliberate policy in the decades following the American Civil War. Both generals believed in waging total war against the entire Indian population, in a strategy reminiscent of a similar one that they had used against the South in the last years of the American Civil War. The Sheridan concept of total war was based on the strategy of severely undermining the Indians' collective will to resist, by killing the enemy and by destroying their food, clothing, shelter, and horses. The centerpiece of the strategy was surprise attacks on Indian villages, which meant, in most cases, the killing of unarmed women and children in addition to armed warriors. The aim of these attacks was to force the survivors to surrender, scatter, or retreat to a reservation, under the impact of military attack, climatic extremes, and/or psychological stress. 12. Following the close of the Mexican War, Indian wars were fought to support the official Indian policy of concentration, a policy that sought to clear Indians from their unceded lands and concentrate them on reservations. Virtually every major Indian war in the post-Civil War era was fought to force Indian communities onto the newly created reservations or to make them return to reservations from which they had recently fled. 13 During these years, the main role of the regular army was enforcing the reservation system by forcing the West's entire indigenous population onto the reservations and keeping them there. Nonetheless, Indian resistance to the reservation policy led to all-out war in many regions of the West. From the Indian perspective, the Indian Wars of 1846 to 90 were a conscious rejection of the reservation system and a desperate, last attempt to maintain their traditional ways of life on small parcels of often barren land, which were unwanted, for the moment, by the white settler colonists. Nazi Germany. For Hitler and other Nazi expansionists, Poland and the Soviet Union were to become the key sources of additional living space for Aryan Germans. Although there were obvious differences in scale and targeting, the SS policy of using mass murder to pacify conquered territory was applied in a relatively similar fashion in both Poland and the Soviet Union, leading to the selective murder of indigenous Poles, Russians, and Jews. 14 In this context, so-called SS mobile killing squads were focused on behind-the-lines pacification and on other so-called special tasks, supplementing these SS mobile killing squads, German police battalions and auxiliary police units from the local populations would form the core killing squads on the Eastern Front. In the Nazi East, the pacification of the indigenes served as a legitimization for mass murder, characterized by a massive push for physical elimination. In particular, anti-Jewish measures were presented as cleansing actions, part of a wider Nazi policy of pacifying German-occupied territory in the Wild East. 15 To Heinrich Himmler, the chief executor of Hitler's spatial and racial policies in the Eastern Lebensraum, the pacification of the natives and the elimination of the Jews were merely preconditions to the principal task of settling and Germanizing the Nazi East. 16. On July 16, 1941, in a meeting with Reichsleiter Alfred Rosenberg, Reich Minister Hans Lammers, Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, and Reich Marshal Hermann Göring, Hitler outlined his plans for the East. At this meeting, the Führer declared his intention to occupy, dominate, and exploit conquered Russian lands, but cautioned that this intention must be concealed from the world. In pacifying the new Lebensraum, he ordered, Nazi occupation forces were to take all necessary measures, shooting, resettling, etc. The Nazis would use the Russian order for partisan warfare, moreover, as a justification to eradicate anyone who opposes us. The East would have to be pacified as quickly as possible, Hitler asserted, and the best solution was to shoot anybody who looked sideways. Portions of the Crimea, Galicia, the Volga colony, and the Baltic territories, he further declared, would be Germanized and annexed to the Greater German Reich, a process that would require extermination measures, as well as resettlement of the indigenes. The ultimate Nazi goal, Hitler announced, was to create a Garden of Eden in the newly occupied Eastern territories for the benefit of ethnic German settler colonists. 17. The Nazis were careful to hide their true intentions in the Wild East from the German public and the world. In a directive issued by Joseph Goebbels, the propaganda minister, he specifically instructed Reichsleiters, Gauleiters, and Gau propaganda leaders to hide Nazi plans for the East from the German people and other European nations, calling observations to the effect that Germany will establish colonies in the East and follow a colonial policy in which the land and its inhabitants will be regarded as an object of exploitation completely inappropriate. Fearful that it might strengthen the will to resist of the Eastern peoples and the Soviet troops and aid Soviet propaganda, there was, above all, to be no discussion about the deportation of the long-established inhabitants. Nothing was to be said or written, he warned, which might support Soviet claims that Germany was placing the nations of the East on the same level as Negroes. 18. The earliest victim of Nazi German military attack, Poland, suffered the longest period of German occupation. It was the site of most of the Holocaust, and it was the country that suffered the highest percentage of human loss during the Second World War. During the brutal 5-year occupation, Nazi pacification and resettlement policies in Poland led to the murder of millions of Polish Christians and the near-total extermination of Polish Jewry, as part of the Nazi intention to erase the Polish state, nation, and culture from the face of the earth. In Poland, the Nazis looked to use terror, mass killings, and confiscation of Jewish property to force Jews out of German-occupied territory, as part of its broader effort to cleanse the new Nazi East of indigenous peoples deemed racially, ethnically, and culturally inferior. They adopted a policy of terror against civilians at all levels of Polish society, unleashing a murderous wave of violence against Poland's population. As part of this pacification, Polish elites and those segments of Polish society deemed capable of challenging German rule were to be immediately exterminated. In many ways, Poland served as a kind of dress rehearsal for Operation Barbarossa. Seen in this light, the Polish pacification campaign was a significant first step in the ongoing escalation of Nazi outgroup policies, which ultimately resulted in mass genocide and the Vernichtungskrieg against Jewish Bolshevists in the Soviet Union. 19. Following the attack on the Soviet Union, pacification through terror became part of wider Nazi occupation policy in the Wild East. The self-declared Nazi War of Annihilation was a war with no distinction between combatants and non-combatants, truly a total war. 20 On July 2, 1941, Himmler told his SS and police officers that their immediate goal was the political pacification of the newly conquered Lebensraum, using terror as their principal weapon to crush every will to resist among the population. According to Himmler, all persons suspected of supporting partisans are to be shot, women and children are to be deported, livestock and food are to be confiscated and secured. The villages are to be burned to the ground, he said, casually adding that the eastern territories are to be freed of Jews. 21 At any sign of even the slightest resistance from the occupied population, Wehrmacht and SS troops would carry out collective reprisals against civilian populations. A ruthless pacification policy of terror, subjugation, and exploitation led to mass requisitioning of livestock, the razing of villages, and mass killing in large-scale mobile operations. At first, the Nazis faced no outright resistance or partisan threat to speak of in the Wild East. Over time, however, Nazi pacification and occupation policies engendered bitter popular resistance, and anti-partisan warfare in the German-occupied Soviet Union became part of the pacification of Nazi Lebensraum. 22. Following a more radicalized version of the earlier Polish model, pacification campaigns in the Soviet Union remained the primary focus of Nazi outgroup policy. Under this policy, the Jewish Bolshevik elites were to be liquidated immediately, Soviet Jews were to be liquidated by police and security units, and the Soviet masses were to be enslaved or slaughtered. Nazi conquest would lead to obtaining Lebensraum and to the establishment of settlement colonies, and the occupied areas would serve as a springboard for further eastward expansion. Importantly, in order to ensure army cooperation, Jewish actions were always made to appear part of the pacification and anti-partisan campaign. In the East, Nazi policies of pacification would lead to the deaths of millions of civilians, partisan fighters, and Red Army prisoners of war due to outright murder, starvation, disease, or exposure to the elements. Separation and segregation. In both early America and Nazi Germany, selected outgroups were purposely separated from the dominant society by deliberate national policies formulated and carried out by the government. For those outgroups residing in the metropole, outgroup policy was centered on assimilation, a process that denied them, or stripped them of, citizenship rights and ultimately mandated their removal outside the white/Aryan living space. Throughout the first century of the American nation's existence, the Indian question was, in simplest terms, what to do with the Indians who stood in the way of westward settler expansion. 23 While advocates for both assimilation and separation of Indians were present within the political leadership, those favoring separation became dominant in the early years of the American Republic. In Nazi Germany, anti-Jewish segregation policies began to be implemented upon the National Socialist assumption of power in 1933. Until the war, the Nazi frame of reference in respect to the Jewish question was the Greater German Reich, as the Nazis sought a solution that would ensure the Reich was free of Jews. In both societies, the outgroups became socially and legally separated from the dominant society. While early American separation was always linked with Western expansion, Nazi racial cleansing would begin in the Reich itself prior to the campaign for living space in the East. Early America. Under the new Constitution, American Indian policy in the West, described as foreign relations with Native American tribes, became the domain of the federal government, under the authority of the executive branch. President George Washington and Secretary of War Henry Knox advocated the Federalist Party policy of civilizing the Indians and of orderly white settlement of Indian lands in the West, a policy that Thomas Jefferson observed when he became president. Sharing the Enlightenment beliefs of Washington and Knox, Jefferson believed that Indians could be civilized and, as individuals, might enter white society, and he supported the civilization policy, encouraging Indians to become peaceful farmers, to abandon their cultures and adopt American ways of thinking, and to willingly sell their lands to white settlers. 24. But Jefferson's policy of civilization and assimilation applied only to so-called friendly tribes willing to cede their lands to the white settler colonists. Indian refusal to cede lands to the settler colonists drove Jefferson to contemplate harsher measures. Recalcitrant Indians would, in his words, be exterminated, or driven beyond the Mississippi. "They will kill some of us," Jefferson noted in a letter to a friend, "but we shall destroy all of them." 25 In reality, Jefferson's Indian policy was a plan for obtaining Indian lands for continuous westward expansion and white settlement. For his part, Jefferson strongly favored the separation or elimination of disparate ethnic groups, Indians and blacks, who refused to disappear through civilization and assimilation, or were, in his view, incapable of participating as citizens of the Republic. 26 In effect, early American Indian policymakers gave Indian peoples two choices: resist American expansion and risk extermination, or assimilate into the white culture. Either way, the Indians would vanish from the American West, and their traditional ways of life would disappear. Furthermore, regardless of their final choice, ethnically distinct Native American communities would eventually be cleansed and erased from the North American continent. In the end, the supposed choice offered Native Americans was really no choice at all. The new U.S. government was totally committed to allowing settler colonial expansion west from the Atlantic coast. Short of both money and military force and plagued by moments of conscience, the new nation's leaders, men like Washington, Jefferson, and Knox, were sensitive to moral considerations and to possible internal and external criticism. The outright extermination of the Indians, they feared, would tarnish the honor of the new nation. As a result, they sought to cloak conquest and expansion in a fog of Enlightenment assimilationist rhetoric about bringing civilization to the savages. The Indians, they concluded, would be encouraged to give up not only their lands but also their ways of life that white Americans viewed as both different and wrong, or as wrong because they were different. These early policymakers, in many ways, practiced a form of conquest by kindness. In the shaping of government Indian policy, they eagerly embraced what one scholar has called expansion with a good conscience. 27 The white settler colonists in the West and their representatives in Washington, however, did not share these good intentions and were not the least bit concerned about acting with a good conscience. While policymakers looked to formulate an Indian policy that would allow for orderly and peaceful Western expansion and that would also reflect favorably on the proclaimed egalitarian ideals of the new American Republic, white settler colonists openly advocated the extermination or removal of the indigenous peoples. Early American Indian policy foundered thanks to the compulsive land hunger of the white settler colonists, as well as Indian unwillingness to give up their lands and their ways of life. Given these obstacles, the early American policy of peaceful westward expansion and Indian assimilation failed, as did the federal government's attempt to control expansion and make it an orderly process. The inherent contradiction of U.S. Indian policy was most clearly exposed in the case of the Cherokee Indians living in the state of Georgia. Widely understood to be the most acculturated and civilized Indians, the Cherokees built farms, homes, churches, and schools, and their large landowners used white indentured labor or black African slaves on their plantations. Despite their adoption of the civilization policy, the Cherokees were seen by Georgians and their political allies in Washington as savages and as enemies of American progress and white expansion. A special police force, the Georgia Guard, soon became a central element in a state-sponsored program of harassment and intimidation of Cherokees living within Georgia's borders, as the state's white citizens resorted to outright theft of Cherokee property and land. 28 When the Cherokees refused to cede more lands to the whites, the federal government acted to force their removal. The removal of the Cherokees from their lands was a breach of faith, as well as a breach of Jefferson's promises to the friendly Indians, a betrayal of proven friends, and a violation of stated federal policy, and federal officials knew it at the time. 29 For the Cherokees and other so-called civilized tribes, acculturation was no barrier to dispossession and displacement. Ultimately, the central contradiction in U.S. Indian policy was never resolved. When forced to choose between these contradictory goals, the federal government always sided with its white settler colonists, opting for forced Indian land cessions and Indian removal. 30 At the end of the day, policymakers conveniently decided that it was not possible for white settler colonists and Indians to coexist on the vast lands east of the Mississippi. In their search for a solution to the Indian question, they looked to a new policy of Indian removal, a program of voluntary and forced emigration of Indian tribes from the territory of the United States. Removal was a policy with a new goal, the permanent separation of Indians and white settler colonists by drawing a definite boundary line between them and offering to protect Indians against white settler encroachment, a promise that proved impossible to fulfill due to the white settler colonists' insatiable appetite for more land. On a more practical level, removal allowed policymakers to avoid the rhetoric of assimilation as well as avoid officially endorsing a declared policy of extermination. 31 In the final analysis, it was, and always would be, a policy of permanent separation. Nazi Germany. Upon assuming power in 1933, the Nazi regime began the implementation of a systematic policy of segregation and persecution against its Jewish citizens. Anti-Jewish decrees and legislation issued between 1933 and 1935 aimed at excluding the Jews from the Aryan national community and at putting an end to allegedly inordinate Jewish influence in German life. In these years, the Nazis aimed at the growing persecution of German Jews, at a permanent framework of discrimination, at the segregation of Jews and Aryans within German society, and at making Jewish life in Germany painful and, ultimately, both untenable and unsustainable. 32 discriminatory measures against the Jews were enacted in many areas of social and professional life, measures that sought to deprive them of their civil rights and to bring about their social death within German society. For the Nazis, these measures were seen as mere first steps in what would be a growing radicalization of anti-Jewish policy, as well as a program of ever-escalating Jewish persecution. The Nuremberg laws segregated the Jews according to racial criteria and placed the German Jewish community under alien status within the borders of the Greater German Reich. Representing a major step in the separation policy, these laws aimed at the legal enshrinement of political and social inequality between Jews and Aryans and looked to reverse Jewish achievements in the post-emancipation era. Crucially, the Nuremberg laws introduced an official distinction of status between Germans and Jews, similar to the colonial distinction between citizens of the metropole and subjects of the colonized lands and space. 33 In Hitler's words, the Nuremberg laws were a legislative solution to the Jewish question, aimed at a further segregation of the Jews and at a formal annulment of their citizenship rights. On a broader basis, the Nuremberg laws codified the racial otherness of the Jews, Sinti, Romas, and other mixed-race Germans, denying full citizenship rights to Nazi-designated persons of alien blood. 34. In the wake of the Nuremberg laws, Hitler still saw the limitation of Jewish influence, the separation of the Jews from the Aryan national community, and more vigorous emigration as the goals of Nazi anti-Jewish policy. In 1936, Nazi anti-Jewish policy entered a new phase, focused on three major initiatives: accelerated Aryanization, increased efforts to compel Jewish emigration, and a propaganda campaign aimed at winning popular recognition of the imminent Jewish threat. The Reichskristallnacht pogrom was a massive, Nazi-coordinated physical assault on Germany's Jews, a terrifying, nationwide outburst of violence and destruction aimed at encouraging Jews to leave Germany and providing justification for their final, total expropriation and complete segregation. In the wake of Reichskristallnacht, the National Socialist regime introduced further anti-Jewish measures to promote the total expropriation and plundering of Jewish property and to deny the Jews even the most basic forms of subsistence. Making Jewish life in the Reich untenable was part of a wider strategy to advance and accelerate voluntary Jewish emigration. Privately, however, some Nazi leaders began to talk of forced emigration, using more violent official pressure and, in Himmler's words, unparalleled ruthlessness. 35 In a December 6, 1938 speech to party leaders, Deputy Führer Hermann Göring, citing Hitler's expressed orders, declared that we must rid ourselves of the Jews as quickly and effectively as possible, to force emigration with the utmost vigor and to remove all possible obstacles to emigration. 36. In the 1930s, Nazi outgroup policy used two different but complementary methods to achieve the complete exclusion of racially dangerous groups from the Volksgemeinschaft, segregation and expulsion on the one hand, sterilization on the other. In this context, segregation and expulsion were used primarily against Jews, Gypsies, and homosexuals, while sterilization was used against the physically and mentally handicapped and against those who were considered to be racially contaminated individuals. In the years 1933 to 9, then, Nazi anti-Jewish policy was a chronology of persecution, segregation, emigration, and expulsion, a combination of humiliation and violence. 37 On the eve of the First War for Lebensraum in the East, the overall declared goal of Nazi anti-Jewish policy was to hasten the Jews' departure from the Reich through voluntary or forced emigration. Solving the Jewish question in the German Reich meant their forced emigration from Reich living space. During these years, then, Nazi Jewish policy was, for the most part, conducted according to the spatial logic of removal. 38. At first glance, Nazi persecution of Reich Jews seems to have little connection with the plans or practices of settler colonialism in the Nazi East. Subject to local variations, nonetheless, the same Nazi measures of segregation, expropriation, and exclusion that applied to targeted outgroups in the German Reich were extended into the territories in the East occupied by Nazi Germany, its allies, and satellites, policies that would eventually impact the Jews more than any other ethnic, racial, or social outgroup. At home, in the Reich metropole itself, the domestic component of the Nazi imperial project focused on the elimination, marginalization, or destruction of targeted political and racial enemies. The cleansing of the Reich metropole of these aliens and undesirables, moreover, was intrinsically linked to the wars for Lebensraum as necessary measures and preconditions to unify and purify the German Volk in advance of the war for empire in the East. 39. In Nazi parlance, after the war and the East operated as complementary notions of time and place for the realization of Nazi racial and settlement fantasies. 40 fantasies that conjoin the solution of the Jewish and Slav questions in the context of ethnic German settler colonies and Germanization in the East. Recognizing this intimate connection, on September 3, 1941, Rolf Heinz Hoppner, head of the Central Resettlement Office in Posen, wrote a memo to Adolf Eichmann, an SS expert on Jewish emigration, in which he announced that the large-scale deportation of populations groups would include undesirable groups from the Greater German Reich and the final solution of the Jewish question, as well as racially non-Germanizable members of the indigenous peoples within the German settlement. Sphere. 41. Seen in this light, the Jewish and Slav questions were both subsets of a broader and more general Nazi population policy. In the former Polish areas incorporated into the Reich, there was to be a ruthless segregation of German from alien blood, the settlement of ethnic Germans, and the removal of Jews and Slavs to a dumping ground in the Polish territories not annexed to Germany, a reservation where they would be allowed to exist only as long as the Reich needed their labor. In the Russian territories conquered by Germany, non-Germans were to be segregated from the Germanic population in order to prevent the Aryan Germans from being contaminated by alien and inferior blood. While Jews and Gypsies were to be removed completely, those Slavs not deemed suitable for Germanization were to be retained temporarily as slave labor and, when no longer needed, were to be subject to removal and elimination, eventually meeting the same fate as Jews and Gypsies. The premeditated goal of radical Nazis, the radical removal of the Jews from the Greater German Reich and their physical annihilation, could not have been carried out on German soil or during peacetime, given Hitler's real concern about not alienating German public opinion. Ultimately, the Nazi East would provide the opportunity, location, and methods for radically solving the Reich's Jewish question, out of sight of the German public in the Reich metropole. Territorial solutions. Both early American and Nazi German national policy makers attempted territorial solutions to their outgroup problem, based on remarkably similar notions of removal and concentration. Characterized as an alternative to disappearance, Indian removal made it clear that there was no longer room for a common world that included independent Indians living with whites. Any common world of Indians and whites could not and would not be allowed to continue. The later reservation system of concentration was an improvisation and evolved on an ad hoc basis as a way to halt conflicts between Indians and whites, to enforce continued separation of the races, and to open up Indian lands for further settlement. 42 In early America, forced removal of Indians from white lands and their concentration on reservations sparked renewed indigene resistance and triggered continuous Indian wars in the West. In the Nazi German case, the so-called territorial solution to the Jewish question focused on various deportation schemes, to a Jewish reservation in Lublin, to the French island of Madagascar, or to inhospitable regions of the conquered Soviet Union. In selling these schemes to the Jews, Adolf Eichmann, Heydrich's deputy, purposefully and skillfully traded on Zionist rhetoric of territorial solutions, the idea of returning to the land, and the formation of self-governing colonies. 43 The later policy of concentrating Jews in ghettos was always viewed by policymakers, at both the center and the periphery, as a holding action, pending a more definitive and lasting solution to the Jewish question. In the settler colonial context, policies of removal and concentration of indigenous populations operated, to borrow a phrase, as spatial stopgaps. 44 in both early America and Nazi Germany. Then, policies of removal and concentration were mainly viewed as temporary solutions or holding actions on the road to some final solution to the outgroup problem. Early America. In their search for a territorial solution to the Indian question, American policymakers looked to remove indigenous peoples from white areas of settlement to lands further west of the settlement zones. In the words of the leading scholar of American Indian policy, removal was the policy adopted to solve the problem of alien groups. 45 As a practical matter, removal involved inducing the Native Americans to exchange their lands for territory in the West, leaving the vacated areas clear for immediate white settlement. 46 In the first phase of settlement, white settlers in the Trans-Appalachian territories and states wanted Indians removed west of the Mississippi River, while, in the second phase, white settlers in the Trans-Mississippi states and territories wanted Indians removed beyond their borders. Federal officials acquiesced to their requests every time. 47 Indeed, at the end of the 19th century, the New York Times would rightly conclude that the history of the Indians in this country is a wearisome repetition of removals of tribes from point to point, each remove taking them further toward the sunset. 48 In 1787, Secretary of War Henry Knox reported to Congress that the deep-rooted prejudices, and mollygoodnighty of heart and conduct, reciprocally entertained and practiced on all occasions by the whites and savages will ever prevent their being good neighbors. As a result, he noted, either one or the other party must remove to a greater distance, or government must keep them both in awe by a strong hand, and compel them to be moderate and just. 49 After completion of the Louisiana Purchase, President Jefferson began to contemplate the removal of the Indians, expelling them from the Trans-Appalachian West, as an alternative to civilizing them. In his view, removal was the solution of choice for, and fate of, Indian tribes who refused to participate in the civilization program or who chose to wage war against the United States. He also considered removal as an answer to recurring bloodshed and violence on the frontier. As articulated in 1803, Jefferson proposed to remove the Indians from the eastern to the western side of the Mississippi River to lands not inhabited by whites. Under his proposal, this territory would be designated Indian Country and would be separated from white America by a permanent Indian frontier. Jefferson, however, did not act upon his ideas. As a formal policy, Indian removal would only be implemented during the administrations of Presidents Andrew Jackson and Martin Van Buren. While not a new idea, Andrew Jackson's aggressive removal policy of the 1830s was, in fact, the culmination of an idea that had been steadily gaining popularity among policymakers for more than 3 decades. By persuasion and force, Jackson pointed out, the Indians in the East had become extinct or reduced to remnants. For their own survival and preservation, he proposed, surviving Indians east of the Mississippi should be made to retire west of the river, beyond the reach of the whites. 50 In the past, some Native American communities voluntarily chose to emigrate west of the Mississippi, independent of any official removal policy. While Jackson himself hoped that emigration would be voluntary, realists understood that force would be inevitable. Disappointed with the pace of voluntary removal, the first priority of newly elected President Andrew Jackson was crafting a comprehensive removal plan. As finally implemented, forced removal was carried out against the southern Indian nations and Indians north of the Ohio River, all of whom were removed to the Indian Country west of the Mississippi River. For those Indians who had embraced white notions of civilization, the reality of removal was an especially bitter pill to swallow. As Secretary of War James Barber forthrightly wrote in 1826, "See, our professions are insincere, that our promises have been broken, that the happiness of the Indian is a cheap sacrifice to the acquisition of new lands." 51 Like a giant bulldozer, the process of Indian removal pushed eastern native peoples west of the Mississippi. As an official policy, Indian removal was cut short by new forces of expansionism in the 1840s and 1850s and, ultimately, by the American Civil War. Despite enormous efforts, it had not proved possible to solve the Indian question by the convenient, time-honored scheme of repeated Indian removal. At the time, some correctly saw its future outcome. As North American Review editor Jared Sparks realized, the project only defers the fate of the Indians. In half a century their condition beyond the Mississippi will be just what it now is on this side. Their extinction, Sparks concluded, is inevitable. 52 In a broader context, as historian James H. Merrill provocatively argues, the early national period can be read as the age of removal, as the poor were placed in workhouses, the mentally ill in insane asylums, and the criminals in penitentiaries. Among the governing elite, Jefferson and others contemplated Negro removal to Africa, the West Indies, or across the Mississippi River. In this context, as Merrill suggests, Indian removal, rather than an aberrant episode, was part of a larger culture of removal in American life, with Native Americans removed to an Indian asylum in the West. 53. When continued westward expansion made Indian removal unfeasible, policymakers looked to other territorial solutions. Initially, the idea of a permanent Indian country focused on lands west of the Missouri River, where each Indian nation would have its own clearly bounded territory. It envisaged the creation of a permanent and specific boundary line separating the white and Indian worlds, a barrier that Indians at the time referred to as the Strong Fence. The idea of a permanent Indian country was short-lived, falling victim to further American expansionism and to the white settler colonists' unappeasable appetite for Indian ancestral lands. In the wake of constant white encroachment on Indian lands, another territorial solution introduced the idea of northern and southern Indian colonies in the West, divided from each other by an American corridor, which would allow settler colonists passage on their way to Oregon and California. Indeed, some officials and humanitarian reformers went so far as to propose an Indian state in the West that might eventually become part of the United States. But, as in the past, all such suggestions and recommendations eventually came to nothing. In reality, rather than an act of benevolence, the attempt to create a congressionally designated refuge for displaced Indians was, instead, little more than an illusory stopgap that only lasted until the needs of early American Western expansion outweighed the need to solve the Indian problem. 54. By the end of the 1840s, it was clear to many policymakers that neither the systematic removals of the 1830s nor the barrier philosophy of an Indian country would, in the end, provide a workable, permanent solution to the Indian question. As in previous expansionist phases, the final expansionist push of the 1840s brought the U.S. government face to face with more and more Indians, leading to the end of the removal policy and the beginning of the reservation system. In 1848, Polk's Indian Commissioner, William Medill, offered a scheme for Indian colonies in which to concentrate the Indians, an idea that evolved into the reservation policy, the foundation stone of later federal Indian policy. In his annual report, the Indian Commissioner advised Congress that, with respect to the wilder tribes, it is indispensably necessary that they be placed in positions where they can be controlled, and finally compelled by stern necessity to resort to agricultural labor or starve. 55 Finally, in 1851, Secretary of the Interior Alexander Stewart declared that the policy of removal, except under peculiar circumstances, must necessarily be abandoned. The only alternatives left, he concluded, are to civilize or exterminate them. We must adopt one or the other. 56 Rather than a large, separate Indian country, there would be a series of small Indian countries scattered across the West, continuing, albeit in a modified form, the old policy of Indian segregation. The new approach of concentration and segregation on reservations called for the reserving of small parcels of land for Indian habitation. The reservation policy was viewed as a means to further segregate and concentrate Indians on federal reservations, freeing the ceded lands for white settlement and exploitation. In the words of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, It provided the means by which to colonize the Indians. 57 Hoping to avoid the expense of Indian wars, the reservation policy mandated compulsory relocation of Western tribes to federal land reserves, where permanent residency under strict government control would be obligatory. As a practical matter, it would further reduce Indian lands as well as facilitate white expansion and settlement. Moreover, if any Indians resisted this policy, the U.S. government was fully prepared to use the army to enforce the concentration policy. Arguing that it was cheaper to feed the Indians than to fight them, the federal government was willing to provide rations to reservation Indians, but the rations provided were often insufficient and or poor in quality. In the quarter century after the Civil War, starvation and near-starvation conditions were present on most of the 60-odd Indian reservations. 58 Rather than nurseries for civilization, government-managed reservations effectively became poverty-stricken concentration sites for dispossessed and displaced Native Americans. In the end, the U.S. governing elites were content to relocate the Indians to the most undesirable lands and leave them there to rot and slowly die out. As early as 1853, one Indian agent, Thomas Fitzpatrick, had branded the federal reservation system as the legalized murder of a whole nation, expensive, vicious, inhumane. 59 That same year Fitzpatrick accurately predicted that the Indian reservations would become hospital wards of cholera, smallpox, and other diseases. 60 Intended as factories of cultural transformation. 61 The reservations, instead, became sites of abject hunger, rampant disease, and humiliating subjugation. Packaged by the political leadership as an alternative to extinction, the federal reservation policy in the case of the majority of Indian tribes came too late, since the destruction of many Native American communities was already far advanced and many resisting Indians had already been overwhelmed or crushed by military force. The results of the reservation policy were mixed. As a civilization program for surviving Indians, it was consistently too little and too late and usually failed to provide the rations, farm equipment, and education promised in the treaties. 62 It was extremely successful, however, in further reducing the Indians' land base, allowing superior whites to obtain so large proportion of our territory from its savage and barbaric aboriginal inhabitants and made the happy abode of an enlightened and Christian people. 63 Nazi Germany. While the Nazis' successful military campaign against Poland freed up more living space for German settlement, it created complications for Nazi anti-Jewish policy. In a memo sent to the German Foreign Office on August 15, 1940, the Reich Security Main Office concluded, now that the masses in the East have to be included in the total, any prospect of settling the Jewish problem by emigration has become impossible. 64 If the Jewish problem could no longer be solved by emigration, then a territorial final solution, in SS leader Reinhard Heydrich's words, had now become advisable. 65 According to Heydrich's boss, Reichsführer SS Heinrich Himmler, moreover, outright extermination was not a realistic policy option, since physical extermination was, in his view, a Bolshevik method and would, therefore, be un-German. 66 In the wake of the Nazi military victory on September 21, 1939, Hitler approved the expulsion of all Poles, Jews, and Gypsies from the Polish Lebensraum and the settlement of these areas with ethnic German settler colonists. Most Poles were to be removed eastward and their leadership elites were to be executed, with only racially suitable Poles eligible for re-Germanization. As part of this plan, the Jew was to be removed to the Lublin region, to what the Nazis called a Judenreservat. In a speech on January 15, 1939, Nazi Party ideologue Alfred Rosenberg called on Friends of the Jews to support the idea of a Jewish reservation as a territorial solution to the Jewish question. 67 In this fluid environment, Heydrich himself floated the idea of establishing a Jewish reservation in the area around Lublin, as a site for the relocation of some 300,000 Jews from Germany and Austria. As envisaged by Heydrich, it was not to be a Jewish state or even an autonomous region but rather a concentration of unwanted Jewish populations under SS supervision. Despite the initial enthusiasm, Nazi schemes for a Jewish reservation in eastern Poland ultimately collapsed, Due to organizational difficulties, as well as opposition from local Nazi occupation authorities in Krakow. On the periphery, local occupation authorities in Poland had, from the outset, viewed the concentration and ghettoization of Eastern European Jews as a transitional measure and instead favored a program of mass resettlement as the ultimate solution to the Jewish problem. At the center, policymakers in Berlin looked for another territorial solution and quickly devised the so-called Madagascar Project in the summer of 1940. The conquest of France had given fresh impetus to the old anti-Semite idea of removing the Jewish population to Madagascar and establishing a Jewish colony there. In the words of one Nazi relocation official, the project aimed at the establishment of a Jewish homeland under German sovereignty, with the Jews living under German police supervision. 69 The original idea, as conceived by the German Foreign Office, was for the removal of the Jewish population of Western Europe to Madagascar. The RSHA version, however, expanded the plan to include the Jews of Nazi-controlled Eastern Europe as well, and it proposed a Jewish colony to be run, not surprisingly, as an SS police state. 70 Under SS auspices, the Madagascar Project envisaged the removal to the island of the some 4 million European Jews then under Nazi control, including another million Jews from Palestine and another 1.5 million from other parts of the world. The island of Madagascar, under the Nazi plan, would eventually become a homeland for a total of 6.5 million Jews. Heydrich justified the Madagascar Project as a viable means to eliminate the Jews. Echoing his boss, Himmler, he noted that biological extermination is undignified for the German people as a civilized nation. Thus, we will transport the Jews along with their belongings to Madagascar or elsewhere. 71. Under the slogan All Jews Out of Europe. 72 Madagascar was a plan for a comprehensive removal and deportation of all European Jews, marking a watershed in Nazi thinking. Even though the military situation soon made the Madagascar project impracticable, it was clear to many policymakers that the Jews would be disappearing from the European continent. Although this idea eventually died, due to military circumstances, the so-called Madagascar project had, nonetheless, been taken seriously, and discussed at the highest levels, by the Nazi leadership. 73 While it was not a comprehensive plan to murder Jews, it was, nonetheless, genocidal in its implications, and it was an important psychological step on the road to the Nazi final solution. 74. With Madagascar no longer a viable option, Nazi leaders continued the search for a totalizing territorial solution. At the center, Russia was now seen as an alternative reservation site for unwanted Jewish populations, once the German armies were victorious in the east. In the run-up to the invasion of the Soviet Union, Nazi planners were told to formulate plans for the expulsion of Jews into a territory yet to be determined, code language for conquered Soviet territory. 75 In a speech on March 28, 1941, Alfred Rosenberg alluded to the deportation of Jews under police surveillance to a territory that could not be mentioned for the time being. 76 The war against the Soviet Union, Nazi leaders hoped, would open up the possibility of making other regions available for a territorial final solution, offering vast spaces in which to dump unwanted Jewish populations. As the latest territorial solution of the Jewish problem, an SS plan called for a final evacuation of the Jews and foresaw the mass deportation of approximately 5.8 million Jews to an inhospitable area of Russia. 77 In a memorandum of March 26, 1941, Heydrich formally proposed that the Jews be deported into conquered areas of Russia. But the plan for deportation to the empty spaces of Siberia soon evaporated, as the German invasion, so optimistically launched that June, faltered in late autumn 1941. The Third Reich's declining military fortunes, as the tide began to turn in the east, ultimately frustrated Nazi hopes for a territorial solution to the Jewish question. But as historians Götz Ali and Suzanne Heim have suggested, these projects had given a massive boost to the continuing marginalization of the Jewish population. their very failure making the need for new solutions appear all the more urgent to Nazi leaders both in the center and at the periphery. 78 In their unrelenting drive to solve the Jewish problem and to cleanse German living space of targeted enemies of the German Volk, Nazi planners and policy makers would continue to search for new, innovative, and even more radical solutions. Final solutions. In practice, as surveyed above, both early American Indian policy and Nazi German Jewish policy evolved through a series of hoped-for final solutions to the outgroup question, featuring eliminatory policies and practices aiming at the separation, removal, and concentration of the indigenes. With the closure of the U.S. frontier and the Soviet victory in the Nazi East, there was no space left for the removal option. In these circumstances, mass killings or assimilation became the only eliminatory options available to policy makers in early America and Nazi Germany. 79 In the early American case, policy makers turned to assimilation. With the demise of the frontier, U.S. Indian policy turned from eliminating Indian tribes to killing the individual Indian identity. Driven by a comforting vision of an Americanized Indian, humanitarian reformers in the late 19th century looked to civilize and Americanize the surviving Native Americans, in much the same way as the white European immigrant. While some in the East looked to protect and civilize the Indians, most in the West still looked to further accelerate Indian land loss and obtain all Indian ancestral lands, using threatened and actual extermination against any Indians who opposed the taking of remaining Indian lands. In the Nazi German case, the Jew was widely proclaimed by Nazi ideology to be inassimilable. Mass killing, in the end, was the only remaining option. While Nazi genocide and mass murder began at the periphery, policymakers and planners at the center in Berlin were beginning to visualize the East as a site for finally solving the Jewish question. As respects the indigenous inhabitants of the East, the civilizing mission was never an option for the German Führer. Anyone who talks about cherishing the local inhabitant and civilizing him, Hitler told his party elite, goes straight off to a concentration camp. 80 Despite their obvious differences, these two final solutions were both very consistent with the model of settler colonialism and its logic of elimination of alien and unwanted peoples. 81 Early America. In the American West, an outright war of extermination against indigenous peoples had always been a policy option for achieving a final solution to the Indian question. While President George Washington and Secretary of War Henry Knox hoped for orderly and peaceful settlement, they recognized military force as an essential ingredient of U.S. Indian policy, but had specifically rejected a war of extermination as too costly in terms of men and money. On the frontier west, however, the press, as well as numerous public officials, openly called for the extermination of the remaining Indians. In the East, though, national policy makers agreed, in 1867, that the American people will not for a moment tolerate the idea of extermination. Calls for outright extermination of the natives from Western settler colonists and military commanders on the frontier were ultimately rejected by U.S. government officials responsible for Indian affairs. 82 While officially rejecting the idea of an annihilationist assault, war nonetheless became a preferred instrument of U.S. Indian policy. In the view of one Indian commissioner, the use of military force was discipline. Rejecting the idea of a general Indian war, he nevertheless insisted that the aborigines of the North American continent must yield or perish. If they oppose the progress of civilization, he insisted, they must be relentlessly crushed. 83 Humanitarians and reformers, so-called friends of the Indian, also did not shy away from the use of coercion and force, in certain instances. When a new round of Indian wars broke out on the plains, in the summer of 1868, they took a strong stand against hostile Indians, recommending the use of military force against all such Indians as may refuse to go onto the government-run reservations. 84 While forced displacement and removal became the 19th century's preferred catch-all solution to the Indian problem, exterminatory violence was, in practice, an alternate, final solution for hostile natives who resisted. Concentration on reservations. 85 U.S. Indian policy after the Civil War was to save the remnant of the Indian tribes, that is, those who had survived the prior Indian wars as well as earlier attempted solutions to the Indian problem. As the failure of the reservation system became widely recognized at the center, many policymakers began to think that the answer to the Indian problem lay in assimilation, not segregation. In the early years after the American Civil War, the U.S. government would be influenced by the ideas of assimilation and acculturation and by a policy of civilization advocated by Indian reformers in the East. Despite these good intentions, white indifference was, in some ways, the Indians' worst enemy. As the Indian Peace Commission, a group of unpaid philanthropists, lamented, "Nobody pays any attention to Indian matters. When the progress of settlement reaches the Indian's home, the only question considered," they noted, "is, how best to get his lands. When are obtained the Indian is lost sight of." For their part, white settlers have grown rich in the occupation of former lands, they pointed out, lands too often taken by force or procured in fraud. 86. And 1875 New York Times editorial summarized the two methods of dealing with the Indians: a manifest destiny policy, which recognizes no future for the Indian but extermination as the destiny of an inferior people, and a policy of humanity, which sees the Indian as a human being and cedes to him a portion of the territory once occupied wholly by him. The Times went on to castigate our government for generally treating as an encumbrance to be got rid of. 87 In the end, the Times recognized that there was a great deal of public apathy, boredom, and indifference to the Indian problem, and that the prevailing public opinion, particularly in the West, was mostly at variance with the newspaper's own more humanitarian views. 88. The government's official goal of assimilation required a state-directed policy of cultural genocide, with a stated aim of killing the Indian but saving the man by making Native Americans into white Christian farmers. The assimilation project also involved sending Indian children to boarding schools to destroy their Indian identity. 89 And prohibiting traditional Indian religious and cultural practices among the tribes. From a political standpoint, assimilation sought to detribalize the Indians. There was no thought given to racial assimilation, since Indians would continue to live separately from whites. As in the Jeffersonian era, moreover, the civilization policy would be underpinned by the threat and actual use of force. President Grant's peace policy, for example, was a two-edged sword. Any Indians disposed to peace would not be dealt with by force of arms, but those who do not accept this policy, Grant promised, would find the U.S. government ready for a sharp and severe war policy. 90 Should the Indians refuse to cede their lands, oppose American expansion, or decline to embrace civilization, even assimilationists agreed that the federal government should call out mounted troops for the purpose of conquering the desired peace. 91 Paradoxically, violence was an intrinsic part of Grant's peace policy. America's remaining Indians would be subjected to, in General Sherman's words, a double process of peace within their reservations and war without. 92. The leading scholar of U.S. Indian relations, Francis Paul Prucha, sees 1880 as a crucial divide in U.S. Indian policy, marking the end of an era of diplomatic dealings and almost non-stop military encounters in one or more regions of the American West, and the beginning of a movement aimed at the ultimate acculturation and assimilation of individual Indians into white society. 93 Secretary of Interior Henry M. Teller noted in 1884 that the time has passed when large and valuable tracts of land fit for agriculture can be held by Indians either for hunting or grazing to the exclusion of actual settlers. 94 As applied to the land itself, assimilation took the form of the General Allotment Act of 1887, which envisioned dividing up reservation lands into private plots, parcels of land owned by individuals or families. Any surplus land would, of course, be given to the white settler colonists. As implemented in the American West, the Dawes Act did not promote the civilization or assimilation of the surviving Native American communities. In fact, it only served to swiftly move Indian land into white hands, reducing the lands still held by Indians to fragmented, unproductive parcels, which prevented the Indian from becoming a self-sufficient farmer. 95 In practice, neither the federal government nor the settlers ever let the Indians alone. The settlers were constantly pressuring Indians to sell their allotments, while the federal government continued purchasing allotted lands from Indians for resale to white settlers. Ultimately, settler colonists and land speculators, not the Indians, were the winners of the allotment policy. By the 1880s, America's indigenous peoples retained virtually no land in the entire North American continent that was not part of a reservation. 96. While assimilation was the oft-stated purpose of U.S. Indian policy, it repeatedly functioned in the early American settler colonial context as a convenient rationale for the taking of Indian lands, for the elimination of the natives, and for a policy to kill the Indian ways of life, and sometimes Indians, regardless of sex or age, in the name of a national homogeneity. 97 Indeed, assimilation, as Patrick Wolfe rightly asserts, involves a Faustian bargain, in exchange for a place in civilization. The indigene gives up his soul. It is, in reality, a kind of death. 98. Nazi Germany. After the September 1939 attack on Poland, there was a noticeable and rapid escalation in Nazi anti-Jewish policy from the immediate pre-war policy of forced emigration towards a final solution, an escalation that finally called for the murder of every Jew within the German grasp, men, women, children, infants, and the elderly. At the time of the June 1941 attack on the Soviet Union, forced resettlement was still the solution to the Jewish question envisaged by the Nazi leadership. The decision to invade Russia ended the era of expulsion and led to the beginning of the era of mass murder. German anti-Jewish measures in the occupied Soviet Union followed the Polish model of dispossession, exclusion, and separation. From the beginning of Operation Barbarossa, however, these policies were directly linked with acts of mass murder. A policy of selective mass murder at the onset, this would soon be transformed into a more comprehensive policy aimed at the wholesale destruction of Jewish life in the occupied parts of the Soviet Union. 99. In Nazi-occupied Western Europe, the Nazi goal, following the outbreak of war in the West in April 1940, had been to encourage or force Jews to emigrate to Palestine or beyond the borders of Germany's frontiers, leaving their property behind. Nazi policy towards the roughly 500,000 West European Jews was always subsidiary to their policy towards the Ostjuden, and was determined, above all, by strategic, rather than ideological, concerns. Until the Wannsee Conference, in January 1942, the Nazi top leadership had Jews on their minds. 100 After vacillating over the fate of the Reich Jews, Hitler ordered their removal from Germany, Austria, and the Protectorate in mid-September 1941 to ghettos in Poland, White Russia, and the Baltic. Hitler's order to remove the Jews from the Reich, however, specifically prohibited their murder. A month later, emigration was forbidden for West European Jews, and they began to be interned in holding camps, awaiting deportation east to an, as yet, undetermined location and fate. After being removed to ghettos in the east, indigenous Ostjuden were to be killed in mass shootings to make room for the Reich Jews. In the Nazi East, mass murder by shooting was fast becoming a standard procedure of occupation policy. 101 Within the SS leadership, the mass shootings in Russia were increasingly seen as a viable alternative or adjunct to the new removal scheme. The mobile killing squads of the Einsatzgruppen and the police battalions unleashed an onslaught against Soviet Jewry using shooting and firing squad methods, beginning with Jewish men. Then, in August 1941, an increased targeting of Jewish women and children began, signaling a transition from selective to total mass murder of Soviet Jewry. As the mass executions continued, however, problems developed with the killing of Soviet Jewry by traditional colonial methods of shootings and mass reprisals. First, it required considerable manpower. Second, the killing of women and children imposed undue psychological burdens on the killers, and, finally, the process was too public, as word of the killings reached the Reich Metropole itself via letters, postcards, pictures, and soldiers on leave. 102 In response to these various problems, Nazi planners and innovators began to conceptualize a potential solution, the extermination camp, that is, stationary gas chambers to be located in the East in which to carry out the total eradication of European Jewry. At a moment still debated by historians, Hitler, Himmler, and Heydrich decided that the local massacres and regional genocides should be combined and enlarged into a European-wide extermination program. At the Wannsee Conference of January 20, 1942, according to Eichmann's minutes, Heydrich outlined the prior history of the Nazi struggle against the Jews. Nazi Judenpolitik, Heydrich said, had initially focused on their exclusion from the individual spheres of German life and from the living space of the German people. The regime's goal, he reminded his audience, had been to purge the Jews from Germany's living space in a legal fashion, by voluntary or forced emigration. But now, Heydrich noted, the East provided fresh opportunities to solve the Jewish question. As a result, the evacuation of Jews to the East, he asserted, had now emerged as the proposed final solution of the European Jewish question. Henceforth, Heydrich announced, local genocides would be coordinated under SS auspices, as he carefully and repeatedly emphasized, into a pan-European extermination project. 103. From the end of 1941, specially designed extermination centers were built on Polish soil in the Nazi East. Starting in the summer of 1942, brutal ghetto clearances deported victims to these killing factories. Almost 1 million Jews were shot in wild shooting sprees during these clearances. In addition, tens of thousands of Jews who had fled from ghettos were shot after being captured. 104 millions of European Jews would spend months in ghettos in the East or in transit camps or assembly areas in Western Europe, before being transported to the extermination centers for processing. In the extermination centers themselves, full-scale, industrialized mass extermination began with the gassing of Jewish men, women, children, and infants, the corpses buried in mass graves, cremated in ovens, or burned in the open. In the end, the Nazi final solution became an organized continent-wide murder campaign, meaning death by extermination in Eastern killing factories for entire Jewish communities in Nazi-occupied Europe. In retrospect, the Nazi campaign against Slavs and Jews was the defining feature of Nazi empire building in the Wild East. 105 In the settler colonial context, Nazi wars for Lebensraum in the East effectively became a general war against Slavs and Jews. For instance, in the Ukraine, the largest Nazi settler colony, Himmler told his SS and police officers to clean the territory, for the future settlement of Germans, calling for the immediate destruction of all Jewish communities and for the Slavic population to be brought to a minimum. 106 As a leading scholar of Hitler's empire rightly concludes, we can no longer maintain that there was any significant distinction after 1941 between how the SS and the Wehrmacht treated Jews and Slavs in the occupation. 107. The actual fate of the Jews, however, would be markedly different from the Russian Redskins. 108 Although we can point to numerous similarities in Nazi plans for and actions against Jews and Slavs, there was and remained one crucial difference. As a matter of Nazi racial ideology, the Jews could never be saved, converted, or assimilated. 109 In the case of the Slavs, given the requirements of the German economy, mass murder was not an explicit Nazi goal but rather an implicit means to implement their continental racial imperialist goals in the East. In the case of European Jewry, racial ideological motivations were primary and drove policies aimed at the Jews' immediate death. 110 Nazi policies towards the Slavs involved constant improvisation and were balanced by considerations of both opportunity and ideology. As the logical culmination of the National Socialist ideological predisposition, the Nazi final solution to the Jewish question was total and uncompromising in nature, and dominated by ideological considerations. 111 Slavic groups in the East were seen as a potential source of labor to be denationalized and brutally treated, with the certain expectation that they would ultimately fade away during the next generations. But there was no policy of intended, complete eradication of the Slavs. Unlike the Poles, the Russians, and the Ukrainians, the Jews were not subject to general selection for the purposes of determining their individual racial worth. Depending on their racial quality, Slavs faced deportation further east, exploitation as slave labor, or extermination. The separation of Jews into those fit and those unfit for labor only determined, as historian Gotz Ali notes, the order in which they were to die. 112. Unlike its policies towards other outgroups, the Nazi extermination of the Jews was, at the same time, systematic and urgent. 113. Isabel Heinemann is right when she writes, the fundamental difference between Nazi racial policies against Jews on the one hand and Slavs on the other consisted in the degree of totality that was applied in theory as well as in implementation. 114. The Jews were the main victim group of the Nazi occupation and the only one immediately targeted for instant and complete extermination. In the end, the Nazi genocide of the Jews contained both a spatial goal as well as an existential goal. 115. In the Wild East, Nazi policy had shifted from exterminatory colonialism to extermination as such. At the same time, Hitler's dream of Eastern colonization and Himmler's notion of racial shifting had been transformed into a program of Jewish extermination. Following the lead of the Führer, Nazi propaganda had recast the war as a war against the Jews. 116. Wide-ranging discussions among Nazi leaders on the intended reduction of the Slavic population continued well into 1944. After 1941, however, there were few discussions on the final solution of the Jewish question. 117. After all, no discussion was necessary, the fate of European Jewry had already been decided, they were to be murdered without exception. Similarities, differences, and links. Both early American and Nazi German societies accepted the idea that there was an Indian question, a Slav question, and a Jewish question, which all called for solutions in order to assure the continued expansion and racial purity of the nation-state. Pacification campaigns and wars against whole civilian populations were common practices in both the American West and the Nazi East. For the most part, in both early America and Nazi Germany, outgroup policy involved the exclusion of the indigenous other and their forced expulsion from the metropole and its newly acquired living space. In both cases, the nation-state undertook policies of deliberate ethnic cleansing, which the early Americans called removal and which the Nazi Germans called resettlement. In both cases, alternatives to outright extermination, that is, policies of separation, removal, and concentration, were not only considered but adopted. Furthermore, continental imperialist expansion and military conquest rapidly increased the new living space in both the American West and the Nazi East, adding growing numbers of indigenous peoples to the Indian problem, the Slav problem, and the Jewish problem. As a result, current solutions to these growing problems often fell short or no longer proved feasible, driving the search for new kinds of totalizing solutions. In the early American case, U.S. Indian policy was often torn by differences between policymakers and public opinion in the East and settler colonists in the West and their political supporters, with the U.S. government often unable to decide which approach to choose or, frequently, pursuing both approaches at the same time. In early America, while the nation-state officially sponsored assimilation of the friendly Indian and elimination of the hostile Indian, the settler colonists advocated extermination of all Indians, and thus U.S. Indian policy reflected elements of both approaches. In early America, there was some open questioning of Indian policy in the metropole on religious and humanitarian grounds. In the Nazi German case, by contrast, an eliminationist outgroup policy, as embodied in Nazi racial ideology, became the official dogma and policy of the state. Accordingly, Nazi German policymakers faced no moral dilemmas. In the conquered territories of the East, Nazi planners envisaged only death, either immediate or eventual, for the native indigenous populations. Unlike its early American counterpart, the Nazi German settler colonial project, as we shall see, was capable of limitless and constant mass political violence against unarmed civilian populations. As instanced earlier, on the evening of October 17, 1941, Hitler privately remarked that indigenous peoples in the Soviet Union should be treated like the Red Indians in the American West. In the East, Nazi plans called for brutal methods of occupation and rule, similar to those imposed on conquered indigenous peoples by Euro-American imperialists in the vast colonial spaces of the 19th century. In particular, Nazi German removal and resettlement plans for Ostjuden and indigenous Slavs, especially the anticipated placing of Jews on reservations and the use of non-colonized space as a dumping ground for unwanted, alien populations of Slavs and Jews, follow the early American tradition of demographic re-engineering and ethnic cleansing, although on a much larger scale. Upon closer examination, Nazi outgroup policies and practices appear as radicalized, more extreme versions of those found in early America. Indeed, the North American precedent, in the eyes of Nazi true believers, like Hitler and Himmler, may well have served to legitimize Nazi policies and practices in the East. Until the opening of the extermination centers and the beginning of industrialized killing, Nazi German outgroup policies and practices were very much a calculated adaptation, albeit a radical and more extreme adaptation, of the early American settler colonial model. Part 3. Frontier Genocide. Introductory note. Central to the existence of empires, the frontier constitutes a site of imperial politics at the edge of empire, a site crucial to both national security and national prestige. An important spatial feature of territorial empire, it also serves as a springboard for future expansion and or a defensive barrier for consolidating the expansion previously obtained. Point 1. In the era of the modern nation-state, the frontier can function as a marker of national identity, as an instrument of state policy, as an imagined community, or as a term of discourse. In some historical contexts, it functions as an emotional and psychological divide, as well as a political geographical line. Point 2. Under settler colonialism, the frontier was no longer an intercultural zone of contact but was, instead, perceived as new living space into which settlers could continually migrate without regard to indigenous ways of life or to indigenous lives. The coming of frontiers, to be sure, brings a terrific unsettling to indigenous peoples, along with the reordering of power, lands, and resources. Point 3. In a world historical context, the frontiers of empire often erupt in violence, warfare, and bloodshed, as the frontier becomes the site of widespread and brutal killing, uprooting, and destruction. Point 4. In the academic literature on violence, scholars have traditionally defined and characterized violence as the use of force with an intention to inflict bodily harm, with an emphasis on interstate war and war-making. In more recent studies, however, scholars have broadened the concept of violence from physical harm and killing to other forms of violence used by the modern nation-state in both metropolitan and colonized living space. Point 5. As comparative historian Charles S. Mayer notes, empire's ambitions, its territorial agenda, and its problematic frontiers create an intimate and recurring bond with the recourse to force and extreme political violence. As a result, these imperial projects, he observes, claim their toll of those who resist and often those who are merely in the way. For the most part, empire's zones of violence, he claims, almost always lie outside the metropole itself, beyond the frontiers, in the colonial periphery. For those in the metropole, then, the violence and bloodshed were far away and often not visible. Thus, it was, he says, both easy and necessary to look away from violence erupting at the periphery. In modern times, he concludes, empires depend upon distance and upon rendering violence remote. Point 6. In many settler colonial contexts, genocide is closely linked to the processes of imperialism and colonialism. Point 7. In the broader scope of human history, I would not necessarily argue for an overdetermined link between settler colonialism and genocide. I do, however, share Patrick Wolf's reasoned view that, for alien and unwanted indigenous populations, settler colonialism is inherently eliminatory but not invariably genocidal. To be sure, there can be genocide in the absence of settler colonialism, as Wolf notes. Indeed, many other genocidal episodes are not assignable to settler colonialism. Likewise, genocidal outcomes are not inevitable in settler colonial projects. That being said, in a number of different historical settings, as Wolf concludes, settler colonialism and genocide have converged, and settler colonialism has manifested as genocide. 8 In the settler colonial context, especially, genocide is a process, rather than an event or a single decision. 9 War and genocide have been called the Siamese twins of history. Most scholars of mass political violence, furthermore, recognize intimate connections between the two phenomena. 10 In the contemporary world, war and genocide are the two most prevalent forms of organized killing in modern society. As such, they are closely related, with numerous links and connections between the two modes of action. 11 In addition, genocide is a major tendency of modern war. Given the general hybridity of war and genocide, genocidal war, as historical sociologist Martin Shaw suggests, is probably the most common form of genocide and a very common form of war. 12 Many genocide scholars position war as genocide's greatest single enabling factor. Crucially, in many instances, war provides a convenient smokescreen for genocide, that is, war becomes the perpetrator's excuse and rationale for eliminationist and exterminationist assaults against targeted civilian non-combatant populations. 13 Wartime, as genocide scholar Robert Melson notes, often provides some of the conditions facilitating the formulation and implementation of the decision to commit genocide. 14 Indeed, most genocide occurs in contexts of more general war. 15 War and genocide are both forms of armed conflict. In his original conception of genocide, the Polish jurist and historian of mass violence Raphael Lemkin rightly argued that genocide not only most often occurs within the background of war, but is, in fact, a form of warfare. The main distinction between the phenomena, in his view, lay in who the war was being waged against. 16 The key difference between them, then, lies in the nature of the enemy. In war, the enemy is another state or armed force. In genocide, however, the enemy is a group of civilian non-combatants or targeted outgroups earmarked for reduction, elimination, or annihilation. As historical sociologist Martin Shaw suggests, these outgroups are often defined as enemies in the fundamentally military sense of the word, justifying the use of extreme physical violence against largely unarmed civilian populations. Even in peacetime, he rightly observes, genocide is a form of war against targeted outgroups. 17 The final part of the book looks at how continental imperialism and settler colonialism manifested as genocide in the American West and the Nazi East. In both cases, war provided both the cover and the pretext for genocidal assaults against allegedly inferior and unwanted outgroups. Social actors, in both cases, used the term remove to describe the radical removal of unwanted, alien peoples from metropolitan and colonized living space, and they used the terms extirpation and extermination to describe the destruction of indigenous peoples who stood in the way of the settler state obtaining new Lebensraum. Chapter 6, War and Genocide, describes how settler colonialism and genocide converged within the specific historical contexts of early America and Nazi Germany, as a distinct form of war against civilians aimed at the intentional social destruction of targeted outgroups by means of killing, violence, and coercion. It examines the similar dynamics driving genocidal violence in the American West and the Nazi East. It surveys the wide range of similar genocidal measures used by both nation-states to remove alien others from the metropole and to control and reduce indigenous populations in the newly colonized living space. It also considers deliberate acts of systematic, exterminatory violence carried out, by both state and non-state actors, against non-combatant indigenous populations on the frontiers of the West and the East. And, finally, it explores the intentions, legitimations, and outcomes of genocidal violence in the Wild West and the Wild East. 6. War and Genocide, Cleansing the Lebensraum. The question of genocide in U.S. history is quite naturally a threatening and disturbing one for contemporary Americans, one that calls into question the very nature and consequences of the early American national project in the West. Recognition of such a genocide, moreover, would severely discredit our national belief in America's exceptionalist past. Among historians of early America and the American West, the dispossession and destruction of Native American communities is far from a consensually accepted case of genocide, with the vast majority of scholars objecting, sometimes heatedly, to the use of the G word and others seeing it as a case of ethnic cleansing, a step below genocide, as they see it, in the hierarchy of extreme political violence. Point 1 Outside of a few historians of the American West and some specialists in Native American history, there has been, until very recently, an almost universal reluctance on the part of mainstream American historians to consider genocide in the case of the Indian Americans. Point 2 Within the disciplines of genocide studies and ethnic studies, however, the notion of genocide against Native Americans, in both the colonial and early national periods, is slowly gaining wider acceptance. Point 3 Among both specialists of Nazi Germany and genocide scholars, the Holocaust, the Nazi destruction of European Jewry, is almost universally accepted as a case of genocide. There is widespread disagreement, however, as to what caused the genocide, as well as general disagreement as to its nature and its victims. While many early scholars of the Holocaust saw it as the culmination of Nazi racial ideology and Hitler's long-held, declared intention to eliminate the Jews, other scholars see it as the result of an essentially unplanned process of cumulative radicalization of Nazi anti-Jewish policy. Point 4 Within the literature, Nazi genocide is most often cited as a case of ultramodern 20th century genocide. 5 Without any reference to its colonial context and content. In the scholarly literature, as well as in popular perception, the colonial genocide of Slavs and Jews in the Nazi East has been overshadowed, or even disallowed, by the equating of the Holocaust to industrial mass murder in the extermination centers. While millions of non-Jewish, mostly Slavic, civilians also died, they are often seen as Nazism's other victims, not, or only rarely, as victims of genocide or Holocaust. Using the corrective lenses of continental imperialism, settler colonialism, and frontier genocide, we can begin to discern the true nature of the extreme political violence in the American West and the Nazi East, as well as its remarkably common and consistent causes. In both cases, genocide was a byproduct of their respective national projects of territorial expansion, racial cleansing, and settler colonization. In the American Wild West and the Nazi German Wild East, genocide featured both eliminationist and exterminationist assaults against alien outgroups and unwanted native populations, assaults that encompassed a wide range of destructive modalities, marked by killing, violence, or coercion. In both cases, eliminationist assaults aimed at the intentional destruction of Native American, Slavic, and Jewish communities in both metropolitan and colonized living space, communities whose systematic destruction became a distinctive goal of policymakers. In both cases, genocide occurred in a war context, as largely unarmed civilians became the subject of armed violence only applied, in most other contexts, to armed enemies. The restrictions of civilized society did not exist in the American West or the Nazi East. In these spaces, the colonial invaders were able to transgress civilizational limits. In the American West and the Nazi East, settler colonial wars for living space featured genocidal war in which openly genocidal exterminationist campaigns against civilians, civilians defined as enemies in a military sense, became intertwined with more conventional warfare. In both cases, then, these wars for Lebensraum had an inbuilt genocidal component, making warfare against non-combatant indigenous populations an inherent part of military campaigns. Despite obvious differences in time and space, continental imperialism and settler colonialism spawned frontier genocide in the American West and the Nazi East. In both cases, imperialism, colonialism, and genocide converged, however, they converged in different ways, within their specific historical contexts. In the early American case, genocide was part of a sustained and purposeful campaign of aggressive continental expansion carried out by the U.S. government and its settler colonists over the first 100 years of the nation's existence, and it was present from the very beginning of the Anglo-American settler colonial project. In the Nazi German case, the Nazis had targeted the Reich Jews for removal from the Greater German Reich. The genocide of Reich Jews deported to the East, most scholars now agree, was the outcome of an unplanned cumulative radicalization of Nazi anti-Jewish policy, after other eliminatory strategies proved ineffective or no longer feasible due to the Third Reich's changing and declining military fortunes on the Eastern Front. The Nazi genocide of Slavs and Ostjuden in the occupied Eastern territories was part of an aggressive program of continental expansion and planned colonization carried out by Hitler's National Socialist government to obtain new living space for agricultural settlement. Without the wars for Lebensraum, driven by Hitler's and Himmler's fantasies of German settler colonization in the East, there would have been no genocide of Reich Jews, Ostjuden, Western Jews, or Slavs. In both the early American and Nazi German cases, a similar genocidal dynamic, as we shall see, drove its sponsors, organizers, and perpetrators to sanction or commit genocidal violence against indigenous peoples. Despite a similar dynamic, however, genocide took different forms in the American West and the Nazi East. In the early American case, genocidal explosions took the form of sporadic waves of genocide and genocidal moments in the West over the first 100 years of American history. In the German case, they took the form of a daily genocidal orgy of violence in the Nazi East between 1939 and 1945, an intense genocide, which featured not only traditional colonial modalities of extreme political violence but, after 1941, unprecedented factory line/industrial killing in specially built extermination centers in the conquered Eastern territories. Genocidal dynamic. In order for genocide to occur, we need what anthropologist Alexander Laban Hinton calls genocidal priming, that is, a set of processes that establish the preconditions for genocide to take place within a given socio-political context. Point 6 In both early America and Nazi Germany, political elite preoccupations and obsessions with territorial expansion, racial or ethnic prejudice, settler colonization, and agrarian idealism, as expressed in a similar continental imperialist ideological discourse, provided the enabling conditions and lethal ideological ammunition. 7 For settler colonial policies and practices that manifested into genocide in the American West and the Nazi East. In both cases, genocide directly resulted from a declared settler, state policy of expansion, conquest, and colonization of the new living space. In both cases, wars for living space in the American West and the Nazi East served as the trigger for genocidal violence against indigenous civilian non-combatant populations. In the early American case, genocide was a central and defining part of the sustained, long-term process of American Western expansion and colonization. In the Nazi German case, the colonial-style genocide of Slavs and Jews in the East became an industrial genocide, which aimed at the murder of every Jewish man, woman, and child in the Nazi Empire. In the American West and the Nazi East, living space for ordinary Americans and for ordinary Germans became dying space for Native Americans and for European Slavs and Jews. Early America. Enabling conditions. As we have seen earlier, the early American continental imperialist ideological discourse was based on political elite preoccupations with territorial expansion, racial and ethnic prejudice, settler colonization, and agrarian idealism. These fixations were ultimately reflected in both formal government policy and in on-the-ground events in the American West, forming the core of settler colonial policies, practices, and activities, which resulted in a massive loss of life for Indian non-combatants, including women, children, infants, and the elderly. Indeed, genocidal tendencies were inherent to the process of settler colonialism as practiced by the United States and its citizens on the frontier peripheries of empire in the American West. 8 In the settler colonial context, moreover, political elite obsessions provided the necessary enabling conditions for government and/or settler policies, practices, and activities that were either genocidal in their intent or in their outcome, for tens of thousands of Native Americans. Taken together, these preoccupations reinforced genocidal thinking and action in the American West, as the newly independent nation spread across the entire North American continent in a brutal campaign of conquest and dispossession of Indian lands and resources. Causality. In early America, genocide resulted from an intended state policy and settler practices of expansion, conquest, and violent colonization of Indian lands in the West. As Henry Knox, Washington's Secretary of War, wrote to the new president, in 1794, the new nation's modes of population have been even more destructive to the Indian natives than the conduct of the Spanish conquerors of Mexico and Peru, as evidenced by the utter extirpation of nearly all of the Indians in the most populous parts of the Union. 9 In the American West, bands of settlers or local militias carried out genocidal massacres of Indian men, women, and children on the frontier, in retaliation for Indian raids or often in preemptive strikes. Lacking the ability and/or the will to control the behavior of white settlers on the frontier, government officials, by their silence and/or inaction, condoned the genocide of Native Americans. Army units and territorial militias carried out government-sponsored genocidal wars of conquest and pacification in the West, in order to secure new living space for continued white settlement. Both these forms of warfare exhibited deliberate genocidal intent to annihilate Indian combatant and non-combatant populations. Trigger/immediate catalyst. In the early American case, genocide was contingent on conflict. 10 As we have seen, insatiable settler hunger for Indian lands led to what historian Colin Calloway has called the War for America and the War against Indian America. Beginning in the early 17th century and lasting until the end of the 19th century, this war was driven by relentless settler acquisition of Indian space and, after the War of Independence, by deliberate U.S. government policies of conquest, expansion, and colonization becoming deeply embedded in America's nation-building and empire-building processes. American westward expansion and settlement led to a constant state of warfare with, and genocidal violence against, Native American communities, who refused to accept white domination over their lands, their lives, and their destinies. The so-called Indian Wars were, in reality, wars for Indian lands and served as the trigger and immediate catalyst for genocidal violence against Native American communities and non-combatants. While U.S. Indian policy was based on the removal and deportation of the Indian survivors further west, the federal government, for the first 100 years of the nation's existence, countenanced genocide as a legitimate strategy of warfare against Native Americans who defended their way of life and who resisted the acquisition of their ancestral homelands. Nature of genocide. The genocide of the North American Indians was a sustained, long-term, and intended process of group destruction involving epidemic disease, genocidal warfare, and acts of genocide, voluntary and forced removal/relocation, and destruction of Indian food sources and Indian ways of life. Together, these factors interacted with one another, causing a massive and sustained depopulation and demographic collapse of North American Indian populations over a span of more than 300 years, a depopulation that was the direct result and consequence of more than 3 centuries of Euro-American settler colonization and seizure and occupation of Indian lands. 11 In the early American case, genocide was a continuum of settler colonial policies, practices, and activities, which stretched from the time of the original English settlements in the colonies through the first 100 years of the American Republic. 12 With varying levels of intensity, genocidal violence took place over a century of American continental expansion, when state and/or non-state actors considered it necessary to help the Indians disappear from the white settler living space. In the early American case, genocide also resulted from actions allegedly taken in the best interests of the Indians, such as their forced removal from the white settler living space and their concentration on reservations. The past and ongoing destruction of Native American communities was clearly evident to American policymakers at the time. In its January 26, 1867 report on the conditions of the Indian tribes, a joint special committee of Congress openly discussed the reasons behind the rapidly decreasing numbers of American Indians, citing disease, intemperance, war, and the steady and resistless emigration of white men into the territories of the West. In what they called the irrepressible conflict between a superior and an inferior race, the committee went on to admit that whites were responsible for a large majority of the Indian wars, exterminating wars, in the committee's words, which frequently resulted in the indiscriminate slaughter of men, women, and children. The committee also squarely placed the blame for this destruction on non-Indian lawless white men along what it called the frontier, boundary line between savage and civilized life. 13 While the U.S. political elites were well aware that slow death by attrition and immediate death by killing were lethal byproducts of American colonial conquest, settlement, and rule in the West, they proved unable and/or unwilling to take any action that would subordinate settler interests to the well-being of Native Americans and halt the depopulation of American Indian communities. Nazi Germany. Enabling conditions. As we have seen, key Nazi decision-makers, particularly German Führer Adolf Hitler and SS Chief Heinrich Himmler, were committed to a policy of space and race, based on political elite obsessions with continental territorial expansionism, racial and ethnic struggle, settler colonization, and agrarian idealism. Under the Nazi slogan Blut und Boden, these interlocking ideological levers 14 provided the driving force behind Nazi German genocidal policies, policies designed to cleanse the metropolitan and colonized living space of racial and ethnic enemies. The primary logic underlying the Nazi continental imperialist ideological discourse was one of eliminating Jews and other racial enemies from the metropolitan space and eliminating unwanted indigenous populations from newly acquired German settler living space in the Nazi East. Driven by the logic of elimination, the Nazi leadership proved more than willing to resettle racial and ethnic outgroups, send them to reservations, deport them from the Aryan living space, or annihilate them. As in early America, political elite obsessions provided the enabling conditions for policies and practices that were genocidal in their intent and outcome for millions of Jews and Slavs. The most extreme product of 4 centuries of European imperialism, the vision of a continent-wide Nazi empire, organized along racial lines, was directly linked to the destruction of indigenous, Slavic peoples whose survivors would be reduced to undifferentiated workers and slaves, and to the demolition of Jewish communities whose inhabitants would be shunted into faraway reservations or killed. 15. Causality. Within the Greater German Reich, war did away with the need for taking into account international opinion, allowing Nazi leaders to proceed with more radical measures against Jews, Gypsies, and the disabled. In the Nazi East, as in the American West, genocide against non-combatant native, enemy populations was the consequence of a deliberate and intended state-directed policy of expansion, conquest, and planned agricultural settlement. As genocide scholar Jürgen Zimmerer has rightly asserted, the Nazi wars for Lebensraum against Poland and the Soviet Union were part of the largest colonial war of conquest in history. 16 Nazi settlement policy dictated the elimination of native populations from the new Aryan Lebensraum, a policy that, as its planners emphasized, required wholesale ethnic cleansing and mass murder. Rather than a separate project, solving the Jewish question was part and parcel of a wider and broader process of Nazi racial empire building in the East, but it soon gained an autonomy and priority all its own. 17 Driven by Nazi racial imperialism and settler colonial fantasies, the genocides of Jewish and Slavic civilian non-combatant populations would not have been thinkable without Hitler's overriding obsession with acquiring Lebensraum in the East for German settlement and his strong desire for war. Trigger/immediate catalyst. Given the state of public opinion at home and abroad prior to the onset of the war, it is highly doubtful that the Nazis could have pursued their radical plans for the elimination of the Reich Jews on German soil or in peacetime. In the Nazi German case, genocide of Europe's Jews was contingent on war. Should war or external conflict occur, Hitler publicly prophesied the destruction of the Jewish race in Europe, and Göring warned of a big settling of accounts with the Jews. 18 War offered the Nazis a unique opportunity, in the words of a Heydrich confidant, to take relatively rigorous action without regard to world opinion. As Goebbels wrote in his diary, the war provided a number of options that would not be open to us in time of peace. We must take advantage of these options. 19. In October 1939, Hitler signed an order authorizing the so-called euthanasia program, a program to murder physically and mentally disabled Germans, an order that Hitler had conveniently backdated to September 1, 1939, the day of the invasion of Poland. According to the Reich physician's leader, Dr. Gerhard Wagner, Hitler waited until the outbreak of war to solve Germany's euthanasia problem, because such a problem could be more easily solved in wartime. 20 In the case of Reich Jews, the wars for living space in Poland and Russia also triggered a policy radicalization, as Nazi Judenpolitik moved, over the next 3 years, from forced emigration to resettlement to annihilation. Without wartime conditions, it is extremely doubtful that German citizens would have been willing to visit widespread physical violence and mass murder against their assimilated, middle-class Jewish neighbors in the Greater German Reich. Quite simply, without the wars for Lebensraum in the East, the events we have come to know as the Holocaust would not, in all likelihood, have occurred. 21. Nature of genocide. Broadly viewed, Nazi racial imperialism envisaged dual genocide, a genocidal total war to liberate Germany, and, indeed, Western civilization, from the Jewish arch-enemy, and a genocidal colonial war to acquire Lebensraum from the inferior Slavs. 22 But it was only with the Nazi wars for Lebensraum in the East that murderous, genocidal policies became thinkable and actionable, under the cover of the Nazi-declared War of Annihilation. In the Nazi case, genocide in the Wild East was a colonial genocide committed by an invading European power against indigenous Slavic and Jewish peoples. In the Eastern Lebensraum, the limits placed on Nazi violence in the Reich were soon discarded or ignored in a torrent of civilian killing featuring mass executions by small groups of killers. In the Nazi East, genocide manifested as colonial-style genocidal massacres involving the face-to-face shooting of entire Jewish communities and the selective shooting of Polish elites, Soviet communist leaders, Slavic non-combatants, gypsies, and the disabled. It also included slow death from starvation, malnutrition, and disease in the ghettos and concentration camps of the East. During the war, the multiple Nazi genocidal campaigns against various targeted alien outgroups and unwanted native populations were carried out simultaneously and reinforced each other in a series of actualized and planned serial genocides. 23 With the decision to murder all European Jews in killing centers in the East, the Nazi colonial genocide became an industrial genocide. On a geographical basis there were 3 clusters of genocidal projects, those implemented within the Reich metropole itself, those implemented within the Eastern German Lebensraum, and those implemented within the German sphere of power in Western and Southern Europe. 24 Within these clusters, the persecution and murder of the Jews was but one aspect of general Nazi population policy in Hitler's continental empire, as well as of the broader Rassenpolitik of the Reich metropole. In the Eastern Lebensraum, as historian Martin Houston explains correctly, there was not just genocide of the Jews, but of Slavic peoples as well. As it played out, genocide, not Holocaust, was to be the fate of Slavic peoples. But while the Jews were first in line, the East Slavic peoples were surely to follow in their wake, had Nazi Germany won the war in the East. 25 In the Nazi German case, both Jews and Slavs were victims of colonial genocide, but only Jews were victims of industrial genocide. Modalities of genocidal violence. Outright killing was just one of a complex of strategies visited on indigenous peoples. In the settler colonial context, settler states and settler colonists used a wide range of genocidal measures to control and reduce indigenous populations, including genocidal warfare, genocidal massacres, biological warfare, introduction and spreading of disease, slavery and forced labor, mass population removals, deliberate starvation, malnutrition, and famine, and forced assimilation. 26 In both the American West and the Nazi East, many of these various modalities of genocidal violence, acting in concert, helped to clear the indigenous populations from the newly acquired living space to make way for settler colonization. In both cases, moreover, these modalities of violence became official state policy in an intended process of social destruction aimed at enemy civilian populations, with the deliberate purpose of destroying their political, economic, and cultural power by means of killing, violence, and coercion. In the end, early American and Nazi German modalities of violence, embedded in settler colonial policies and practices, caused the collective mass death of indigenous populations, irrespective of which modality of genocidal violence caused their individual deaths. Early America. Outright killing. In the American West, outright killing took the forms of frontier massacres and reprisal killings during the ethnic cleansing of the newly acquired white settler living space. It also involved the deliberate and calculated destruction of villages and food supplies, as part of strategies of total war against Indian combatant and non-combatant populations. Organized modes of killing in the American West also included the state-sponsored scalp hunting of Indian men, women, and children over 10 years of age. 27 In early America, indiscriminate organized killing was designed as a deliberate strategy to terrorize Native American communities and to coerce Indian leaders to accept dispossession of Indian lands and resources. In both the colonial and early American periods, organized groups of men attacked Indian villages with the declared purpose of killing non-combatants and destroying the agricultural resources available to any survivors. Driven by land hunger, racial hatred, or both, murderous settler colonists drove Indians from their lands in a process of subjugation and dispossession that was genocidal. 28 Carried out by regular army troops or by citizen settler militias or by specialized ranger units for Indian fighting, organized, outright killing of Indian non-combatants on the western frontier of the American continental empire, in brutal campaigns mounted with and without the support of the state. 29, continued to define American war-making throughout the 19th century. Depopulation/repopulation. In an 1813 letter to Prussian scientist Alexander von Humboldt, Jefferson argued that Indian atrocities against American settlers will oblige us now to pursue them to extermination, or drive them to new seats beyond our reach. 30 Rather than general extermination, however, American policymakers opted for removal, what we today would describe as ethnic cleansing. In the American West, the U.S. government carried out deliberate policies to depopulate Native Americans from the newly acquired living space, in order to make room for repopulation by relentless streams of white settlers. The focus of early American population policy in the American West was on what contemporaries termed Indian removal, both voluntary and forced. Removal did not encompass a single deportation but, instead, took place over many years in a process of forced migration. During Indian removal, Native people died during forced marches at the hands of guards or simply from the conditions of the marches. As two scholars of American Indian history have recently pointed out, Indian removal, moreover, was not a uniquely Cherokee experience. Dozens of Eastern Indian tribes, with the Cherokees accounting for about 10%, were forced to surrender their traditional homelands and relocate west of the Mississippi River. Forced removal had, in fact, long been an important aspect of American Indian policy in a process that spanned decades. By the end of the 1800s, more than 60 Indian tribes had been forcibly removed east of the Mississippi. 31 Even as the Eastern Indians relocated west of the Mississippi, they were relentlessly pursued by land-hungry white settlers seeking more Indian lands. Attrition. In early America, the policy of concentrating Indian survivors of genocidal war and forced removal on reservations was an unplanned policy of attrition and slow death, aimed at breaking the Indian will to resist continued settler expansion and to further the dispossession of Native Americans. On these barren reservations, Indians were subject to repeated cycles of mass epidemics and starvation. Early in the 19th century, isolated attempts were made to vaccinate certain tribes against smallpox, but these early efforts failed, due mostly to lack of interest on the part of U.S. officials. Vaccination had some effects in reducing mortality during the late 1800s and was used to induce Indians to stay on the reservations. 32 While treaties often promised that Indians would be provided with the minimum necessities of life, Indian tribes frequently did not receive what was promised, and became unable to feed their populations. Wretched living conditions on these reservations meant only slow death for Native Americans. As instanced above, in the annual report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, in 1853, U.S. Indian agent Thomas Fitzpatrick described the reservation system as the legalized murder of a whole nation. 33 Almost 40 years later, the New York Times would accuse the U.S. government of starve those whom we pretend to feed. 34 Between 1870 and 1883, commercial hunters, aided at times by soldiers, slaughtered millions of American bison in an extermination effort, supported by the federal government, to force the starving Plains Indians to submit to the reservation system. Aided by drought, blizzards, and other environmental factors, the hunters brought the Indians' primary resource, a source of food, clothing, and shelter, to the point of destruction and near extinction. Like the bison, the Plains Indian was brought to the point of near extinction. White settlers took the droughts, blizzards, and grass fires of the 1870s and 1880s that aided the bison's demise, as evidence of the providential extinction of the herds, just as their superior domestic livestock were destined to replace the inferior bison, the superior white settlers were destined to replace the inferior Indians. As one of the buffalo hunters expressed it, "Kill every buffalo you can, every buffalo dead is an Indian gone." In the end, this strategy spared the army from having to fight the large-scale exterminationist Indian war that many had predicted. 35. Forced assimilation. By the end of the 19th century, with the Indian will to resist largely exhausted, the U.S. government shifted from organized killing, depopulation, and attrition to assimilation of the remnant of surviving Indians. In the aftermath of the Plains Wars, and the quashing of Indian armed resistance to the reservation system, the federal government proposed Americanization as a final solution to the Indian question. As part of the assimilationist agenda, the federal government and various church denominations established residential boarding schools to wean Indian children from their native way of life, to strip them of their cultural identities, and to indoctrinate them into the American way. As stated by its creator, Army Captain Richard Henry Pratt, it was designed and intended to be an education for extinction. 36 with a declared objective to kill the Indian, save the man. 37 For over 4 decades, beginning in 1880, Indian children were taken from their homes and families and were transported to boarding schools, confined there, and held as captives for a decade or more. At these schools, Indian children were subjected to malnutrition, overcrowding, forced labor, deficient medical care, overwork, corporal punishment, outright torture, physical violence, and sexual abuse. Some did not survive the experience. No longer needing to use genocidal warfare and outright violence, whites used forced assimilation as a weapon in a new form of warfare against Indian America. 38. Disguised as a humanitarian alternative, forced assimilation ultimately sought the continued social destruction of Native American communities and traditional Indian ways of life. In the end, the early American settler state and its more progressive citizens had concluded that the only way to save the Indian was to destroy him. In the latter part of the 19th century, the policy of Americanization was a coercive policy of forced assimilation, a policy resting on the destruction of traditional Indian ways of life as well as the native people's Indianness. However well-intentioned the whites may have been, these policies meant cultural death for all Indians, and physical death for some. Nazi Germany. Outright killing. Outright killing in the Nazi East also took on several forms, many of which were very similar to the frontier violence of the American West. In the Wild East, there was exterminatory war involving frontier massacres, mass shootings, and reprisal killings as part of the ethnic cleansing of the new Aryan Lebensraum. There was also deliberate and calculated destruction of indigenous villages and food supplies as part of strategies of total war against both combatant and non-combatant native populations. SS Einsatzgruppen task forces, regular Wehrmacht troops, under specific instructions from their officers, and local auxiliary police carried out so-called Sauberungsactions to clean areas contaminated with partisans and to render areas Judenrein. 39 In Poland, organized killing actions initially focused on the Polish elite, nobility, priests, and intellectuals, but also included Polish civilians who defended their villages and towns against the German invaders and who were suspected of anti-German activity. In the Soviet Union, organized killing actions targeted Jews, the communist political elite, partisans, and any unarmed hostile civilians. In the Nazi East, elite SS task forces, police battalions, and ordinary German Wehrmacht soldiers were daily killers of unarmed men, women, and children. Concentrated in hundreds of small rural ghettos, most Jews were murdered in or near their shtetls or small towns. In the Wild East, a series of orders and directives authorized the killing of largely unarmed civilian populations. The commander of the 4th Panzer Group, General Hoepner, told his unit, on May 2, 1941, that future warfare in the USSR was an essential stage in the existential battle of the German people against the Slavs and Jewish Bolshevists and must be conducted with unheard of harshness. 40 In the Barbarossa Decree of May 13, 1941, on the eve of the invasion of the Soviet Union, German troops were told that they to defend themselves ruthlessly against every threat by the hostile civilian population. 41 That same order instructed German forces that acts by hostile civilians were to be dealt with on the spot with the most extreme measures, including annihilation of the attacker. Troops were also authorized to carry out collective reprisal measures against civilian populations. 42 In a directive issued by the High Command of the 6th Army, on July 10, 1941, troops were ordered that civilians who are hostile in posture or action, are to be executed as irregulars. As part of its declaration of war against the Russian civilian population. 43 A further decree issued by Hitler through the Armed Forces High Command, on December 16, 1942, ordered the most brutal means, against women and children also, and specifically forbade punishment of German troops for any excesses against native non-combatant populations. 44 As a result of these orders, approximately 2 million Jewish civilians and more than 5 million non-Jewish civilians were murdered in the Wild East between 1941 and 1944-45 using the methods of colonial genocide. Depopulation/repopulation. In the Nazi German case, settler, state plans for spatial expansion and racial purification envisaged aggressive policies of depopulation and repopulation of the newly acquired living space for Aryan settlement. As outlined in the GPO, the Nazi long-term vision for the East was a radical and massive depopulation and repopulation scheme, which required the depopulation and expulsion of tens of millions of Slavs and millions of Jews, to make space for repopulation by ethnic German settlers. 46 Nazi notions of depopulation were reflected in the so-called Hunger Plan, a policy mandating the deliberate starvation of millions of Slavs in the East, in order to feed German soldiers as well as citizens of the Greater German Reich and German-occupied Western Europe. The various SS-created Jewish expulsion schemes were also genocidal in their implications, as was recognized at the time. Commenting on one of Adolf Eichmann's schemes, The Times of London noted on October 24, 1939 that to thrust 3 million Jews, relatively few of whom are agriculturalists, into the Lublin region and to force them to settle there would doom them to famine. That, perhaps, is the intention. 47 Indeed, had a German military victory in the East allowed any of these various Nazi depopulation schemes to be fully carried out, they most certainly would have been genocidal operations. 48. Attrition. In the Wild East, the Nazis carried out an ambitious concentration plan aimed at clearing Jews from German-speaking areas, removing them from the countryside, and concentrating them in urban ghettos. In the ghettos, the Nazis intentionally sought to create inhuman conditions, where a combination of massive overcrowding, deliberate starvation, and outbreaks of typhus and cholera would drastically reduce Jewish numbers through natural wastage. 49 In the Nazi German case, concentration of Jews and Gypsies was regarded as a temporary measure in preparation for their ultimate mass migration and resettlement further east. 50 When the Nazis finally abandoned the notion of a territorial solution to the Jewish question, the ghettos were emptied, and the inhabitants put on deportation trains to killing centers, sent to slave labor projects, or transported to concentration camps. Ultimately, the Jews of Poland were marked for murder, for had they remained in the ghettos of Eastern Europe they would surely have succumbed to the lethal conditions. The Eastern ghettos were, in fact, slow extermination centers. 51 For the Nazi leaders, in the end, slow was not fast enough. Anxious to solve the Jewish question during the war, and with their military fortunes continuing to decline, they would soon opt for immediate and systematic mass murder. Forced assimilation. In the Nazi East, German occupation policy was simply expressed as either we win the good blood that we can use and fit in with us, or we exterminate this blood. 52 Rooted in Nazi racial ideology, Nazi occupation policy in the East called for the forced removal to the Reich of non-German children deemed by the Nazis to be racially valuable and able to provide the German people with a continuous source of desirable blood to compensate for the enormous German losses of war. These children were racially selected and were forcibly taken into German custody against their will. In practice, as administered by the SS, this program amounted to child stealing by the SS and the forced Germanization of thousands of Slavic children who were kidnapped from their homes, removed from their families, transported to Germany, and then adopted by German foster parents in the Reich. 53 Deemed Germanizable children, Himmler and his minions sought out and laid claim to the indigenous Slavic children of good blood. Racially poor children were left behind to meet their fate with the older subhuman people of the East. Genocidal acts. In both cases, prior colonial experience passed on a lethal legacy of exterminationist violence and so-called extirpative war to the early American and the Nazi German settler states, based on a similar colonial heritage of territorial expansion, settler colonization, and genocidal warfare. In the American West and the Nazi East, both state and non-state actors perpetrated deliberate acts of systematic, exterminationist violence against individual natives, as well as collective groups of indigenous peoples, on the frontier peripheries of their respective Western and Eastern empires. For the most part, these genocidal acts took the form, in both cases, of mobile killing operations, whereby small groups or units carried out deliberate outright killing of indigenous civilian non-combatants and destruction of their villages and food supplies, as part of warfare against indigene warriors or partisans who resisted settler, state campaigns of conquest and colonization. Early America. Colonial antecedents. Genocidal warfare against non-combatant Indian populations was part of a deadly legacy of settler colonial policies and practices handed down to post-independence early American settlers from their predecessors in pre-independence British colonial America. In colonial North America, as British settlement and occupation of the eastern seaboard expanded, genocide against Indian non-combatant populations sporadically erupted. During the three Anglo-Powhatan Wars in early 17th century Virginia, settlers responded to Indian attacks with a policy of extermination that included genocidal massacres, as well as the destruction of Powhatan towns, villages, and crops, driving the Powhatan tribes to extinction by 1685. Further north, in New England, English policy also used genocidal warfare to subdue and dispossess local Indian populations. 54 The Pequot War, in particular, created a precedent for later genocidal wars against Native American communities. 55 In colonial North America, Disease 56, acting as an invisible army, and genocidal warfare worked, in tandem, to reduce Native American populations and to facilitate white settlement on Indian lands. Indians were intentionally driven from their lands or reduced to quasi-slavery in a frontier settlement process that was essentially genocidal. 57 Policies and practices of genocidal warfare in British colonial America were transmitted directly to early America settlers who emulated and practiced these first ways of war during the founding and expansion of the early American Republic. 58 Mobile killing operations. In the history of early America, there were three separate and distinct frontier zones, which followed the course of American Western conquest and expansion: the western borderlands of the original Atlantic seaboard 13 colonies, the Trans-Appalachian West, and the Trans-Mississippi West. Over a century of relentless western expansion, Americans selectively used genocidal warfare against Indian civilian populations within these frontier zones, warfare that frequently involved acts of exterminationist violence against Native Americans as part of conventional warfare against Indian warriors. In the early American case, ranging by mobile killing units became a means to secure the frontier zones of empire, resulting in a large-scale privatization of war within American frontier communities. 59 In the American West, horse-mounted frontier rangers helped subjugate Indian resistance to white settlement by fighting warriors on the battlefield and by withering, brutal attacks on Indian non-combatants and agricultural resources. During the more than 36 Indian wars between 1775 and 1890, regular army troops, volunteer militias, and rangers struck directly at the Indian enemy's greatest points of vulnerability, their villages, their fields, and their non-combatants, that is, women, children, infants, and elderly. 60 Both regular and irregulars units, in historian Al-Kave's words, struck by stealth deep in enemy territory, taking few prisoners and inflicting maximum pain, often deliberately murdering neutral or friendly allied Indians as well as hostiles. In a uniquely American innovation, the use of scalp bounties became an indiscriminate killing process that deliberately targeted Indian non-combatants, as well as warriors. 61 In the early American West, extreme violence and American nationhood, as well as American continental empire building, progressed hand in hand. 62 Revolutionary War. During the American War for Independence, a brutal frontier war between white Anglo-American settlers and Indians erupted on the southern, western, and New York frontiers of the rebellious colonies. Obscured within the Revolutionary War's broader history, this frontier war was at once genocidal and decisive for the Revolutionary War's course and outcome, as well as for the American nation's subsequent history. It was a racial war without mercy along the colony's western frontier, a war that paralleled and, at times, intersected the largely conventional war between American and British troops along the eastern seaboard. In these frontier campaigns and battles, most Indian victims were non-combatants, that is, women, old men, and children, who were not spared by the white settler colonists. 63 In a sentiment widely shared in the West, frontier General George Rogers Clark, who would later lead the famous Jefferson-sponsored Western expedition, declared that he would never spare a man, woman, or child, on whom he could lay his hands. 64 On General George Washington's orders, Continental Army and militia units attacked Indian towns and villages along the New York, Pennsylvania, and Ohio frontiers, with the goal of destroying native food sources, livestock, homes, fields, and orchards. 65 In the Revolutionary era, these so-called burnt earth tactics aimed at the intentional destruction of the Indian subsistence economy and the deliberate production of mass starvation. 66 Leaving the Indian survivors without shelter or food. Typical of these frontier military operations was the Sullivan-Clinton campaign of 1779. General Washington, in his orders to Sullivan, ordered the total destruction and devastation of settlements. 67 Accordingly, a combined force of 4,500 Continental regulars, rangers, and scalp hunters attacked the Seneca Indians. American forces burned hundreds of houses and destroyed thousands of acres of crops. As one Onondaga chief noted, the Americans had burned his town and put to death all the women and children, excepting some of the young women whom they carried away for the use of their soldiers and were afterwards put to death in a more shameful manner. 68 In the eyes of the Patriot leaders and white settlers on the frontier, these killings were justified as reciprocal killings for Indian genocidal massacres by Loyalist Rangers and Indians against Patriot settlements on the frontier. In the aftermath of the vicious border warfare, all Indians, whether hostile or friendly, became, in American eyes, merciless savages whose bloodletting against frontier whites justified subsequent assaults on Indian lands and cultures. 69 Transappalachian West. During their final conquest of the Transappalachian West, newly independent white American settler colonists continued genocidal warfare and mobile killing operations against Indian tribes in the frontier zone between the Appalachian Mountains and the Mississippi River, genocidal campaigns aimed at driving the Indians from lands on the western side of the Appalachian Range. In the 1790s, during the Indian Wars of the Federal period, regular Army forces and Rangers launched direct attacks on Indian agricultural resources and non-combatant populations on the frontiers of Tennessee, western Georgia, and the upper Ohio Valley. 70 Again, in the 1810s, during Indian Wars in the Old Northwest and the Old Southwest, settlers took up arms against combatants and non-combatants to quash Indian resistance to white settlement and compel them to accept American conquest. Andrew Jackson's war against hostile Creeks regularly attacked undefended Indian villages occupied only by women, children, and old men. During these campaigns, soldiers killed indiscriminately, regardless of age and sex. 71 A member of a Rangers militia described the last fighting in Alabama on March 25, 1837 as an indiscriminate slaughter of women and children, old men, and warriors, resulting in the death of about 150 Indians. No Indian warriors, he noted, were made prisoner, and the few Indian women and children who survived were made slave by their captors. 72. Trans-Mississippi West. In the Trans-Mississippi West, deliberate acts of genocidal exterminationist violence were carried out by a combination of regular U.S. Army troops, local militias, and volunteers over a period of half a century, from 1840 to 1890. In Texas, the government pursued a deliberate strategy and policy of ethnic cleansing to clear Texas of indigenous Indian and Hispanic populations. Rangers attacked Indian villages filled with women and children and killed indiscriminately, exterminating entire villages. 73 After the discovery of gold in 1848, settlers and miners flooded California, which officially became a state in 1850. In short order, both government officials and local newspapers began calling for a war of extermination against local Indian tribes. Over the next decade, the state of California openly pursued a policy of enslaving Indian children and exterminating their parents, in a series of mass killings conducted by U.S. regular forces, as well as local militias and volunteers. 74 Genocidal massacres also took place on the Great Plains west of the Mississippi, with Sand Creek and Wounded Knee the most commented on at the time and the most frequently mentioned in today's scholarly and popular literature. On the Great Plains, U.S. forces frequently employed the genocidal massacre as a war tactic, against unarmed non-combatants, women, and children. 75. Newspapers in both the West and the East regularly reported acts of exterminationist violence to their readers. On June 18, 1860, the San Francisco Bulletin reported that, in Humboldt County, California, a group of 50 to 60 white men had recently attacked the Digger tribes at night. The white attackers fell on women and children, and deliberately slaughtered them, one and all, in a series of simultaneous attacks on several villages. Firearms were scarcely used, the bulletin noted, the work being done with hatchets. It was estimated that 240 were slaughtered in a single night. The paper also reported a theater of atrocities nearly parallel in Mendocino, where regularly organized bodies of armed men attacked the settlements of friendly Indians, and murdered them in like manner, except that firearms were used and not hatchets. In this case, as well, Indian men, women, and children were massacred. 76 On June 23, 1867, a New York Times editorial observed that settlers in a small town in Colorado Territory had recently subscribed $5,000 to a fund for the purpose of buying Indian scalps and that the market for Indian scalps is not affected by age or sex. In addition, the Times reported, volunteers had recently been equipped in an organized hunt for redskins. While condemning the frontier settlers, the Times reserved its harshest criticism for the federal government, which has for years sanctioned such treatment of the Indians. 77 While often criticizing federal Indian policymakers, the Times recognized that the treatment of Native Americans in the American West only paralleled patterns that began in the American East a century earlier. 78. Nazi Germany. Colonial antecedents. In the late 19th century, as noted earlier, German Southwest Africa was imagined as a settler colony for increasing numbers of white German settlers. After 20 years of German colonial rule, a war erupted in Southwest Africa between white German settlers and Herero and Nama indigenous peoples, a war in which non-combatants were seen as legitimate targets. Understood by the German commander became a war of annihilation and genocide. During the war in Southwest Africa, indigenous men, women, and children were shot, thousands died of thirst after being driven into the desert, and hundreds died of deliberate neglect in the concentration camps. 79 In a 1906 book on the ongoing war in Southwest Africa, Scootstrup Captain Maximilian Bayer claimed that only the strong have a right to continue to exist and that the weak and purposeless will perish in favor of the strong, like, for example, the end of the Indian Americans. Because they were without purpose in the continued development of the world. 80 Likewise, the Herero and Nama of German Southwest Africa were, in this view, without purpose and would perish. While most historians would agree that the German colonial war against the Herero and Nama constituted genocide, a controversy has broken out over the question of whether or not there are any similarities or continuities between the genocide in Southwest Africa and later Nazi genocidal policies. 81 In retrospect, as recent scholarship convincingly demonstrates, the German experience in Southwest Africa was a crucial precursor to Third Reich imperialism, Nazi colonialism, and Nazi genocide. 82. As well as an important link between colonialism and the later Nazi policy of extermination in the East. 83 Crucially, notions of Lebensraum, genocidal rhetoric, annihilation war, and the use of concentration camps were transmitted across time and adopted by the Nazis in the 20th century. 84. Mobile killing operations. The mass shootings of civilians, by mobile killing units, was used to secure conquered territories in the eastern Lebensraum and was applied in a relatively similar fashion in Poland and the USSR. 85 In the Wild East, the leaders of the SS and the Wehrmacht had a variety of instruments of genocide available for special tasks against the civilian population, including SS Einsatzgruppen, special police battalions, brigades of Waffen-SS, regular Wehrmacht units, and Wehrmacht military police, and special field police. 86 In the Nazi East, mobile killing operations were the primary responsibility of the Einsatzgruppen, special SS task forces comprising between 600 and 1,000 men each, operating behind the German lines and specifically targeting non-combatants. 87 By definition and scope, the goals of the mobile killing units were limited, their principal tasks being to clean the occupied rear and to terrorize the local indigenous populations into acquiescence to German rule. Under the pretext of alleged killings of ethnic Germans in the new living space, they had a license to kill anyone suspected of sabotage or anti-German activity. By grossly exaggerating or simply fabricating incidents of sporadic violence against ethnic Germans on the frontier, these special task forces often found eager helpers among the German ethnic settlers. 88. In Poland, the Einsatzgruppen were responsible for securing areas behind the advancing German army, as well as for the liquidation of the Polish political leadership, intelligentsia, clergy, and nobility. This orgy of atrocities against the indigenous Polish leadership classes and against Polish Jews, amounted to an all-out ethnic cleansing program and foreshadowed the full-scale genocide yet to come. Overall, the SS Einsatzgruppen operations in Poland established a platform for the killing of civilians on a much larger scale, to commence with the planned June 1941 attack on the Soviet Union. 89. Einsatzgruppen targets in the Soviet Union included Jews, Gypsies, the disabled, and Soviet officials. Initially, they targeted mainly adult male Jews. Starting in August 1941, women and children were generally included in the massacres. In the Soviet Union, the Einsatzgruppen conducted two gigantic sweeps in a wide campaign of extermination. The first sweep was conducted, mainly by the Einsatzgruppen, during June-December 1941, and the second sweep began in the autumn of 1941 and continued throughout most of 1942, with more participation by army personnel and police battalions of the German Order Police, augmented by local militia auxiliaries. 90 During the Barbarossa campaign, Wehrmacht commanders told their troops that the Jews were the spiritual leaders and carriers of Bolshevism and the communist idea and were to be exterminated. 91 These mobile killing operations were justified as necessary measures in the partisan struggle and, later on, as revenge for Allied bombings of German cities. Like the industrial factory-style gassings in Poland, colonial-style mass shootings in the Nazi East were a form of systematic mass murder. As historian Wendy Lower convincingly argues, the legacy of the Nazi racial imperial project is Babi Yar as much as Auschwitz. 92 Up until 1942, Nazi violence and killing in the East used nothing more modern than a rifle. 93 In the towns and villages of the Nazi East, it was, indeed, a holocaust by bullets. 94 Industrial killing. Between September 1939 and December 1941, Nazi genocidal measures in the Wild East had reflected and mirrored early American 19th-century settler colonial practices, that is, face-to-face shootings, forced relocations, and destruction of villages and food resources. Out of concern about the physical and psychological impact on the perpetrators of the mass shootings, the Nazi leadership looked to discover a more efficient method of mass murder, as well as a way to streamline the killing operations. Utilization of killing centers with industrial methods soon emerged as their method of choice. Located in the frontier lands of western Poland, the killing centers marked the transformation of mass murder into a dehumanized, bureaucratic, industrial process. Beginning in 1942, the Nazi genocide in the East became a full-scale total genocide, aiming at industrial genocide of Jews in extermination factories. Contrary to popular, and some scholarly, conception, nonetheless, Nazi extermination centers complemented, rather than replaced, the mass shootings, an intimate colonial method that continued until the war's end. 95 The conveyor belt industrial killing of Jews marked a sharp break with the settler colonial practices of the 19th century that had, up until then, shaped Nazi policies and practices against indigenous populations in the East. In the history of world genocide, the Nazi killing centers were, indeed, as Holocaust historian Raoul Hilberg concluded, unprecedented, an assembly line process with no prototype, no administrative ancestor. 96. In letters from the Eastern Front and during visits home, German soldiers spoke frankly about the mass shootings of largely unarmed Jewish and Slavic civilians in the East. Knowledge about the gassings in the death camps, however, was much more imprecise or the object of vague rumor, suggesting that the Nazis wanted to keep the systematic murder of the Jews from the German people. In the Nazi metropole, ordinary Germans were allowed to imagine Babi Yar, but they were not allowed to imagine Auschwitz. 97. Schema of genocide. Both the early American and Nazi German settler colonial projects were similar national projects of intended empire building, motivated by the identical, perceived settler, state need for more living space for agricultural settlement. In the early American case, the vision of a continental Lebensraum provided the motive for American political leaders to tolerate genocide, by effectively giving settlers, militias, and regular army troops in the West carte blanche to wage war against hostile Native American non-combatant populations. In the Nazi German case, the requirements of Nazi racial ideological warfare provided the motive for Nazi leaders to order genocidal onslaughts against Jews and Slavs in the East. In both cases, ordinary Americans and ordinary Germans acted in a dual capacity as agents of empire and instruments of extreme political violence and genocide, and, in both cases, they were assisted by native operatives recruited from local subject populations. In the American West and the Nazi East, genocide and other forms of extreme violence against largely unarmed civilian populations were justified as necessary measures of self-defense or preemption. In the early American War for America and the Nazi German Wars for Lebensraum, genocidal violence against indigenous civilian non-combatant populations was seen as a legitimate form of warfare. In both settler colonial contexts, genocide on the frontiers of empire became, in the eyes of the settler state and its agents, an ordinary sequence of attack and retaliation in war. In the broader view, genocide was justified, in both cases, as an essential preemptive measure to prevent genocide against the settler state and/or its agents on the ground. Early America. Intent and motive. From a political and economic standpoint, the objective of U.S. Indian policy was to clear Indians from lands coveted by white settler farmers. From a military standpoint, the policy goal was to reduce Indian resistance to white settler encroachment, so that Native Americans no longer presented a viable military threat to American Western expansion and settlement. In pursuing these multiple objectives, the U.S. government did not mandate or order genocide. It did, however, sanction it, allow it, tolerate it, or practice it, sometimes when other tactics failed, as part of an intentional and ruthless policy of conquest, dispossession, and expansion in the American West. In early America, the U.S. government also carried out an intended policy of ethnic cleansing to remove Native Americans from settler lands, a policy that was genocidal in both its implications and consequences for American Indians. As one scholar recently noted, government officials effectively granted American settlers, militias, and regular army troops a license to commit murder on an ethnic basis against Indians. 98 Motivated by greed and a hatred of Indians, many white settlers openly and eagerly carried out genocidal exterminationist assaults against Native Americans in their lust for Indian lands and natural resources. In the early American context, genocide, whether or not intended or desired by policymakers, resulted from sustained and purposeful actions undertaken by the U.S. government and/or its agents, actions aimed at the social destruction and dispossession of Native American communities through a variety of eliminatory strategies, including mass killing, forced relocation, and concentration. Packaged as benevolent programs of Indian uplift, policies such as removal and concentration were not murderous in intent. Nonetheless, they resulted in the deaths of thousands of Indians from exposure, fatigue, starvation, and disease. Genocidal agency. In the American West, both state and non-state actors practiced sporadic genocide as part of a continuing government strategy to secure the new living space, to destroy Native American communities, and to enforce U.S. Indian policy. Acting in a dual capacity as agents of empire and instruments of occasional extreme political violence, ordinary Americans on the frontier, including territorial governors, militias, army regulars, reservation agents, settlers, and local vigilantes, became direct genocidal agents, both collectively and individually, as part of actions and policies aimed at clearing Native Americans from the white settler living space. Often settlers took matters into their own hands, when, in their view, the U.S. government and its armed forces did not act thoroughly or ruthlessly enough against the native savages. Throughout the conquest and expansion of the young nation's growing living space, regular army troops, often supported by volunteers and specially recruited native operatives, carried out genocidal warfare against enemy Indian noncombatants as part of a dual war for America and war against Indian America. A friendly fraternal feeling and a certain professional pride, said the New York Times, led Army officers to uphold and approve the massacre of Indians, without regard to age or sex. 99 Contra the dominant historical narrative, the U.S. state was not merely an onlooker at, or entirely absent from, the slaughter of Native Americans. It was often an active, if sometimes reluctant, sponsor, organizer, and/or participant. Legitimation. For both policymakers in the metropole, as well as for settlers on the frontier peripheries of the American Empire, genocidal violence against Native American communities and noncombatants was seen as a legitimate form of warfare against an enemy who threatened the lives of white settler colonists, as reciprocal violence and reprisals for Indian resistance to white settlement, and as a required response to Indian frontier atrocities. Writing to General William Sherman, General Philip Sheridan rationalized that if a village is attacked and women and children killed, the responsibility is not with the soldiers but with the people whose crime necessitated the attack. 100 For their part, white settlers in the American West legitimized genocide and extermination, in their minds, as justified and legitimate policies of self-defense against Indian killers of white women and children. As historian Jacob P. Dunn told his readers in 1886, the killing of Indian women and children was justified by vengeance and by the need to dampen the enthusiasm of Indian warriors to attack white settlements and to resist American Western expansion. 101 Begun by the early 17th century Puritans, the nits make lice rationale for killing Indian children was an Indian war standard throughout the 18th and 19th centuries. 102 Policies with genocidal implications, such as forced removal and concentration, were always presented by policymakers as a basis for Indian survival and as acceptable alternatives to a war of extermination against Native Americans. Even among those who advocated peaceful solutions to the Indian question, policies of removal and forced assimilation were justified as humanitarian alternatives to outright extermination of the natives. When Eastern humanitarians criticized acts of exterminationist violence in the West, they were reminded that Westerners were merely following historical precedent. In a July 5, 1867 letter to the New York Times, Mr. O.J. Hollister, a resident of Colorado visiting New York City, reminded readers that the original settlers of the eastern states set the example and that the current Western idea of extermination originated in the East, a view with which the Times editorial writer concurred. Our forefathers, noted the writer, did many things which will forever be a reproach to their memories. 103. Statistics of death. By the end of the 19th century, the number of Native Americans in the American West had been drastically reduced, from an estimated 600,000 in 1800 to about 250,000 in 1900. Their radical numerical decline was brought about by disease, periodic genocidal warfare, intentional depopulation events, and intended destruction of Indian villages, food supplies, and ways of life. These four general causes closely interacted with one another, as anthropologist Russell Thornton notes in his Demographic History of American Indians. 104. By the U.S. government's own admission, in the 1894 census, an estimated 53,500 Indians, men, women, and children, were killed during more than 36 Indian wars in the period 1775 to 1890, based on the number of bodies found by whites. 105. We will, of course, never know the exact numbers, nor will we ever know how many Indian deaths are attributable to each of the individual modalities of extreme political violence. What we do know is that the estimated 350,000 reduction in the American Indian population during the first 100 years of the nation's existence was due to the effects of genocidal early American settler colonial policies and practices that aimed at the deliberate destruction of Native American communities and ways of life in the white settler living space of the American West, at whatever the cost in Indian lives or cruel suffering. Nazi Germany. Intent and motive. The original Nazi intention was to remove the Jews from the Greater German Reich by voluntary emigration or forced expulsion. With the policy of conquest and expansion in the Wild East, and control of over vast numbers of more Jews, however, removal and expulsion became impossible without genocide, whether by slave labor, malnutrition, disease, shooting, or gassing. 106. Hitler's ideological mission to obtain Lebensraum in the East and to create a racially pure Nazi continental empire cleansed of alien racial enemies and unwanted native populations, provided both the driving force and motive behind the Nazi genocidal onslaught against Jews and Slavs in the Wild East. Crucially, in Hitler's mind, the desire for German living space became linked to the crusade against Jews and Slavic untermenschen in the East. Fueled by anti-Jewish and anti-Slavic prejudice, racial ideological warfare, embedded in the wars for Lebensraum in the East, provided the context and motive for killing Jews and Slavs. 107. To be sure, the wars for Lebensraum in the East had to use historian Ian Kershaw's phrases, an inbuilt genocidal component, making genocide an intrinsic part of the German military campaign in the Nazi East. 108. Central to the acquisition and settlement of the new Lebensraum was the need to clear unwanted Ostjuden and Slavic indigenous populations from intended settler lands, a policy that was genocidal in both its implications and consequences for the natives. Under conditions of total war, Nazi plans for Germanic settlement and ethnic cleansing, even if they only met with limited success, had murderous consequences for Jewish and non-Jewish civilian populations in the occupied Eastern territories. Genocidal agency. In the Nazi German case, genocide was organized by the higher echelons of the Nazi leadership. These organizers of genocide were what Michael Mann calls real Nazis, that is, ideological and violent careerists who were radical Nazis strongly committed to Hitler's expansionist goals and to National Socialist racial ideology. Among the perpetrators of Nazi genocide, real Nazis formed a nucleus of hardcore perpetrators, reinforced by a shared ideology, which eagerly carried out Nazi genocidal policy in the East. Many of these real Nazis, Mann notes, were disproportionately drawn from German territories lost after the First World War or from the eastern border provinces of Germany itself. Genocide on the scale of the Nazi genocide, however, required more manpower, an army of perpetrators. 109 In the Nazi German case, ordinary Germans from all levels of German society became agents of genocide. Schooled in Nazi racial ideology, ordinary Germans in the Wehrmacht and in the Order Police security battalions, embroiled in a savage war in the Wild East, often became casual perpetrators of genocide in the killing fields and killing sites of the Nazi East, driven by both hierarchical and peer pressures of conformity and discipline, dislike of Slavs and Jews, and a sense of comradeship that made them eager to retaliate against enemy non-combatant civilian populations. 110 Ethnic German settlers in the East formed paramilitary units and worked closely with the SS. And finally, some Slavs collaborated with the Nazi invaders, joining in attacks on their Jewish neighbors or joining local police and auxiliaries to help the Nazis murder Jews. Legitimation. German leader Adolf Hitler saw war as providing the perfect cover and legitimation for accomplishing long-standing ideological aims. 111 During the Second World War, the Nazis portrayed the total war in the East as a struggle for national survival, which legitimized brutal methods of warfare against Slavic racial and ideological enemies and against the Jews. In the case of the Reich Jews, Nazi radical antisemitism justified and legitimized the leap from persecution to genocide, while in the case of the Slavs and the Ostjuden, the requirements of living space for German settlement in the East justified genocide against these inferior, unwanted, native populations. 112. As news of the mass shootings in the Nazi East filtered back to the Reich, Goebbels' propaganda underlings presented the killings as legitimate retaliation for the alleged massacres of ethnic Germans by Slavs and Jewish Bolshevists and against the Jews who had convinced the Allies to carry out the terror bombing of German cities. Indeed, after 1939, according to the Nazi-constructed narrative, a murderous, international Jewish conspiracy, united to execute a war of extermination against the German Volk, required the extermination and annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe. Had Hitler not acted preemptively, the argument went, the Bolsheviks and Jews would most certainly have massacred German civilians. 113 To support this notion, Goebbels and his propaganda minions described the invasion of Russia as Hitler's legitimate action to preempt an imminent Soviet attack on German living space. 114 In his Posen speech to an SS group leader meeting, on October 4, 1943, Himmler asserted that the Nazis had acted with a moral right and duty to the German people to destroy this people which wanted to destroy us. 115 In the Wild East, the killing of non-combatant men, women, children, and the elderly was also justified to Wehrmacht troops as a legitimate act of self-defense. 116 During visits to the East, Himmler told SS leaders that Jewish men, women, and children were to be shot and that young children, if left alive, could later take revenge. 117 In the eyes of the Nazi leadership and those many ordinary Germans seduced by Nazi propaganda, the Nazi genocide of Jews and Slavs was an act of fully justified retaliation as well as a policy of justified self-defense. Statistics of death. Nazi genocide in the East, it is estimated, took the lives of between 5 and 6 million Jews and at least 8 million Slavic non-combatants. During the Nazi Holocaust, over 3 million Jewish victims are thought to have died in unprecedented industrial killings at the extermination centers in Poland. Colonial practices of death and destruction caused the death of the other 40%, or about 1.5 million were shot to death in open-air shootings during mobile killing operations in the Wild East, more than 900,000 died in eastern ghettos or in concentration, transit, and labor camps, and additional tens of thousands died during deportation or on death marches in the war's final days. 118 In Poland, some 3 million non-Jewish Poles and 3 million Polish Jews were victims of Nazi warfare and genocide. In the Soviet Union, thousands of commissars, at least 2 million Jews, and more than 5 million non-Jewish Slavic civilians were murdered between 1941 and 1944-119 using essentially frontier modalities of violence. As two leading Holocaust scholars recently argued, given enough time, would have subjected the Slav peoples to the machinery of death we call the Holocaust. 120. Similarities, differences, and links. In both early America and Nazi Germany, genocide occurred 121 when political leaders, perceiving the integrity and success of their respective national projects of continental expansion and settler colonization to be threatened, sought to remedy the situation by the systematic, en masse elimination of outgroups and native populations from metropolitan and colonial living space. In both cases, the early American and the Nazi German respective political leaderships sought to eliminate their alien outgroups and unwanted populations until they were no longer perceived to be a threat or in toto. Colonial antecedents, in both cases, provided a lethal legacy of genocidal violence to the early American and Nazi German settler states, whose own genocidal acts featured mobile killing operations whereby small groups or units carried out deliberate killing of indigenous civilian non-combatants and destruction of their villages and food supplies. In both the American West and the Nazi East, genocide became intrinsically linked to the acquisition of new living space for agricultural settlement. In both cases, a comparable genocidal dynamic shared strikingly similar preconditions, causalities, and triggers or immediate catalysts. Both cases, moreover, featured similar colonial modalities of violence. In both cases, genocide reflected common schema of motive, intent, genocidal agency, and legitimation. In the American West and the Nazi East, both state and non-state actors carried out exterminationist assaults, in the form of mobile killing operations, against the indigenous inhabitants of the newly acquired settler Lebensraum. And, in both cases, concentration centers, whether called reservations or ghettos, facilitated the removal of inferior, unwanted populations away from the living space of the superior, dominant societies. Yet despite these many similarities, there were also important differences between the two settler colonial genocides, differences mainly of scale, intensity, and duration. In early America, genocidal violence reduced the number of Native Americans from about 600,000 in 1800 to about 250,000 in 1900. The Nazi genocidal onslaught in the East between 1939 and 1945 took the lives of between 5 and 6 million Jews and at least 8 million Slavic civilian non-combatants. Had the Nazis won the war against the Soviet Union, the toll of civilian casualties would undoubtedly have been even higher. On the whole, the level and intensity of violence was much greater in the Nazi East than in the American West. While early American genocide featured small-scale massacres of non-combatants, Nazi German genocide featured large-scale, intensely murderous campaigns against civilian populations. In addition, early American extreme political violence against Native Americans was sporadic. By contrast, SS, police, and Wehrmacht units in the East practiced genocide on a daily basis. In early America, the state and its citizen settlers carried out a sustained campaign of extreme political violence against Native Americans for almost a century. The Nazi genocide in the East, however, lasted only 6 years. Unlike the American settler colonial genocide, the Nazi colonial genocide became an industrial genocide, a form of genocide unprecedented in history. Nonetheless, these differences of scale, intensity, and duration were, I would argue, more a function of the historical contingencies of each case, rather than differences of sponsor, organizer, or perpetrator intent. Prior to American independence, disease, sporadic genocidal warfare, and slow death by attrition in the 3 centuries of European expansion throughout North America had reduced the Native American population from an estimated 5 million to around 600,000. 122 Even without this demographic collapse, there is no reason to believe, based on the historical record or on the trajectory and demographics of American settlement, that the early American settler state and its white citizens would have hesitated to take whatever steps were necessary to ensure the success of their nation-state and its empire-building project. 123 Likewise, In the Nazi East, historical contingency acted to end the Nazi genocidal onslaughts, with the defeat of Nazi Germany in the Second World War. Had Nazi Germany defeated Russia in the East, however, it is highly likely that genocide against indigenous populations would have continued for decades, as a victorious Nazi Germany would have carried out its plans for cleansing the Lebensraum of unwanted indigenous populations, for subsequent settlement by Aryan Germans. 124. In the topography of frontier genocide, the American West and the Nazi East shared similar mental pictures among both perpetrators and victims. For radical Nazis committed to Hitler's dual goal of space and race, for instance, Nazi imaginings of reservations as a solution to the Jewish question echoed similar spatial strategies on Indian reservations in the 19th century American West. And, after the war, one of the few Jewish survivors of the Treblinka extermination center recalled the town itself as being similar to a frontier settlement in the American Wild West. 125. Conclusion. There was nothing inevitable about the actual outcomes of the early American and Nazi German respective national projects in the West and the East. As we have seen, alternative courses of action did exist in both cases, alternative courses that might well have led to different outcomes in the American West and the Nazi East. Plausible counterfactuals exist in both cases. 1 Both historical experiences, in fact, lend themselves to plausible counterfactual glimpses. In the early American case, we may ask, what if disease had not decimated many Native American communities in advance of white settlement? What if American political leaders had sincerely embraced a generalized territorial solution? Or what if they had ordered a general exterminatory war? Without the pre-1783 demographic collapse of Indian communities, largely from disease and warfare, it is possible that the middle ground of Indian, white accommodation and coexistence, based on Indians outnumbering whites, could have continued west of the Appalachians, perhaps rendering future white settlement more gradual and more peaceful. In the first decades of the 19th century, had ideas for a Western Indian Territory been implemented and enforced by the U.S. government, it is possible that an Indian country could have blocked, or at least slowed, the white flood of settlement into the Trans-Missouri West, allowing an indisputable safe haven for Indian residents on historic Indian lands. Had American political leaders ordered a general exterminatory war, as many Westerners wanted, the reality of the American West may have approximated Hitler's vision of shooting down the Redskins. In the Nazi German case, we may ask, what if Dar, rather than Himmler, had been appointed settlement commissar? What if the Nazis had won a quick military victory in the East? Or what if the Germans had treated the natives not as Redskins, as Hitler insisted, but as allies in the liberation of these lands from the Soviet tyranny, as Rosenberg's notion of Helferstadthelden suggested? Dar's appointment as settlement commissar may have resulted in a more limited and gradual form of Eastern settlement, had he been able to convince Hitler of the wisdom of this approach. Had Russia been defeated as quickly as Hitler hoped, it is quite possible, as has been suggested, that the instant killing of Jews via gassing might not have occurred and that slow death via attrition, as part of a more generalized territorial solution, might have been the agreed final solution for Europe's Jews. 2 In the event, the destruction of European Jewry would have been one part of a successfully implemented General Plan East, which would have subjected tens of millions of Slavs to the full wrath and force of the machinery of destruction we call the Holocaust. 3 Given the dislike of many Slav nationalists for Stalin's Bolshevism, it is likely that many would have joined Rosenberg's proposed anti-communist alliance, as independent, non-Bolshevik states under German control, with Germany leading this anti-communist coalition. The prospects of defeating Stalin and the Red Army militarily, or, at least, of achieving a stalemate on the Eastern Front, would likely have been much greater. By the juxtaposition of these two historical experiences, and by viewing them through the corrective lenses of imperialism, colonialism, and genocide, we have uncovered disquieting underlying patterns of empirical similarity between the American West and the Nazi East. Both the early American and Nazi German respective projects in the West and the East were national projects, that is, they were led by the nation-state, they were widely supported by the nation's elites, and they commanded substantial national resources. Both the early American and Nazi German expansionist projects were intended and planned projects of settler colonialism. In both cases, these projects featured a land grab of indigenous space, they required occupation of indigene lands and displacement of indigenous peoples, they reflected a sustained institutional tendency to eliminate the natives, and they contained an inherent genocidal imperative. In their common patterns, logics, and pathologies, these two cases are prime examples of settler colonialism, driven by political elite obsessions with territorial expansion, racial cleansing, national security, and agricultural settlement. In the end, I am not arguing that the early American and Nazi German national projects were the same. I am, however, arguing that they can be read and understood as remarkably similar national projects of space and race, with genocidal consequences for allegedly inferior peoples in metropolitan and colonized living space, projects whose distinct histories bear an unsettling and disturbing resemblance to each other. They are, to be sure, part of an historical continuum of violent national projects of territorial expansion, racial subjugation, and settler colonization that have been very much a prominent feature of the rise and history of the modern West. Based on the evidence presented in this investigation, we can conclude that, on balance, the similarities, in both theory and practice, between these two national projects of space and race far outweigh the differences, and that, in many ways, the similarities are far more significant than the differences. Nonetheless, there are also, as we have seen, important differences between the two historical experiences, and I want to make clear where the similarities end, as well as offer reasons for these differences. First and foremost, the final outcomes of the early American and Nazi German national projects were quite different. In early America, eliminationist politics never fully evolved into exterminationist politics. In Nazi Germany, on the other hand, eliminationist politics evolved into exterminationist politics. In addition, the scale and intensity of Nazi violence in the East was much more widespread, relentless, and extreme than in the American West. The gassing of European Jews represented a radical, and modern, departure from prior colonial experience. It was a Nazi innovation that gave them the ability to carry out massive instant killing of alien and unwanted others. Dissimilarities in both ideological intention and structural circumstances account for the main differences between these two national projects. In terms of ideological intention, the early American national project in the West was predominantly a spatial project. The Nazi German national project in the East, by contrast, was based, in theory and in practice, on co-equal components of space and race. While Manifest Destiny, as an ideology, was based on earlier settler notions of America's providential right to continental expansion, Hitler's ideology of race and space was a much radicalized version of pre-existing ideas. While the Slavs, the Gypsies, the disabled, and others were dehumanized outgroups, many of whom were destined to disappear from metropolitan and colonized living space, the Jews were a demonized outgroup selected by the Nazis to be totally destroyed root and branch, that is, every Jewish man, woman, and child in German-controlled living space. While American policymakers could envision ethnic domination as a policy goal in the West, the top Nazi leadership insisted on wide-ranging planned and actualized policies of ethnic destruction in the East. In terms of structural circumstances, differences in the size of the respective native populations greatly influenced the ultimate outcome of these two national projects. In the early American case, disease acted as an invisible army, decimating indigenous populations in advance of the flood of white settlement. The fact that the American West was thinly populated greatly facilitated the settlement process, allowing settlers to quickly outnumber the natives. After brutal military campaigns, Indian survivors were removed west to create space for the settlers. In the Nazi German case, a heavily populated Nazi East meant that large-scale deportation and evacuation of the indigenes was an unavoidable prerequisite to settlement, a measure difficult to undertake during wartime due to competing interests and objectives within the various Nazi agencies who claimed responsibility for the German East. This much more numerous indigenous population would have rendered the Nazi German settlement task considerably more difficult than its American predecessor, even if Germany had defeated the Red Army in the East. Driven by Nazi Lebensraum fantasies and colonial ambitions, Hitler and Himmler were blind to the very different realities that they faced on the ground in the East, in relation to the on-the-ground realities early Americans faced in the West. In the end, Adolf Hitler, as documented in his writings, public speeches, and private conversations, clearly saw America's westward expansion, as well as U.S. Indian policy, as a prototype for Nazi notions and practices of Lebensraum and Nazi racial policies in the East. To be sure, the USA settlement model, based, as Hitler understood it, on exterminatory violence against the Red Indians, was primary and determinant for Hitler and Himmler, the two key decision-makers in Nazi foreign and racial policy. In the Nazi East, genocidal patterns, logics, and pathologies became operational and were carried to their logical extremes, according to Hitler's and Himmler's spatial and racial fantasies. Born into a world of European empire and obsessed with the North American precedent, Nazi leaders, especially Hitler and Himmler, could think that they were merely applying 19th-century Euro-American colonial methods to the European continent and fighting their own Indian wars in the Wild East. At the end of the day, the overwhelming success of the American expansionist project invited repetition in a Nazi-German project which, in their fantasies, would one day dwarf its American predecessor. Using the new optics of transnational colonialism and genocide studies, we can plainly discern the broader implications of this study for the national histories of the American West and the Nazi East, as well as for the events that we have come to call the Holocaust. In the early American case, the new optics allows us to see that the early American project in the West is a central part of, rather than an exception to, the histories of imperialism, colonialism, and genocide. To be sure, the American West was an integral part of the high point of global Western imperialism in the 19th and early 20th centuries. For like other settler colonial projects, American westward continental expansion was very much an imperialist enterprise, intent on empire building and eliminating inferior Native American populations from the metropole and from newly colonized settler living space in the West. American imperialists, arguing for further westward expansion on island colonies, looked to the American Indian example. In 1899, for instance, American historian Albert Bushnell Hart asserted that America had many colonies already in its Indian reservations, that its Indian wars had been colonial wars against native insurrections, that the United States of America had been a great colonial power for over a century, and that the recent Spanish, American war annexations were but the enlargement of a policy long pursued against the American Indians. 5 With these understandings, and within the comparative, explanatory and interpretive framework offered by the study, we can begin to integrate the history of the American West into the discipline of comparative genocide studies. 6. In the Nazi German case, the new optics allows us to understand that, far from being an inexplicable anomaly, Nazi genocidal violence in the East and many of the events we have come to call the Holocaust were a radicalized blend of several forms of mass political violence whose patterns, logics, and pathologies can be located in the early American settler colonial project, an historical episode that served as the primary model for Adolf Hitler's notions and practices of Lebensraumpolitik, as well as for Nazi racial policies in the Wild East. It also helps us recognize the fundamentally colonial origins, content, and context of Nazi genocidal violence. Within metropolitan living space, the persecution of the Jews and others deemed inferior was the internal application of an essentially imperial logic, the binary worldview of allegedly superior and inferior people, of citizens and subjects. 7 Nazi conquest and colonization in the East provided both an opportunity and a context for ridding the Greater German Reich of its Jews. 8 Within the newly colonized and occupied Eastern Lebensraum, Nazi eliminationist politics became exterminationist politics for Slavs, Jews, and Gypsies. It is no coincidence that almost all of the outright killing of non-combatants committed by the Nazis took place outside the Reich's pre-1939 borders, under the cover of, and directly resulting from, Hitler's wars for Lebensraum. Rather than an event unique in the history of the world, the Holocaust is part of a continuum in modern history. While acknowledging the singular aspects of the Nazi genocide, we can also recognize that Nazi Judenpolitik was but one part of Hitler's and Himmler's larger national project of the creation of a pan-German racial entity in a continental empire that would be secured by the conquest of Lebensraum and by German agricultural settlement in the East. Recently, two scholars have suggested that the ideological and causal links between the Nazi colonization programs and the Holocaust are tenuous and that any relationship between the two operations was not a linear one of cause and effect. 10 However, the evidence and arguments presented in this investigation, as well as Hitler's and Himmler's own understandings, strongly suggest otherwise. As historian Isabel Heinemann rightly argues, the annexation of living space, the idea of a necessary Germanization of the occupied territories, and the resettlement carried out to this end represented a driving force behind National Socialist extermination policy. As she suggests, the final solution of the Jewish question and Hitler's proposed ethnic reconstruction of occupied Europe need to be seen and understood by scholars as intertwined processes. 11 Within the specific context of Hitler's Lebensraum ambitions and Himmler's envisaged settler colonial projects, moreover, one did, to be sure, lead to the other. In the end, the final solution resulted from a confluence of roadblocks 12 to Nazi colonial plans in the East. In the case of the Holocaust and its contexts, the new optics helps us see that, contrary to the prevailing image of industrial genocide, many aspects of the Holocaust are akin to earlier colonial genocide. It is worth noting that the distinction I make between colonial genocide and industrial genocide is not to suggest some type of crude and arbitrary partitioning of the Nazi Holocaust, it is, rather, to suggest and reassert the colonial roots, content, and context of the Nazi project in the Wild East, a content and context linked, in Hitler's and Himmler's spatial and racial fantasies, to the North American precedent. And finally, the new optics also allows us to understand that the genocide and colonialism nexus holds the key to recognizing the Holocaust's origins, content, and context, that the Nazi Holocaust is not a copy, but an extremely radicalized variant, of earlier colonial genocide, and that Holocaust is not a separate category from, but the most extreme variant of, the blight on human history we call genocide.